Watch me.
So familiar with that heat.
Post up for a pic, flicky flicky. Hopped up in the truck, I'm too missy. Yeah, post up for a pic, wear that fancy. I ain't with the check, you too mixy. I don't wanna check, no. Miss me with that mixy. Wait, I don't wanna check, wait. Miss me with that mixy. You chatting too much. I had enough word. I'm on a slide swerve. Enough with the racket serve. Throw it up, go get a glass. Pour it up. I ain't bought a new weed, showing up. Learn to stop capping, you growing up. Roll with a winner, baddies mean a sprinter. Ice my neck out like the winner. Hot like a summer, do what I say like a runner. Sabi gon' do what she wanna. Hop on a jet, I keep shining baguettes. Ball in New York like the Nets. Hop on a jet, I keep shining baguettes. Ball in New York like the Nets. Wait, pass up for a pic. Up in the truck, I'm too missy. Yeah, pass up for a pic, wear that fancy. I ain't with the check, you too mixy. I don't wanna check, no. Miss me with that mixy. Wait, I don't wanna check, wait. Miss me with that mixy. Drop a couple bands, hit my dance. For the gram, with your man. Whistle while I work, let me work. Is he really tryna learn? Roll with a winner, baddies mean a sprinter. Ice my neck out like the winner. Hot like a summer, do what I say like a runner. Sabi gon' do what she wanna. Hop on a jet, I keep shining baguettes. Ball in New York like the Nets. Hop on a jet, I keep shining baguettes. Ball in New York like the Nets. Wait, pass up for a pic, flicky. Hopped up in the truck, I'm too missy. I don't wanna check, no. Miss me with that mixy. Wait, I don't wanna check, wait. Miss me with that mixy.
focused, man's on a mission. Wavy like the ocean, ain't got time for inhibition. Eyes on a price, lock it in your vision. Straight up, man, that's gotta make a decision. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. Madness, you know how we roll. Yeah, man, I gotta stay focused. In the dance I'm zoning. Back then they didn't take notice, so on job deserve bonus. Cut so many bars, no folders. Chopping it up with the orders. On the ones and twos on mic controlling. Yeah, I got a gal going crazy. And the man them on 1 2. Don't know about you, but man need a drink, I make it free. Thought I was gonna say 2, but the rave looking like a zoo. Gotta finish what I started, cause that's the way we do. Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up madness, you know how we roll. Straight up madness, you know how we roll. Straight up madness, you know how we roll.
Suffocating me slow. I'm sinking underneath your love, but I can't get enough of you. Ooh, I can't breathe.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, our top 4 face-off in back-to-back rematches, setting the stage for the final 2 days of this competition, and it is truly anyone's game. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of Masters, coming at you live from the UOB Live right here in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka, joining us here today as well at Sideshow. And as the fans starting to roll on in, it's going to be a fun day. We got great matches lined up. And Josh, good to have you on the desk here again.
Yeah, it's sick to join you. We're in the real crunch end of Masters Bangkok. I think all of the games today are rematches, but have the potential to go in wildly different directions. So that's always a good place to be in the tournament.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and talk about what we saw on this stage yesterday, because we had some are calling the MasterCard Thrifty Bowl because there was just so many, and MasterCard got their payment. I'm telling you right there, they got their money's worth. But Kakuka, this was definitely a wild series, without a doubt.
Absolutely, because I think that we're getting to see a T1 that is proven that they had to make it out of that group stage. They had to make it out of Swiss, and they deserve that. But we're also seeing an EDG that never crumbles under pressure.
And then the other game, you got a barn burner, because these two teams, I think a lot of people were looking at representing Americas, representing EMEA as being potential grand finalists, ended up going tete-a-tete, and G2 looked like they recovered after their bad loss against EDG.
Tete-a-tete just said you...
He said tete.
oh, that's right. Hey, for the Spanish speakers out there. In any case, though, but you were not wrong on that. They did go shot for shot.
Yeah.
Tete-a-tete, if
head
you will.
to head.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the bracket and how everything plays out today. Because for EDG and G2, you win here. You cement your place in history. You will be in the grand finals here at Bangkok, Thailand. And then on the other side, we have our high-stakes matchup for both of these teams, obviously. But when you think about vitality in this situation, this is not where a team of this caliber, of this talent, would find themselves in. A super team
exactly.
would find
But
themselves in.
this is one of the hurdles that they had to go through. Yesterday, they had their first loss ever as a roster, all them together. So I want to see how they bounce off today, and if they can do it and continue in the competition. There was a lot of questions to whether they were going to be able to do it throughout the year.
Yeah.
G2 looked like they improved after the loss against EDG. I'm expecting Vitality to look like they've improved after their first loss of the year as well. You need to lose to learn, and it wasn't an elimination game.
Exactly. So they do manage to stay alive for right now, but the pressure is most definitely on. That, of course, brings us to, well, a MasterCard fan poll. MasterCard's getting a lot of love today here, baby. All right, now we want to know who will be our first team to qualify for the grand finals. Is it going to be EDG or G2? You can scan the QR code that's going to pop up on the screens right there. Go ahead, go nuts, have fun with that one. Cast your vote, and we'll see the results in just a little bit. And, as always, make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT Masters and VCT so we can go ahead and feature the good stuff on the show.
Only the good stuff, though?
And look, and they've been sending some good stuff.
They have.
They've been some good stuff.
I like it when they sneak in some subtle roast of a team that just slips under the radar as well.
The clown one that you're talking about? Yeah, I saw that one. Of course,
funny, at least.
It was great.
You know?
It was. Credit to that person, whoever it may be. We'll find out. Now, of course, the trophy isn't the only thing up for grabs, because this Sunday, we're also going to giving away the MVP bracelets. Not this one. Come on, give me this one. Now, let's see if we can single out our early favorite. Who is the MVP? We have this awesome game where basically we're just going to be debating in a bracket format who is going to be the MVP of this event. And you guys can go ahead and participate in this, because we have 8 players, 2 from each team, and we're going to work through all the matchups until only one remains. So, bring up the graphic. Here we go. Oh, this is offensive.
We've done this segment before. We had it in Game Changer Championship. Where do you want? I guess top left.
I mean, yeah, we can start at the top left if you like. It's
is it difficult?
I mean, it's not that difficult, but I do feel it's a bit rough to be eliminating one of the T1 players early on. There's just no context here. It has to be Jishu. Jishu was front runner for MVP throughout champs. He's come in performing pretty much the same way here. He's one of the lead runners in the race for the bracelet.
Even better, I think that he is one of the core pieces that we can see this EDG adapting and evolving within the rest of the team and within the rest of the meta. And I wouldn't say it has affected his personal performance, because it's individually he's even better if he could.
He needs to stop skipping leg day, though. I can tell you that.
Ain't that the truth, buddy? Get some carbs in you. All right, let's go to the next one. Here we got Meteor and Trent.
Now, my vote here, I think, would be for Trent. I think he's been the best performing player for G2.
Absolutely.
And while he's not at the front runner necessarily for the overall MVP race, I think he's been performing better than Meteor has.
I absolutely dislike agreeing with you. Not absolutely. No, but I like when we are in disagreements, because I think that there are points to be made for Meteor, you know? Like, maybe I get a little bit behind because I like his eyes. I think that he's also within the tournament gotten better with it. I'm still not a fan of the kill chip, but I understand that he's just slotting in. I think that he individually is good, but I agree with you. The way that Trent is playing the Dejo and how good it looks within G2, I have to go.
Yeah, all right, well, let's go to the top right and see our next one. We got Leaf and Trex.
Oh,
Damn,
yeah.
man.
And here's the question.
I'm saying Leaf. I'm throwing my hat and I'm going to say Leaf. He's been unbelievable.
And the question is Kakuka going to betray EMEA again?
No.
Trex has been playing well. He's had a great tournament.
I think that for the longest time, Trex has been like an underdog in the sense that we don't highlight him.
He still is here.
Yeah. Okay, listen, this bracket is going to advance, and at some point you're going to have to say no. But
All right.
again, I think that Leaf must be playing so well.
It's got to be Leaf.
It's got to be Leaf.
Got to be one singular Leaf. One Leaf.
I'm
Why do you
really
put me
sorry.
in this desk with this two bold American man? Like, okay.
Really sorry. And also,
Okay, we
he's
got
British.
Now, this one's not fair.
dirty. This one's dirty.
This one's
First
disgusting.
one,
Who put this as a first-round matchup? Can you imagine having this? Singular limb.
So here we have two ways to go about this, right? Like, Kong is just amazing, Dirk is just amazing, but Kong did say that he wanted to play against Dirk because he considers him to be the best. So if we really believe in Kong's work,
If you respect Kong enough,
exactly.
you would vote for Durka.
Exactly. So that's my
Crazy.
pitch. That's why everybody should vote for Dirk.
I am going to have to say Kong.
Josh, you have to break this tie.
No, I'm going with Durka.
Okay.
Durka?
Oh my God, I cannot.
Okay.
Durka's been annihilated.
What world is Kong getting first rounded?
I mean, that's disgusting,
Okay,
isn't it?
now we have our next bracket. So let's go over to the next one. We got Chichu and Trent, and then Leaf and Durka. Let's start with Chichu and Trent. I think it's got to be Chichu. Chichu for sure.
Like, Trent
Yeah,
is
no,
within the context of
you're
G2.
trolling.
Trent is within the context of G2 and like looks so good, but Chichu, like on those individual moments of brilliance, is Chichu.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's why I don't feel as bad for not having Kong in there, because actually Chichu has been better than in this tournament.
Now, I am going to just say that it should be Leaf because they beat them
Absolutely
yesterday
not.
and
No,
Durka didn't do anything in the last map.
I would leave the building.
You
I
are-
will leave the building.
Elliot, we have to speak to him like he's a normal Valorant fan, okay?
Yes.
Golden Boy,
Yes.
more than just the most recent match matters. So you can't just look at what they did yesterday. You also have to look at what they've done
You
in
mean
the
to
last
tell me
week.
Recency bias
And
isn't
how
it
about
most
not only in
important
the
thing?
last week, but in the last 5 wonderful years
Okay,
of
well
Valorant
now
that
you're
we've
just
had?
going too far.
No,
okay?
Durka-
You can't
Just-
go that far with
much.
Durka.
If
Just too
Durka
much.
wins this tournament, he is the greatest of all-time player. He will have equaled Chronicle with the amount of trophies that he has.
All right,
He will
put
have
Durka,
overtaken
put Durka,
Aspas.
put
Get him
Durka,
in.
Put Durka. He's
Josh,
my
I'm sorry,
ball
what?
brother. Put him in there. All right, next up we got Durka and Chichu. Good luck.
I think we just leave it at a tie.
I
I think
You
it's
gotta
Chichu.
pick. You gotta
It's
pick.
Chichu. Like the way this man is performing is just off the charts. And I think that this is now when we put that recency bias and we put that, you know, they are
Honestly,
winning.
I'm gonna
They
make
haven't
my way over
lost
to
yet
chat.
here.
Durka is going to come out and resurge again after what was a mortal performance against G2, and he's going to wipe the floor with the rest of the tournament. He's going to surge through the lower bracket, take down EDG, lose to G2 today, and Chichu's going to get knocked out in third place.
I like how our production team is like flashing Durka as you keep talking, but then when the dissenting point comes in, then Chichu gets flashed. So,
honestly,
guys, we gotta lock it.
Honestly, in
There's
my
something
opinion,
about Dirka's post that
these are the top two. These are the top two.
Here's the thing, though, right? I look at it as MVP for this tournament, and Chichu has had
Has a point.
incredible tournament.
Yep.
So you kind of have to, like, not to disparage Durka because he's having a great tournament as well, but Chichu's come up in this tournament context actually is quite important. in my opinion.
No, that's okay. Just say you're a bold traitor. Just say you're a traitor to bold people. That's fine.
Whoa, brother. Okay,
That's fine.
Listen, I've been supporting the follically challenge for a hot minute.
I expect it from the hairy one in the middle, but I do not.
You expect it from the ball. All right.
I go for Chichu. If someone with hair needs to make this call, I think that
Chichu.
Alex has a very good point, and it's the fact that EDG so far are undefeated, you know, and I think that they could win this entire tournament without having a single loss. One of the key parts and one of the most important ones in those high pressure rounds is Chichu. So right now, as of
There you have
today, Chichu do be the MVP.
All right. Well, chat, do you agree? Do you like what we have to say about this? Let us know. We'd love to hear from you. Make sure you're out there using those hashtags, Valorant Masters as well as VCT. Let us know. I want to see some responses in the commercial break. Now, let's go ahead and get into today's upper final. And first, let's go ahead and hear from EDG's Kong, who had an opportunity to catch up gently ahead of today's matchup.
Sawadee-ka. Hello everyone, it's Jen Lee with Kong Kong and Luna for translation. Now Kong Kong, you guys are facing G2 again and it looks like they bounced right back after losing to you guys. So what is your mindset coming into tonight's game?
今天这场比赛呢是你们和G2的2番战了嘛？在输给你们之后，他们是绝地反击，重振旗鼓了。那今天这场比赛会以怎样的心态来面对呢？
我觉得先不要场外吧，然后好好的打每一场对局。然后我认为最重要的还是友谊第一，比赛第二。
Don't be affected by too much factors from out of server. I think we just gonna play the game and just friendship is number one, and then it's the competitive things.
Right, my humble king Kong Kong. Thank you and good luck.
Oh, Kong just being such a nice guy there, talking about friendship and stuff, but you got to put it all away on the server, brother, because you got to throw down in the octagon. And we got these two teams ready to go, and they've already met, as a matter of fact. Day 3 in the Swiss stage, and it was a wild one, but it was EDG walking away with the win after the flattening in map 3.
Yeah, exactly. So we, at the beginning of the tournament, said how this was a rematch of something that had already happened in Champs, and it was actually G2 winning against EDG. And that was the last loss that EDG has had on a global stage. Now, today, that could change, especially after them getting their revenge. And as you're saying, it's starting off extremely even out, but with an EDG that was changing the compositions, that was coming up with a lot of surprises. But the preparation, didn't change much for G2. And then in this last one, Josh,
yeah. They got smoked in the last map. And the reason that I wanted to showcase that with the pistol rounds is because also EDG ended up going 6-0, winning every single pistol round throughout the series, which is really difficult to come back from, but it wasn't, like you said, really the deciding factor. The deciding factor was that they hard antied them with the Neon comp on Fracture, dismantled what G2 were doing, and took them down. I am slightly concerned, though, with the amount that G2 used the stingers in this game, that what we saw yesterday from EDG, where they were stumbling on the anti-ecos, it might trip them up again.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad you mentioned that, because yesterday, look, it was not an easy dub for EDG against T1. And actually, check out this clip from Tarek's stream when he was standing by with John QT and talking to Kong Kong about the stingers, specifically.
We've seen you guys lose a lot of Trifties ecos.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you guys actually lost like 10.
What do you think is the problem?
I don't know what happened with it. Just if they eco, we play anti-eco.
Yes.
We're always afraid. Just maybe they stinger again.
Oh, okay.
Just every single players was very careful. Then we're afraid to pick. Then they just pick us.
Okay. There were insane sheriff shots too.
Yeah.
EDG had 13 anti-ecos. They lost 8 of them against T1. That's a huge amount. I mean, normally you're converting like 80-90% of those anti-eco rounds.
Yeah.
So they really struggled there. And G2 are the team that likes to pick up the stingers the most. So there is potential for some chaos, some mud.
Yeah, and we saw what G2 were doing with those stingers, man.
Yeah.
They were diabolical.
It's been a theme throughout the tournament, absolutely. And many teams have struggled. So we can perfectly understand that even from the winning position of Kong Kong, it is a hurdle, and sometimes you do not know how to react or how to play the round.
Yeah, that's right. Now, of course, EDG is looking to make it to back-to-back global grand finals, joining an elite club with the likes of Loud as well as Fnatic, Team Heretics as well. This is a big opportunity here for EDG Sideshow to really, I mean, they've already cemented themselves in history, but you know that they want even more.
Yeah, Fnatic are the only team that have ever been able to get back-to-back titles, and they weren't able to get Champs and a Masters event.
Yeah.
There's only one player ever that's been able to win Champs and Masters, and that's Sassy, who's retired now at this point, right? So that's an attainable objective. It's what Jorgamo is also fighting for, because he's a former Champs winner too. But they really do here, EDG, have a chance to start a legacy, a dynasty, and kind of carry the rest of Chinese Valorant forwards into a new golden age.
I'm gonna mention Les. You're gonna do him dirty like that?
He's not playing in this match.
It doesn't matter. But yeah.
But yes, you're
right.
right.
It's just the trees in there. But as you're saying, I think that is very important for them because of the history when China joined, like the space that they had in the competitive scene and where they are today and how good they're looking.
That's the important thing, is how fast all this has happened. We were talking, I remember Lauren being like, Billy, like 1,500 times. And now here we are, and we're talking about China like winning tournaments like it's nothing.
Do you remember Bustio saying that China would never catch up to North America?
God.
Bustio's famously never been wrong about anything. Of course, let's go and talk about the actually the bind comp. And let's focus the conversation a little bit on G2 here, because there were some interesting things that we were getting from G2. One of the things in particular was that they had a very clear response to like what they wanted to do with this composition, slotting in the Yoru. It worked out well for them. It was an OT win, Kukuka, but still, they managed to pick up that dub.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned the Euro, but I think that the most important part is on Jonah B and Trent picking up the breach and the Tejo, especially from the especially from the defense. Which, if you pick the map, you will probably start on that side of the map. The ideas that they had on how to force Vitality into wrong duels, how to re-clear the space, because it's a composition that does not have the Viper, so you have to look at a different approach on how to like control the space, and they had very good ideas.
The maps are going to be vitally important here. I think G2 are almost certainly going to get rid of Fracture because they got steamrolled when it came to that final map the last two times these teams faced off. So then that opens up, all right, if you're going to ban Fracture, you're opening yourself up to getting punished on Split, which we've only seen G2 play one time where they lost to Sentinels. And where does G2 actually find their value in the map pool? I think that's a big question.
Yeah, very true, very true. Now, Kukuk, I know you had a telestrator for us about G2 and these compositions in particular.
Yeah, exactly. But I wanted to take a look at Lotus, you know, because I think that even though we saw some very good ideas on Bind, I wanted to see how that translated when we moved onto their map pick, like how were they so sure. And I wanted to take a look at this round, especially because the context is very important. So many times it's not about the weapons you have, but actually what you do with them. And in this one, Josh, in this one, as you can see, G2 does not have the best buy in the world, but it's more of how they use the tools that they actually have. Jonah B doesn't even have flashes for this one, and they're going to try and force Vitality into not knowing what the hell to do with this map. Right off the bat, we see how Vitality just has this constant idea of just getting rebel control and probably putting the shear, like the wall from Vice here to prevent any pushes from coming. And the idea that G2 is going to have is, number one, put in the smoke here and giving a one-way to leave, and then also do a little bit of a push. Now, the strength of this composition is obviously the agents that you have and the utility that just keeps coming back. So what they do is that they're very wise when they're investing. They send the Tejo drone, okay, and that forces a Vitality that has no control over C or no information, same goes with B, to make a decision. And the decision is, if they're in an eco, there's a high chance that they are pushing onto us. So what we're going to see is Vitality just going back, oh, this is the other way, going back and trying to retrieve it. But the movement from G2, also thinking that that could rush them onto Rebel and actually push them onto the side, is going to be to reposition and then use the other two pieces of utility that will be retrievable in the rest of the round, which are the stun and the salvos coming in from Tejo. They do invest the paranoia in case that push is just accelerating and they're just going onto Jogemo. Instead, they will go, Vitality will go onto Mount and try to regain control of that. And even though Leaf goes down, he does a bit of damage. This is when things start to get a little bit shaky. But this has been already an entire, for almost 40 seconds of the round. And they have to keep constant care onto G2 not pushing because of this trident of players constantly putting utility onto them. This is going to be resolved with a Vitality that at some point makes the call to, well, still, remember, retrievable utility. Those salvos are going to come back. Those stuns are going to come back. And the response of Vitality is actually to go on to B. From this on, they're going to, G2 is going to be able to isolate the kills. There's only 20 seconds left. I'm just going to let the round play from now on. There's only 20 seconds left, and they have to get the plant down. They've been dealt some damage. And you're not going to believe it, but Trent will eventually get even more salvos on. Vitality is put in such a high pressure situation where they are the ones actually that might end up with the disadvantage. Rest of it is history. Trent beautifully gets one. Again, those salvos come back. Jogemo comes and push through the smoke. And that's how you convert one of those beautiful ecos, Josh.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when you think about what composition EDG are going to be running on the other side if we do end up going to Lotus. They've been playing since July, this Death Ball composition, which has the Breach and the Clove and all of this kind of stuff, the double smokes, and they kind of roam around the map in a big blob. and you have Jorgamo who can peek for info and get out. Then you have the Taeho drone. There's so much utility there. I think it's going to be a real challenge. I'd almost like to see EDG change up their composition if they're going to play into that.
I mean, their team, they've been changing a lot of composition. I don't see why Lotus would be different if we end up going there.
Hey, and we have been seeing teams like try to counter what some of these picks are coming in from these other squads. G2 did that, literally, we were talking about that to Vitality yesterday. But let's actually get some head-to-heads here because we got nobody going up against Trent, and this is going to be, you know, for all the Taehos out there, okay? These guys have been rocking that agent, but as we were talking about with Trent in that MVP conversation there, Sideshow, he has been playing phenomenally for this G2 lineup.
Yeah, he's been doing great. He's frying. I mean, he's playing some of the best Valorant he's played since he's got into the Tier 1 level. He's finally getting himself super comfortable in a LAN environment and performing to his best while he's here on the biggest stage. And we actually haven't seen nobody have one of his takeover games. Sometimes nobody, even though he's the IGL and he's a little bit silly, he's a little goofy, he can just run around and kind of dominate. But we haven't seen one of those games yet from nobody. He did it in the Chinese Grand Finals, hasn't done it here. Hey. So he's a player that could step up and be an X Factor.
No time like the present. No time like the present. But of course, well, let's actually jump in over toward Trent because he had a big win yesterday with G2, and we had an opportunity to catch up with him in this Omen player moment.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Trent here from G2. Feeling good after the match win versus Vitality. Team played great. We always want to give our opponent like the level of respect that they deserve. As for Vitality, they're a very good team. They have 5 incredible players, so we knew that was going to be hard, but we were very confident going into it. I'm just happy that they probably feel good that they got their revenge back on them. And yeah, I mean, Derke's a great player, so, and Vitality's a great team, so beating them is definitely giving us a lot of confidence.
Living up for the time being. Paranoia, that's a double blind. Nearsighted as both of them. They're just trying to cut sound cues away. Keep a series of unknowns into the play, but Jonah forced to reveal his hand. It's 3 in round 4, and will he get the 4? Yes, he will!
The fans here in Thailand, you guys are awesome. Even today on like a Thursday at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, you guys filled up the back section. So feeling the energy from you guys and like all the positive vibes from people running up to us after the matches or always screaming G2. We really appreciate the support, and we're trying to win it for you guys.
Now today we're going to be seeing 2 stone cold killers face off against one another. We talked about it briefly in the MVP discussion. Let's run it back again. It's Chichu and Leaf. These 2 guys have been playing so well throughout the event. Leaf always a stellar performer, but really, Kukuka, it's been Chichu's just absolute dominance in this tournament that has been the talk of the town.
Time and time again, it's not one map, it's not one of the matches, it's constantly in all of these rounds. We're seeing the aces, also the concentration with the rest of the team. We can see the same for Leaf. Both playing from the similar roles. I want to see more, and I would hope to go to the maps where Leaf goes on the chamber more often.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Chichu dominated last time these 2 teams played against each other. In terms of the actual match that we saw between the 2, Chichu kind of diffed. So I'm looking to see Leaf have more impact, get good reads on what's happening, get those pushes on defense going. Because, like you see, the most played here for Leaf is Viper, and I think if they get onto Lotus and he's playing a lot of that, he really can get a read on the game and play really nicely around what the attackers are doing.
Yeah, of course, and we'll see how that whole head-to-head is going to be playing out there. And one of the individuals that's going to be orchestrating all the pieces in that head-to-head is, of course, the IGL Valen for G2, standing by with Jen Lee to get his thoughts ahead of today's match.
Hey yo, what's up everybody? Jen Lee here with Valen. Now Valen, Jonah P yesterday said losing to EDG was the stumble that you guys needed. Now what do you think you guys learned from that series that might help you come out on top today?
I think I was calling too fast-paced versus them last time, so this time around we kind of reviewed the match and just saw where it all went wrong because it was such a devastating loss. And yeah, I think it was a bit of like a reality check too. So now we feel a lot more confident and we know our weaknesses and we worked on them, so I think it's going to be a different result.
How many maps are you winning today?
3 maps.
Oh, 3 maps.
he knows it's a BO3.
He's just thinking about getting to the BO5.
Ah, okay, okay. All right.
He's already in the future.
Look, guys, both teams are playing in our first matchup have shown some really creative ways of stopping utility, most notably Brimstone Mollies on Vine. Let's actually go ahead and show some of these moments here because there were some really awesome moments, like EDG did this a while ago when they managed to block the Molly dropping in, thus allowing them to get that diffuse off.
So whatever you think you can do, Chichu can do better, is what you're trying to tell me?
Pretty much.
He got his foot on it there, didn't he? He got his right foot on it.
Look at this one. This is the Jogamo one. He actually went for a little header.
I love that.
But he missed. You see? Whatever job.
Oh, there was a gap. Look, there was a gap. It's just that the salvos came in at the back. He can't be held responsible for the insane cringe post plant that his opponents were playing.
Well, you know what? Look, I saw that, and the only value I bring to this show is funny bits. So I figured what would be a good idea to do something I like to call the Jog Challenge, where you got to get one of these awesome little plushies that we have, our Valorant plushies, whether it's Wingman, a little bro, or Dan, or Tactibear, into this bucket right here. Okay, he's got to do a header. Now here's the thing. I'm gonna ask you questions while we do this. Okay, so Josh, really, I guess if you had to say what would be one of the things that would potentially be G2's downfall in this game, in this series, what would it be?
I think it'd be the individual form of people like. No, not quite.
Keep going.
I'd be the individual form of people like. Oh, Chichu. If Kanko or Chichu have a really good game. Oh, I'm so close, man.
Come out!
Oh my god!
All right, Kakuka.
Jesus,
Kakuka,
I
let me
am
ask
going
you,
to miss.
What do you think about G2's chances winning this game? What would be their potential downfall?
There is no downfall coming in from. That was terrible. Alex, that wasn't coming in here. Come on, you can do better than that.
This is the best job ever.
I think that I believe in what Valen said. They're going to change everything and just play. I can't do this. And just play how they did yesterday. I think that. Oh yeah. No. Let's go him.
Oh! Get it again. Oh!
So just like we thought, and just like Jogamo showed us yesterday, this is actually harder than it looks like.
Yeah, it clearly is. We got a rehearsal, and then, dang it! I tried. What would be EDG's potential downfall then?
I think it would be changing too many compositions. I think if they do try to pick split, thinking that it's a trap. Sorry, if they do pick split, thinking that it's a weakness for G2.
Of course.
G2 have only played it once this entire year.
Yeah.
I can see them changing the comp, coming out with good ideas. I'm nearly headbutting the desk at GB.
Let me throw it at Alex.
All right, here we go.
Okay, you got it. This is our last shot. Okay. That was too low. I'm so sorry. It's the first time that I put a wingman.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Little fun fact about me. I am one of the only Puerto Rican soccer players in my high school. And I sucked, as you could tell. Well, we failed, but overall, we got a good exercise. So it's now time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. And earlier we asked you which team will be the first to qualify for Sunday's grand finals. And 65% says EDG.
I feel like this is because EDG kind of flattened G2 on Bind and Fracture when we last saw them play, but people are not taking into account that the map pool is going to change and that G2 have taken away some specific lessons and ante.
Absolutely, and also the surprises are not going to be there anymore. EDG has played most of the maps so far here in the competition. They still have some that they haven't touched, but that is not a surprise anymore. You're still going to come in, and I think the G2 have a lot to be scared of, but I trust Valen. I trust his knowledge.
I crossed Valen a few times in the hallway. We chatted for a bit. Confidence is high for the IGL. Confidence is high, and that's why I picked them, baby, because they're going to go to the grand finals. The predictions are in for our talent here. Sideshow, you went EDG and Vitality, and Bea, you went G2 and Vitality.
I really think that after what we saw yesterday, like I regained my confidence in it. Maybe I really expected EDG to win against T1, and maybe that's why it didn't surprise me anymore that much. But I still think it's very evened out. It depends a lot on the maps, how you think?
Yeah, I think G2 are almost certainly going to be getting rid of Fracture, and then it just comes down to how they with their new composition, might be able to win on Bind, and that should be utterly key.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see how this all plays out. You got a G2 that is hungry for that grand finals, and EDG that wants to make history. We got back-to-back rematches on the way as we decide our top three. EDG versus G2, T1 versus Vitality. Day 7 of Masters Bangkok starts right now.
Now it all comes down to this, do or die.
저희 T1은 물러날 곳이 없을 때 더 잘하는 것 같습니다. 일단은 저희가 조별 예선에서 바이탈리티한테 한 번 졌었잖아요. 지금 저희는 더 강해졌고 더 강력해졌기 때문에 바이탈리티로 무조건 이기도록 하겠습니다.
Getting stronger and stronger, Sylvan just rejoining the squad, needing to ace clutch to keep them in the map. Avoids the fault line, swings back, finds one! Whoa, that's up! And Sylvan will bail them out!
We are more of an adaptive team. We can play aggressive, we can play slow.
Vitality on pace to potentially steal this round away.
G1, good luck.
복수를 할 수 있도록 무조건 보여드리겠습니다. 바이탈리티.
首先，我觉得我们现在队伍的实力其实肯定是很强烈、很高的水准。
He was taking T1's head. He was taking T1's names. EDG has taken this match.
我觉得我们现在已经就是无所畏惧了。
For G2, I know those guys are going to be hankering for the rematch against EDG.
We lost them last time, so we're coming in with a different game plan. We know what to expect now. We know we're doing right.
P forced to reveal his hand. It's 3 to round 4. Will he get the 4th? Yes, he will!
We have that confidence in us to execute.
There is no comfort. There is no surviving. Nice. G2 gets what they want.
The team to beat EDG has been born.
What a way to start things off here in Bangkok, Thailand, as your world champions making their way to the stage. And a big chance for them to do the unthinkable, punch their ticket to a grand final, make history, and not just put China on the map, cement China's legacy in VALORANT forever.
They're hunting for something big here, something that barely any team has ever done. And the team that stands before them, G2. G2 have been in this spot before at Masters Shanghai. They got their way into the upper finals. They didn't win a map after that. Bombed out 0-2, 0-3. Valen says we just have to make sure history doesn't repeat itself.
And history is constantly changing. Will it change also when we go into the map VIT? Remember, everybody, this is a rematch of something we have already seen throughout this tournament. Things have changed within both teams, and we expect some surprises in and out of the server.
The pressure is on for both of these teams, both squads here. And really, when you think about the journeys of both of these teams, the actual teams themselves, teams that stuck together, that pushed through all the difficulties that would always lay itself before you in the season. And they managed to forge themselves an awesome path here to the upper finals. And here is your series layout. Lotus split, and if necessary, bind. Sideshow, what do you make of this?
It makes perfect sense that G2 would get rid of Fracture. They got stomped on that map. Valens talked about lowering the pace. That's going to be really important on Lotus. Like I said, EDG have been playing a deathball comp since about July. They're 7-3 on it overall, but they've lost 3 out of 4 of their last maps when they've played Lotus. So it's a comp that's getting worse over time, and G2 have a chance coming out strong.
I tell you what sticks out to me there at the end is that bind. I'm really curious to see how that one plays out if we end up going to 3.
Yeah, exactly. EDG not feeling so comfortable going to bind. After what we saw yesterday, the changes coming in from G2, they decide to go for split. A map that G2 has only played once throughout the entirety of the year, and they were not successful in winning it. They see another weakness, and they try to exploit it. It worked the previous time, but I'm not so sure about
and
this.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. It was a G2 pick against Sentinels on the finals when they went for split, right?
Yeah, it was a first-round pick in that BO5. They lost 13-4. I'd be surprised, honestly, if G2 come out with, maybe even if it is the same comp, if they go for something slightly different. Nobody goes back over to the Fade. They've been swapping between the Fade and the Sova, but it's the same idea for Edward Gaming. They have run this comp since July 10 times, 7-3, but lost 3 out of 4 of the most recent. I think G2 are going to be so ready for this.
Exactly, and I think that the context is very important. Kong not swapping again onto that Euro. EDG in general not falling into the new compositions that they've been having. It treating this a little bit of that last fracture that they had on the last time that they faced against G2.
Well, folks, this is it. The winner moves on to the grand finals here in Bangkok, Thailand. Our teams are ready for the first pistol round, so let's send it over Profiteer casters, it's Ender and Pansy.
Thank you so much, and what an incredible matchup we are teed up for here. A revenge tour for G2, potentially, right? But the battleground has been changed. They don't want to face EDG in the same way, and rightly so. EDG looked phenomenal towards those second and third maps.
They absolutely blew G2 out of the water. So we come into this series today in very new territory, like you're saying. G2 choosing to start things off on Lotus this time around. This has been an excellent map for them, but we haven't seen EDG play it since their finals. Same story on Split, but the other way around, where EDG tried to challenge G2. G2 haven't played that but one time this year. I really think these opening two maps are about stealing away your opponent's map pick to set yourself up in a great spot in the series.
5 more seconds and it all begins. We do have the Frenzy coming out for Kangkang. We're going to have a couple of bits and pieces to look towards. It will be EDG on the attack, G2 on the defending side. This is common ground for G2. How do they look now? Jorgamo already noted.
Got Jonah P playing over in Waterfall with stun held early on in the round, but I think EDG, Smoggy especially, on this Clove is going to want to challenge into the B site, look and see if there's a potential pivot through that door.
Yeah, Teo Utility has already cleared over towards that A space, so the likes of G2, they can sit a little bit more comfortable in this stack, but already Kangkang's going to take the space away. They've got security on B.
Yeah, he made that noise sliding into Waterfall, but falls out because they want to fight up into heaven. 3 players ready to attack towards Leaf with this stun.
G2, you better be ready for this. You know what EDG are like. They want to bring that tempo. They want to bring that pace. They take up towards that CT side, over towards stairs. Now the fight actually begins. Util still in play. It's Leaf to fall, Trent to fall, Valen goes down. G2 falling like flies until then. Jomo and Jonah P now with an uphill struggle to say the least. Kangkang makes sure of it. EDG, round 1.
Just destruction here on the opening pistol for EDG. That fight up for heaven goes beautifully, and they'd also left Chichu, who's been such a consistent problem for any team that faces EDG in this tournament. He's over in main, killing those flankers from G2 that were trying to pinch in on the retake.
And look back at that, nobody off to a belting start. And I feel like when you look through this EDG roster, every single player, their name just strikes fear, doesn't it? Chichu, probably in line to being one of the players to walk out of this with that MVP.
He has been playing absolutely phenomenally so far across this tournament in that series versus G2 earlier as well. Looks like into this next round, G2 have guessed poorly. 4 players on that C site, and EDG going to quickly find that no one's really home apart from John. He doesn't even have a sheriff to his name.
This is lacking in almost all areas, hoping for a bit of timing or something on their side. Chichu's having none of that. Jorgamo found, site secure, plants in play. Everything looking good, tick in the box.
Yeah, right now G2 just trying to show a couple of those C fights early on in these opening rounds. Start that conditioning. Smoggy's conditioning is that he's just going to kill you if you look at him.
I think that goes for all of them, actually. That seems to apply throughout. Oh, and the confidence is sky high. Leaf brought to his knees real quick.
Yeah, at least he doesn't have to go very far. He's already back in spawn, ready to rebuy a gun.
Isn't that nice of them?
Not too bad.
Any early ults to come through here? Nothing massively locked in yet. Obviously, Chichu the closest, but not exactly something you're going to be writing home about. But again, I do want to see once those start building, who's going to be the player to kind of take the forefront in this. We've got some big names here. Maybe some that you wouldn't expect. Jaws not even been the kind of headliner in my mind. It's been Jonah P, it's been Trent, it's been Leaf on occasion, all having their moments in the sun. Of course, for EDG, just lists off the whole roster.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawl headed over towards Rebel in this early round. I mean, tons of utility spent.
Oh, everything's here. This is absolutely wild. It's Jonah P and Trent to get secure kills first. It's slowed down the roll a lot for EDG. Spam through the smoke, hoping for a connection. Unconfirmed damage, but damage nonetheless.
Yeah, G2 going to back out of that space, just throw up the Viper wall, fall on back. You can see G2 a little bit worried about one player rotating into that B space, so can use a Tejo drone to clear out front B, realize no one's in there, maybe start shifting back into the A side after that, sees nothing.
No peeking. Just easing off the pressure here. EDG looking to settle into this. Again, now the pressure's almost on G2 to keep this cool, to not lose any of these access points, and I hope they don't go overly searching here. Jorgamo better play this patiently.
He could peek into spawn here, and the timing says that he might. Gets it, sees the spike. That's a good look for him. Going for more is just too much, though.
That greed could cost him. Again, these are the small margins, those fine margins. And look at the rest of G2. Look how passive they are sat here.
Exactly. And G2 don't play with the Sentinel. Neither of these teams do. So once you lose players especially, there's these huge gaps. They've got 2 players in spawn right now because you can't hold B site and A site. Instead, they're giving all that territory away, saying you plant the spike, tell us where you are, then we'll go on the retake.
And then you look at Trent and you look at VALORANT, utility aplenty. They've got plenty to play on the retake with as well. They can try and clear through some of these areas. And for EDG, it's doing their due diligence as well. Methodically approaching. Nice attempt here to stall, but I feel like they could have maybe paused for a second and tried to play off it. But regardless, they start working back through heaven, and nobody's tried to slip the net. Now, Leaf is such an aware player. He should be heads up for this one. Lovely. Good shoulder check. Doesn't need to do too much. Needs to wait for the other 2 to swing in through this smoke, looking for that paranoia. It's good. Nobody removed from the fight. Smoggy falls. VALORANT strikes in. It's not going to happen for nobody. G2 keep their cool.
That's that signature G2 patience, that control going in on the retake there. Leaf just barely jiggling that line. You could tell he knew that EDG were going to try to get aggressive. And it all starts with this early fight into rubble, right? G2 had shown 2 looks where they were majority of their team over towards sand, so as soon as they come in on the anti-bonus, it's going to be that big rubble fight. Throw that loop at EDG, catch them off guard.
Nice, boys.
This feels like it's all about kind of setting expectations, right? Tempo expectations, the pressure, the pace coming in from this. Because EDG went in really head first over towards that rubble side. And I wonder if they're willing to brawl again, because it looks like G2 are up for it.
Honestly, EDG, when they played Trace on this map in their finals, it was just a rubble fights on loop, and we're seeing more of it now.
Oh, this might be vicious. You're looking at Kung to try and find a little bit of space to maneuver in, and if anything, he just found the bad end of the gun. Trent and Joda P putting in the pain. G2 once again walking away with the advantage from this scrap.
I like that G2 are matching EDG blow for blow over here, because usually their A-holds are a lot more reserved. You know, let Jaw take a fight with some utility, and then he'll TP back. That's what EDG's prep would have told them, but by showing these early fights, EDG are realizing it's not that free territory they're maybe expecting in this matchup.
We saw that gear shift in the last round of G2. Hyper passive, right? Playing almost in spawn. Now, it looks like G2 still want to secure this space by rubble. It's been evacuated. Maybe just that Teo drone coming in and still having some contact kept them present enough. But the C site is completely available. Obviously, EDG don't know that. They're still going to try and take a little bit of precaution on the way through. But this buys time for some of these rotations. And for G2, they don't need to rush things. You got to look at what util they have to play this back in with. Trent still primed with plenty. VALORANT should be there as well.
What I'm looking at in this post, EDG are down numbers. They're going to want to fight forward, and Simon has the fault line ready to go. To me, it looks like a fight into Waterfall where G2 are stacked.
Yeah, this could be an absolute brawl breaking out. They want to have a fight. Yeah, the stun's just spot on. They're going for the swing, and it might have been a miss until then. Smoggy with back-to-back impact. He didn't expect the third, but finally VALORANT makes it there. Down to the 1v1. Simon sees him playing around. What does Simon say about this one? Nothing! VALORANT brings it to his knees, and this discipline from G2 looks perfect.
That was unreal, right? EDG had the perfect read, stun up 2 targets, but they weren't ready for that extra player into Waterfall. VALORANT keeping his cool in that moment too. It's just exactly what G2 needed to tie it up.
I'm just impressed with the win cons that G2 are playing to, because they're reading EDG quite nicely, it feels like. Have an early scrap. Luckily for them, they've been coming out with man advantages from this fight, which I don't want to say it's a coin flip. It does feel high risk, but they've been rewarded. But then in these post plants, they know what they need to do here. EDG want to get that advantage back, want to get a player up. They're ready for these brawls.
Yeah, the brawls on the retakes are looking real clean. And honestly, they're set up to continue showing similar looks.
Let's go, baby!
Jumping into the next round, EDG going to be fighting for Rebel again, although this time G2 are not going to overcommit to the space. Giacomo's over towards C, and you look at the ults G2 have on the Tejo, on the Yoru as well. They're going to not be so keen to fight forward and instead play a heavy retake with those abilities.
And again, if you're EDG, you're being conditioned to believe there is presence there, right? So it gives G2 that freedom to now put bodies elsewhere, over towards Mound, over towards this passive B hold. It allows a lot of faith to be put in Trent.
Now that EDG have chosen not to speed up into the A side, they're playing for this space in front B. Well, G2 with this sand space, they can open up door. If EDG try to exec in, they can get a little crunch going in the mid-round.
I like what EDG are trying, though. They're going fact-finding, right? They're looking for information here. They felt maybe there was that pressure towards A, but they've already put players up towards it, right? A little bit of a show towards door, a little bit of the paranoia. These are all ticks in the box, right? They're trying to draw players over, get a read. Kung might have noted it's on over towards Mound there.
EDG have the perfect timing to go for a B hit. Jogamo just teleported out of the sand space, so there's no crunch this time.
Oh, this is nice. It was a real feint towards A. It's drawn the eyes over there. The ult's even going to go in, but now we know it's over towards B, but the chaos continues. Dora wants to find some impact here. He's found more than that. He's found 3. They're pouring through towards the seaside. Valen can't get the gun out in time. EDG pivot on a dime, but they're not in clear just yet. Kang still securing CT, holding that space, allowing the plant to come in. Chichu catching that B rotate. They out-pivoted G2 so well this round.
EDG just snapped G2's ankles in half. I mean, what a play. They were so patient in that round, really testing out the space into A, baiting out an ultimate, and then going all the way into C.
Wow. God, that's good problem solving.
Wow. And you think back to, what was it, the pistol round where they went for that B hit, they slid into the waterfall space and then backed out of it, fought towards heaven. So that's what G2 are thinking about. This time they go all the way, but G2 have no clue what's happening to them.
And I mean, it's just the boldness in the way EDG plays. I love it. The fact they were so willing to pivot through towards C, maybe knowing G2 have been playing hyper passive. They haven't been playing, super active on these sites. The rotations are taking that long route around playing safety. But again, the fact that they found that out by what, round 5, round 4, they have nice plans in mind. It's beautiful, and it's broken the money of G2.
All those little inserts they left on the map to watch their backs also looking very nice. Now, G2, they've got a fault line ready to stun front B if Valen finds any sort of contact. But I like how EDG have slowed things down because you're going to run into problems because G2 run a lot of these set trap plays. So getting the info is always very important so you don't get caught off guard.
Oh, G2 knows it. That smoke coming in, it was like, guys, help me out here. I'm about to be surrounded. Lovely little set piece for G2 just to maybe try and get that weapon away, right? Secure some security for themselves, get a little upgrade, and bail out. Valen's going to have that for now, but the C site is under threat.
I don't want to make you nervous, but EDG lost 8 of their 13 anti-ecos yesterday.
Stop it. Stop it. It won't happen again, right? Not like this. Kang already going to show some dominance towards CT. Sides on in. Yeah, they're not taking any chances this time. Kang! It's the name up in lights. Pops the ult, secures the round. They are taking 0 risk.
It almost looks like just the playbook that Liquid was trying to run versus G2 the other day, where it's all these fights forward. Now a couple times back-to-back. Kong sitting at 10 kills currently. After it got a little bit dodgy at the start, it was a 3v5 at one point. Go into the Neon Ultimate, and G2 have no chance against that.
And maybe again, look, if we note the statistics that EDG was struggling in converting those sort of rounds, having some issues there, yeah, they doubled down.
Looks to me like G2 are going to go all in for another Rebel fight here. Ready to go with stuns. I mean, just to carbon copy these last few rounds, and G2 are continuing to dominate.
Jaw lighting it up himself now, right back into things with 2 big picks. Again, man advantage. Last time around, we've seen G2 then shift into a passive hold. They're not falling away just yet. EDG want more. They want more pain, apparently. G2 punishing. That push-up, trying to get closer. It is just a massacre over towards A.
The walls closing in. From the start of the round, Leaf is full sprinting on the flank to catch out EDG. It was a great refight back through door from Trent. Jogamo starting it off with the 2K. That's what G2 need to continue to show this fight into Rubble and force EDG out of that space.
Feels like a game of chicken now. I'm looking at the minimap already. Y'all can watch the replay, but it feels like who's going to back away first? Surely they won't do it again, right? Surely they won't run in this time.
Well, I'm not so sure. What EDG need to do is make sure they're not getting double flashed when they're double diving into root. I think they're going back Rubble this time around, and G2 are fighting them again.
This is going to be similar scenes, isn't it? Kang trying to find his routing, find his spacing, and right now they're just finding pain here. Push back once again, Valorant wants the space, looks for his man, there's Jonah P to catch him. Beautiful from G2, that is stunning, and it's over, surely Spoggy. This feels unwinnable, a 1v3, prove me wrong, I dare you. But this is waving the banner of G2. They're just not even giving him a chance. Have fun, good luck, catch you in the next. We're back all even.
G2 cringing it to the max after they get the kills. Not going to let Clove have a chance to steal back into the round. But you can see those slight differences there. This time, G2 not overcommitting bodies. They let EDG into the space because they have the ultimate trump card. The breach ult just wreaks havoc on EDG, trying to flood in there one after another.
And they're not finding resolution to this, right? And we give a lot of compliments, and rightly so, to EDG for their problem-solving abilities. We love that pivot through B, but you can't keep running those. They're very hard to find repetition with. But taking space towards rubble is something, you know, it's very high up on the priority list of how you want to approach this. And they haven't found a solution, which is surprising because, as said, they learn on the fly really well. Timeout comes in. I do wonder what their options are now going forward.
It seemed like some of the slower rounds where they're playing 2 into front B have worked out nicely for them. You can also just, instead of instantly diving into the space in rubble, you can wait out the utility and then move it back in, maybe try to catch G2 rotating out of the space after they throw down that utility. But we heard Sideshow talking about it a lot on the desk. EDG with this comp, you know, Clove, Neon in there makes sense. They just want to brawl you, and there could be a world where they come out of this timeout and make some slight adjustments to that rubble attack, because if they can't prove they can beat G2 there, you just kind of lose this side of Lotus.
Yeah, it is a huge point to fight for. What's been the difference? What's the adjustment? You can't keep doing the same thing, hoping for a different outcome. This is a broken purchase too. It ain't pretty. There's still gonna be those stingers there, but they do have 3 rifles, one being a Bulldog, yes, but still. We go again into the battlefield. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Utility
nice,
early.
Though. It's a little bit more restrained. A fake teleport this time around, getting ready for the quick reclear.
Yeah, this is nice. Now, surely G2 have considered this as well, right? We've got that Teho drone going through B. Gonna see nothing. Re-smoke, and Valen now. He's stunned, but does get played in. He plays it early as well. Stunned up, he still comes out swinging. G2, this is their part of the map. I don't know how EDG are meant to make it through. They are being massacred towards A.
I can't stress enough how different this look of G2 is. Not just from the last time they played against EDG, but how they play this map of Lotus. You never see this team fighting just like this. But their prep coming in told them EDG like to fight for this space. Josh RT said, don't let them have it for free. And they pretty consistently forced the issue on Rebel.
And again, we were kind of complimenting it even in that round. The little tempo change there from EDG, showing a little bit of patience, not going into the util early, not wanting that early scrap, but G2 still just spamming into smoke, winning every fight. This feels like a shutout. It is crazy to see this. EDG, keep in mind, they won the pistol, got the follow-up. These are sort of things that add to the scoreline.
Going back.
Do you know that whole definition of madness thing is doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different outcome? Surely there is a difference.
It's a little better. It's the fake TP again, except this time instead of the re-clear, it's going to be a quick B pivot. I love this look from EDG.
We liked it before as well. We liked it even when they went through Waterfall. We liked a lot of this. And I'd like to see a bit more EDG. Are they going for the plan here? They are, but close by, G2 are waiting. Nobody lucky, but flashed in. Proactive on the play. Takes a swing, takes the trade. Better. EDG winning out their fights, but Valen tipping the scales right back in. It's a scrap through and through. This is a bloody battle from start to end, down to the 2v2. G2 win back the site at least.
There's a late flank coming in from Chi-Chu as well. There was one in main, but Chi-Chu is on the hunt.
There's no way. Chi-Chu, your timing is everything. They thought about it, Leaf thought about it, but Jor on the other side! He's got it! A safe pair of hands for G2 today. Exactly what they needed.
You just can't discount Chi-Chu in a spot like that.
No, you can't.
The collective holding a breath in this arena. Because every other time he's in a spot like that this tournament, he has won it. Finally, someone steps up to take him down. G2 really were challenged on this retake again. EDG getting up in their face.
I keep expecting one team just to slow it down, slow down the pace, but it's just trading back and back and back and back. It's crazy watching these two just fight this out the whole way.
It's a bit heartbreaking for EDG because once again, it's a bad buy. Once again, out of this timeout, it's showing some presence, but not going into the space, but clearly the adjustment hasn't resulted in much of anything for EDG.
Luke's been chilling. He's not had much to do on this side of the map. He's relaxed. He might not be now.
I kind of forgot C existed, I'm not going to lie.
Certainly early round. At the very least, Kung going to be lucky to be alive on 40. Whoa! A flying leaf looking like a force of nature. Goes back in. What on earth are you thinking? Audacious play. But G2, again, showing their willingness to fight on these sites.
Health bars were looking bad for EDG, but it was mostly the decay damage. Now EDG, what do we do? Still one off from a Breach ultimate. Nothing else really to play with. But you know they want to get aggro.
They've got hungry for this one too. Oh, not pretty for Smoggy there. That's rough. Forced away. Now the site starts to constrict. Starts to feel smaller. Starts to feel uncomfortable. Valid, not clean himself, but more HP. Job done. Simon and Chi-Chu. We say it when Chi-Chu stands, it always feels like there's a chance. But this is a lot to ask for. It might be, oh my god, it is still Chi-Chu. Hold on. There's a man diving behind. He had no idea about it. Jorgamo bounding through the map. And G2 with another. EDG without a response.
EDG have to figure out something here because it's starting to slip away. From 4 to 4, G2 going on a run here, up to 7. Yes, it comes off the back of 2 half buys from EDG, but it's the manner in which it's happening, their game plan being deconstructed, that is the most concerning. EDG have not been able to find an answer to these early fights. They've started shying away from them, but even then, G2 are having so much more success in the post plants.
This feels deranged. We're going back to A again. Again and again we go. Operator there for Leaf, he's fine now. He can just sit there on the angle if he fancies it, but here comes the fight. We've seen it before, and it looks like we'll see it again. This time, Kong gonna be the difference maker. But it ain't over yet. Trent still here, slows down the roll, backs away. The first time this fight has gone EDG's way.
This post plant is going to be a bloodbath. Simon has the rolling thunder. There's ults on Jaw and Trent, and G2 are moving quickly.
Yeah, they want to get back in. Jaw fancies it. He wants to have a little bit of a biff on this one. EDG, he's seen everything. Calls for it, forces them forward. Leaf with a 1-2 punch. Trying to find more punish. It's Trent down to the 2v2, but nobody and Smoggy finally bring EDG around.
EDG are right back in it. Oof. Just an explosive round between these two teams, toe and toe throughout this opening half. It's a different feeling in the air, but this series is already shining up to be a good one.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Creo que estoy haciendo...
So far at this tournament, G2 and EDG have played 7 pistol rounds versus each other. Currently, EDG have won all 7. They're coming into the second half trailing, but for G2 to come home and take this series seriously, they've got to be able to show up in these early rounds.
Spot on. And that scoreline could rattle a lesser team. But as you said, EDG have the strength of the pistol round. That's something that sat with them well throughout this matchup and this specific head-to-head. It could be enough to close the scoreline up. But can they stick true to the stats?
That's the ultimate question here on the opener. And honestly, I think I might get a little bit more of a respite. Hold on, Smoggy's dodged away from some of this utility down to 5.
Lucky boys. I don't think they know the damage they've done, but still, damage done.
It's crazy that Kong's just been left completely alone, but Simon has Fault Line to support him on this fight.
He's gonna need help. Someone help him. Kong is so alone.
What?
It felt disjointed, maybe a misread here. EDG looking a little bit behind the curve, and look at where Leaf's gone to. Simon trying to be subtle with it, but there's nothing subtle about it. Easy light work for Valen. This looks, for the first time in a while, like EDG are completely behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's certainly a way to win a pistol round. Just 2 free kills to start things off. My eyes are on Smoggy on the flank, but again, he's on 5 HP, so unless he's shooting Jaw in the back of the head, and look at those nades!
What? No way! That is a absolute tilter of a way to end. And Smoggy was the one who was just like battered and bruised from the start. And we were singing the praises of EDG. I have never seen them look so out of sorts there.
Yeah, that was wild. I want to see exactly what happened. My guess is that the wall came down at the same time as the double Tejo nade came in, and EDG were just completely caught off guards. Boom. Oh, there was a stun. A nasty little stun.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'm not actually sure if they even needed to use the stun on the exec. G2 might have been holding that the entire time, or just getting it off the refresh.
G2 look like a different beast, don't they? This worries me, because again, 7 out of 7 were EDGs. That was something that was such a big backbone to their games, always getting that nice buffer at the beginning. Now, you're gonna have to work it out without that. And a big start here for G2, up to 8 early. Jaw having a good little series 2 for him here. A little confidence builder after what's been, I don't want to say a bad performance, but we know his highs. Very hard to have that against a team like EDG.
Exactly. Time to jump. G2 going for true FPX buy here, 3 rifles, so options to upgrade into round 15. Start to snowball this half away potentially. Looking at ultimates, they haven't done a stellar job so far of scaling those up, although Trent on 3 right now. If they slow play this round, play for the orbs, the plant, he could certainly get close.
Real nice stuff, but look where the spike's heading. Thank you, observers, you absolute beauties.
So G2 and EDG are very different teams. EDG on their attacking side fought A at 1 minute 40 seconds,
yes.
I think every single round,
yes.
or just about.
Give take.
G2 play a lot slower, moving over to the C site, but EDG have done their homework. They've got a flank going, yeah, that gets shut down, but the rotates are in, and G2 only have 30 seconds to play with. They're pivoting away from C.
I do get nervous when I see these rounds go this late. There is that one Sheriff with Kong Kong, so that's basically where my mind goes towards, and oh my god, forgive me, Simon. I didn't think your Classic could do that sort of thing, but apparently it can. 18 seconds now. Getting a little closer. Jonah P on the case. Try to secure this smoke, because you know the temptation would be to try and work through it. Chichu has a go at it, doesn't work out. Kong Kong down a little low here, and all those opportunities fading. G2, very... the composure is impressive. Again, they were discussing that they were going to come in with a different pace, right? Change the pace up a little bit,
right.
Play a little bit slower almost, be a little bit more methodical about it. And so far, it's holding true. I get nervous when we get down to like 25, but still.
Sure, yeah, you know, we can get on the edge of our seat just a little bit, but Valen thought that by sort of going for all these early active plays, rushing in the calls, it sort of let EDG play the game style that they wanted to. So I think this half is going to be a lot more G2 true style, slowing the rounds down, leaving embeds over towards stairs into mound. And EDG, without a sentinel of their own, are going to have to do good work to re-clear space and find nice openers like that. You can't complain there.
No, you take those when you get them. Okay, let's have a look at the rest of the map. EDG having a walk, having a wander, stretching the legs.
Get the blood flowing.
That's the one. That feels smaller, but you're starting to feel a little bit nervous if you are Chichu. And then again, it is Chichu. Maybe I'm talking absolute nonsense, because this man's been an absolute monster. Not now. Trent bullies him, takes the site. G2 have control on this now.
And they have the read as well, going up the zip line. I think they realize EDG, they would have hurt them already had they been coming to fast retake, but instead, that flank, the drone, doesn't actually see any players. EDG might be able to creep up on Jaw.
Jaw's ready for it though. He's looking towards his smoke. He's got a good idea, but Smoggy succeeded. Takes away Valen, and now they can start getting that stranglehold going. Jaw falls. It's down to Trent and Jonah P, and they're looking in trouble here. A really hard post plant, but already that's a trade, but it's not quite good enough. No more to be done. EDG proactive on the play back in, taking that walk through B, and will get themselves on the board now.
I wouldn't be surprised to see EDG go for more looks like that, right? If G2 leaving inserts and late lurks on you non-stop, just push out the flanks, no problem.
God damn.
That was probably the best time you could possibly find. Nice shot there too from Smoggy. As he was the sole presence coming in through his own spawn. If he falls, it's much easier for G2 to turn around and focus on those flankers. He was really the turning point in that round for EDG.
Okay, so bonus round has been navigated. EDG, get what you kind of expect, right? If it's a traditional game. This feels nothing like a traditional game, but we're looking at Trent, already there. Big progress for him. Jaw, 2 away. On the other side, nothing mega close yet. Maybe Smoggy's is on the horizon. But it's certainly not there right now.
It's a pretty low commitment default from EDG. You've got nobody throwing a haunt from B site that lands over towards rubble. You've got Kong Kong sort of eyeing up that space and a one-way towards C, but they're not giving G2 a lot to move on. G2 are going to have to clear out this space, realize Baby Door isn't broken, and speed up into B site.
Yeah, they fancy it now. The temptation beckoning and ensnaring the senses, making that B side look almost tantalizing. Plants in there. You can see the Prowler from deep. They're very paranoid for EDG that someone could be lurking towards that A side.
This fight here is everything. Jonah P gets in the corner.
Oh my god, the Professor! Absolutely teaching him a lesson. Takes down 2, but a good trade. Now, Chichu, nobody and Soggy have a long way back in here though. Valen, gonna be caught in the decay. Nobody now takes the next step forward. This is perfect, 3v3. Nice from Chichu. Takes away Jaw, and bit by bit, EDG unraveling G2. Leaving Just Leaf. Oh, but maybe it's not Just Leaf, hold on. A 1v2 ain't easy though, smoked off as well. Beckoned forward by the spam, by the tap on the spike. He's got to go! Nice try! But better from G2, but the timing.
No!
It's
I don't think so! .07!
God damn!
G2 just steal around on time, why not? And what a fashion to do it because EDG, they're in a numbers down situation.
Yep.
Right? And then they win every single 1v1 they take.
Yep.
Nobody. Chichu, Smoggy on the flank.
Feeling like an EDG round, right?
And if Leaf can't get that kill just slightly faster on the reactions, then Chichu. That round belongs to EDG.
They don't look too fussed about it, but I'm feeling the pressure now. 10-6, double digits made early. G2 looking to try and approach this, but EDG, okay.
They've got
the corner.
No guns, but the power of friendship, I suppose.
No, Hong Kong's got a bulldog. I don't feel like this might be the one that works. You know what I mean? It's one of those weird rounds. Okay, I've been talking absolute nonsense. Jaw's already got Kung Kung. Leafs identified that there was some pressure on the other side. Does get outdone though, and that's a recovered rifle.
Yep, into the hands of Chichu, no less. So what does Jogmo have to do? Has to pop the ultimate, clear out this A site. Right now, it's just Simon playing up inside of this smoke. He's got a bulldog in hand.
Doesn't get spotted either. They don't know about Simon here. Now they do. Quick little get out of jail free card there for Jaw, but still, Plant is in.
Heavy offsite post plant for G2. Not over-forcing like they did the last time around, but really it's Chichu with the rifle in hand to try and break this round open. He gets the first.
Oh, it's stunning from Chichu. More? No. Jonah P on the trade. Paranoia comes in, and our number sign of falls. This is looking rough. You can see the util being poured on here. Trent even going to claim one, going to put the ult on top. They're taking no chances. Smoggy had his ult, but doesn't feel like he's going to get the chance to use it here. G2 on the verge of 11, but Smoggy giving a damn good go. Jonah P having none of it. G2 make it out, even though it got a little bit dangerous. It's 11 nonetheless.
Yeah. You know, they had to throw a couple ultimates into the mix. G2 aren't going to be thrilled about that, especially because EDG have a great ult cycle of their own coming on through. And ultimately, here, I feel like if Chichu had been able to find a second, I mean, there's a world where he gets 3 kills and can steal that round away. You know, he's had a lot of these spots where he's always good for his 1 kill, but in other days, he is having montage performance. He's getting those 3. That's the EDG that blew G2 out of the water. If he can, out of this timeout, tap back into that, it's going to be a lot more threatening as we close out this first map.
EDG pumping the brakes, and I think rightly so here. It's not been a good first map for them, really. The string rounds alone, I mean, we're looking at it, you guys can't see, but it is looking real G2-sided as it stands. So for now, I guess we could kind of put this in context. This is G2's map choice. Right, they've had time now to plan how they want to approach this. They come in with a lot more information in their own minds, and they come off a very good win as well. These are things that should be in the forefront of their minds. Now, of course, they did get absolutely put to bed by EDG in the first time they met. That first map, banger, brilliant, amazing. The rest, probably soon, hopefully forget it, right? Yeah. But here, it feels like G2 have a plan in mind that's working. EDG, I've rarely seen them look like a team without an answer, which is kind of what it's feeling like.
Usually EDG can find those answers in just the stellar performances of their individual players, especially in a comp like this, right? You don't lock in the clove and then not put up big numbers. Smoggy's doing well for himself, but so far we haven't had that lights-out superstar performance. We haven't had that one guy to step up and say, today's the day, EDG are winning. It's something they've had every other match they've played this year.
Like a very simplistic start, but there is a default being held on both extremities here.
Stun off of the breach, could open up that door and fight it to B main, but G2 have a chance to pinch themselves going through a one-way.
But it's going to find so little, I think. It's Jonah P to deny Smoggy, going to force the res, but it's G2 being played in here. Deals with Jaw, doesn't fall foul to it, but a diving Jonah P puts him to bed. It's down to a 4v4. Jonah P is an absolute monster. Trent going to find Simon. Why does G2 make this look easy? This is EDG. These are the reigning champions, and right now, G2 are walking all over them. I can't believe it. And you can get one, but one is not enough. G2 are there in numbers. Kung, if there was a player to do it, to deny the 12, you'd argue it could be him. Right now, G2 looking like they're on another level. The utility there to stall. The time being bought. And the first man has a go, but Leaf's just toying with him, playing with his food. Kung can't get past the go signal. This is wild. It's not that it's just a win, and at least in my mind at 12-6, it's the fashion in which G2 are making EDG look out of sorts.
Almost that systematic destruction in every single opening tool taken. EDG love to play the Brawly style.
They excel at it.
They do, but Jonah P has awareness to every new player that's swinging him off an angle. His teammate gets taken down, so he trades them out. Door opens, instantly ready on the swing, on that 50-50.
Cutting through. It's only that one though, right? Things will change, you'll get closer. 12-6, we go back in, and it feels familiar, right? This feels like we've been here before, but G2 stake the claim over towards Rubble.
EDG keeping two players tucked in close behind that wall. Waiting for the reclear, and with nobody finding that pick into mid, that might encourage G2 to keep fighting forward into A.
They have no idea about how many players are around this corner, though. They could walk into this. Yeah, Kung this time is fired up, and then completely just seems to drift. Oh my God.
What are they looking at?
I don't understand what I'm seeing. This is EDG. This is not a second-tier team. This is one of the best in the world, arguably the best in the world. And right now, they look asleep at the wheel. G2 just driving forward. We're going to need heroics to save this round. Maybe it's nobody's time to shine. G2 there, Smoggy there. Valorant and Jonah P to claim, but Jonah P has been a monster. Nasty in his work. Valorant in the smoke. Chichu catches, nice from Chichu. That was better, but that felt bizarre halfway through that round.
Left scratching your head for a moment there. Even though EDG had done all the great opening work, nobody finding the pick into mid. That first kill towards Rubble too. Got a little bit diabolical.
One enemy remaining.
We need someone like Chichu to heat up a bit here, right? Chichu, give me a little something, because we've been singing this guy's praises, you know? On for the MVP, the big man kind of taking all the limelight. These are the games we need you to show up in as well. He's not doing badly, he's 14-15, but you know, he's a superstar. So we go again at 12-7. G2 held off from that wanted 13. Smoggy, big shot! Oh, it's gorgeous! A third potentially as well. He waits.
This fight into front B is going to be everything. As smokes come in, Trent tries to fight his way out, carve himself away on through.
Yeah, but Smoggy, he's still on this one. He's still there. They're still trying to battle out towards B, but Smoggy's controlling so much. You are a lucky boy, Smoggy. The gods smiled on you this round, but Valorant left in a 1v3. Got Spike, got ult.
Plenty of time, too. A paranoia, a couple of smokes. He's got to hunt out the first kill, though, and getting spotted is brutal.
He's got 1v1s on basically every single site he wants to go to. Now, do you fancy a chance against Smoggy, who's kind of 1v4'd your team?
Kind of killed everyone this round, so I wouldn't like that personally.
Do you even invest your paranoia to clear this close corner? Do you back him still on it? Because Smoggy certainly does the setup here. Knife's edge, and it's Smoggy. What a stunner from him. 4 kills and a step back.
In this replay, I want you to watch Smoggy. Of course, excellent gunplay, but Chichu is the one that bails him out. Smoggy gets stunned back here, but a Paranoia catches both of these players. It was the clone and the Yoru. That's what gives him the chance in the round. Then he has the one-way, those BDCs running on through it. All the gunplay after that, just clinical.
G2's first time out here. Something, they don't like it. Because there's something special about EDG, and I feel like we haven't had much of a chance to talk about it in this game because G2 were the better team so far. But at 12-8, I still get nervous when I look at EDG because there's still that chance that you get a round from Smoggy.
Oh yeah.
And that's without talking about Chichu, Kung, nobody. Sorry, I mean, you go down the list.
They're terrifying, you know?
And if they start activating Ender, that's 9 rounds.
Look, Pansy,
11.
EDG hadn't won 2 rounds in a row in like the last 15 rounds. Now they've got a little bit, they win 2 in a row, G2 call a timeout. The things I'm looking at right now are a little bit spooky. Yeah, okay, G2 have a
talk to me.
buffer of
What's
4
spooky?
rounds.
What's spooky here?
Well, I see 5 stingers for G2. That's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, Kong's decided to go for the operator. And honestly, when I've been watching a lot of the early fights that EDG have been doing well, they've been leaving Kong sort of on an island to take those isolated fights, fighting a lot more around Smoggy and Chichu. So I think putting the op in his hands could just work. Sneak away a few rounds towards the end of regulation.
But I've heard a thing about Americas with stingers. I've heard these fables about it, right? They work better out there.
They're a little bit wild.
It's crazy that Riot tuned them that way, but we'll see. Okay, EDG, if you want to make a game out of this, it starts now. Make this look clean. Make this look like you have the perfect purchase up against a bunch of stingers. Show me what you can do here, because already G2 have a plan. And Jaw, I don't think you come out of this alive, you don't, Chichu. Puts him into the blender, and G2 held at the door here. EDG don't need to stick around too far.
Trying to work back in, but yeah, EDG can just fall back into a nice crossfire. It was a great counter stun from Simon into the blast that took out G2's duelist, and now the stall is just about endless.
Not going to get the opening move they wanted out of that. It was a nice little idea. I like the approach, the mentality. Doesn't really stick the landing.
And the worst part is G2 needed that to work because that would open up the lurk for Leaf to move into the A site. But because they weren't able to make much headway, well, Kong's op is still back towards stairs. So Leaf moving forward would be absolutely mental.
Here we go. Could be an X factor here, or it could be nothing. All up, G2 move in. Now focus through towards tree. Kong doesn't really get much play here, at least not yet. I'll be a little nervous when Trent's around. He's been sharp, but Kong,
this is a bit early.
He's feeling brave on this one. He's feeling quite bold, actually. Kept secured by the smoke, but only for a second. Look at who's closing in on the other side as well. So just a centimeter apart. Hello, Kong quick with it. Support from Simon, and G2 left in towards the ult. It's down to a 3v2. They're going to force out the ult as well. Simon taking no chances here. They want to bulldoze forward. Oh, I told you about these stingers. And maybe it's true. Smoggy has to pull this off himself. And the time is ticking. G2! The stinger in hand, more than enough to close out map 1.
I can't believe it's going down like that. G2 on 5 stingers in a 4v5, no less. Pull away the round, take map 1 in this series to determine who is headed to the grand finals.
At your party.
I'm with the gang.
It's gonna be a robbery, so take your gun buddies.
Aw, I'm a gun but girl, I'm sorry.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress. No less, go ahead and place your bet. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hi guys, Jenny here with Coach Josh RT. Now Josh, congratulations on the load. Next up is Split. You guys have only played this map once this year, so why leave it open? And did you guys see something that you can maybe exploit from EDG Split yesterday?
Well, the good thing is that there's a lot of footage on EDG. But with a strong team like EDG, you kind of have to pick your poison. So we decided, like, let's try this route.
Is G2 winning the pistols on Split?
Did we win a pistol last game? Maybe the trend continues. I don't know. Hopefully we break the trend here.
All right, good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good news, Josh. You broke the trend. You're good. You're good. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, G2's undefeated streak continues on Lotus. They are 5-0 in 2025. Absolute heater of a map for this team. In Sideshow, it really is just some excellent ideas that we're seeing from G2 some of these rounds.
Yeah, the G2 competition just was winning so many of these rubble fights over here. There were 6 occasions where EDG opted into it, trying to take control of this area of the map at the beginning, and G2 smoked them either by getting a player advantage or winning the round outright. 5 out of 6 of those times. And I think that's a compositional difference. It's not necessarily EDG playing badly. I think they had good individual performances, in fact, today. But G2's ideas were superior, and they knew what was coming because EDG have been playing this comp since July.
There were a lot of those rounds there you were seeing, like, there was a lot that was being asked of Kong in those initial fights where he was pretty much just isolated because of the sheer amount of utility that was just being dumped on them in the beginning of those rounds of Rubble.
Yeah, absolutely. And so many different combos, so many different uses of the stuns, the paranoias, the salvos. So difficult for them to actually find something. On the other hand, Valen with the TPs, we saw so much variety in such little time. And G2 understanding and preparing also how EDG played this map on the attack. It's very beautiful to see.
Yeah, sometimes they're committing the utility right at the beginning. Here, EDG go for like a late re-clear over towards Rubble. G2 are still ready for it. They've still got people posted up. Valen's there, ready and waiting. And also that set them up for some nice retake scenarios where they were able, you see here, EDG only winning 5 out of 9 of the post plants because G2 often had like one player advantage from the Rubble fight where they were able to get that slow, disciplined retake working.
Yeah, they were just so good at cycling the utility, making sure that they had what they needed each and every time. And in fact, that actually brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the match. And this is going to be G2's round 13 because, Josh, once again, we were seeing some really cool ideas with the utility and how they implemented it.
Yeah, I mean, here's a little flash salvo combo to catch Smoggy. He took a lot of damage from this one. He just walks back into it.
He was also flashed. He was like, there's a lot, it's land sound, so there's a lot going on. But I think that we were talking about it in the pre-show as well. This receiving utility, this utility that just keeps coming back, this combo with the stun and the salvos in a round like pistols, you cannot survive. We will have to keep tracking how many kills Trent has been getting. We need a leaderboard, you know, of the salvo kills because it is so beautiful to see and so absolutely consistent. Hopefully it will get nerfed soon.
Hey, that's real. That's real. I respect it. And look, without a doubt, Tejo is so powerful. We've been seeing it implemented in pretty much every single map. That actually brings us to map 2 because we're going to be taking a trip over towards Split. And you got G2 on the defense first here, Kakuka. Now, there are a lot of opportunities here for some good combinations on the compositions because
yes, exactly.
G2 only played this once.
Exactly. They've only played it once. We heard it in an interview. And as we were also mentioning, it wasn't pretty. But here, I'm looking more at the side of EDG. Maybe G2 changes or not. Very important what the coach was saying about there's a lot of tape because of the composition that they play. I love that they still have the jet. But thinking of EDG starting on the attack, the other day they had a 10-2 start. 10 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful way to start a second map if they can.
Sideshow, before the game started, or before map 2, we were talking about it, and you said that there's a possibility that while this one went very well for G2, that it could easily seesaw in the other direction. You want to elaborate a little on that?
Yeah, so it definitely could, but that is because the only time that we've seen G2 this year play on Split, they got smoked actually, 13-4. And so if they haven't changed anything, if they come out with a similar kind of performance, EDG might steamroll like you saw them do against T1. But I have more confidence in G2 to turn things around. We've seen this team pick up new compositions like they've done on Bind, and they've managed to retool. They look really good with the Breach Tejo combo. I think better than EDG do, and this is a map where they're going to be playing both of them. But Kang can be an X factor on the jet.
All right, well, of course, the world champs have their backs against the ropes. Let's actually go ahead and hear what Coach Muggle had to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Hello again, Jen Lee here with Coach Muggle and also Luna for translation. Now, Muggle, thank you for joining me. I just want to ask you about Lotus because it's a map that you guys have been kind of struggling with, even back in the CN League, and we see nobody switching back and forth between the Sova and the Fade. Do you feel like this was the solution to make your Lotus stronger, or was it just the lesser of two evils?
那其实我们可以看到莲花古城这张图，可能在新赛区的时候，我们就有一些挣扎。我们会看到 Nobody 可能在 Sova 或者 Fade 两个英雄之间去做摇摆。那你觉得现在是我们已经想出了这个解决的方式，还是说还在继续的调整和商榷当中？
这个图主要是打得太少了，就是基本上没有跟就是前面几场比赛基本上是不会拿出来的，所以说优先级没那么高。调整是有的，就是但觉得今天打G2那个阵容的话，就之前觉得这个阵容可能能打嘛，然后现在看来还是太湖的等级会更高一点。
Seems like we didn't play that much, like in the few days ago during the matchup, and seems like we thought we could beat G2 with these comps right now, but seems like Taiho is much stronger than we thought.
But next up is Split, so 加油!
Thank you, Jen, for that. And talking about the Taeho there, because that was something that when we were like in the green room in Americas watching like the China footage and stuff like that, we're talking about it. We're like, we don't really see a lot of the Taeho out there. And they learned today why that agent is so strong.
Well, they were trying to play a little bit of it, but it was always Simon playing the Taeho in China. And even then, the pick rates weren't high, like you're talking about. And at this tournament, they've swapped it up, so nobody is almost always playing the Taeho, because now they're playing much more breach Taeho. And I think there is a bit of a gap here that Trent can exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I agree. We see the synergy, and I think it's getting stronger. And most importantly, we were speaking about them learning from their losses and the way that they can win today, and especially on that Lotus, knowing that they have a composition that is going to fight and fight and fight. They still relied on their strengths. And as we jump into HSLN, the only thing that is going to change for G2 is Valin going from the Astra onto the Omen, which makes a lot of sense for Split, especially with how good Leaf has been defending, and anybody can be with those ones.
My eyes immediately go over to Kong. He is going to be on the attack side with the Jet, and he went 2 and 8 in terms of first kills to first deaths on map 1. Now that's because he was Neon, that's because they had a bad game plan around the Rubble fights, but he needs to be able to find entry success for EDG to win. And I think G2 are going to be throwing everything at him to try to shut him down. We saw what G2 was able to do to somebody like Durka, made him look mortal despite the fact that he is an MVP candidate. Can they do the same to Kong? Can they make today a bad one for the MVP of champs?
That is going to be a tough one for sure to deal with if you're Kong here. Can this one go the distance? Will G2 sock him with a right hook, or will Kong and the boys manage to hold on? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Ender for the call.
Yeah, this is getting wild now, right? It feels like there's something in the air here. There's a real opportunity for G2 to somehow 2-0 EDG, right? The map 1 approach that G2 had felt like a slam dunk. They had it read, they had it executed, it was perfect. This is a different situation. We are now in EDG's map choice.
Exactly.
We expect more comfort here. We need to see them looking better overall.
Yeah, EDG definitely the favorites coming into this map specifically. Also, G2 haven't really made serious changes coming on through. They got beat 13-4 versus Sentinels the last time we saw them play this map this year. They're going to need to make some pretty big changes because EDG have looked good here on Split.
Let's see what G2 can do. Right, this is a big thing for me. If we're going to be starting to see this map veto adjusting like this, I want to see if they can really stand up to it. It'll be EDG, of course, on the attack, that then meaning G2 on defense.
Cute little bait and switch set up back B site here. Jogamo having all the support from Valin to bait out those shots while they... Oh, what's that nade?
Oh, what's that? Jaw so quick with it towards Kong, but he goes a little too early on that. Simon going to punish him, forcing Leaf closer to site. Hold on. Do they still check? Do they still do their due diligence here? Leaf could get played in. He could have a monstrous impact. No, it's Simon to shut it down so quickly. That's a 4v2. Trent, I mean, he was damn good before, but Chi-Chu looking absolutely on it now.
That was nice. Chi-Chu speeding up through mid, I think behind a Taeho drone. And then EDG, yeah, okay, Kong gets shut down by that Jogamo position in back sight, but after that, he didn't even blink, didn't even flinch on this entrance.
There's nowhere to get to.
Yeah, the stun combo that ended up catching Valin. That's what gave him no chance to escape from the missiles.
Taeho quite strong apparently.
Yeah, turns out.
Who thought it? Oh.
nice!
Looking like a little bit of a fire lit under them now. We were talking about their pistol conversion, though. EDG have been winning the vast majority, barring one, I believe, in that previous
I think
map.
that's
so
8 of 9 pistols now.
Yeah,
across
very,
the games
very
they've
clean.
played G2 in.
Beyond that, though, for G2, we're looking at them maybe trying to get those ult orbs up, or maybe just trying to get a little trap going here for EDG. The buy's relatively decent, as long as Kong doesn't lose that Vandal.
Looks like EDG think mid might be a little bit weak these last 2 rounds, trying to challenge it. This time G2 ready with the flash on the refight, but those missiles give you not a lot of room to fight in.
Go for a little crunch here. That, what? How did Trent get 2? How has he gotten 2 from? That is outrageous from G2. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a biff, a little bit of a brawl, but apparently G2 just needs some classics. I was worried about the Vandal being dropped, let alone every other weapon. G2's having to come back in on cleaning duty. Boys, what's happening middle? You made an absolute mess. And Leaf.
Just smokes on smoke.
Yeah, good luck. Have fun. He's clean. He's going to need a bit more than that, though. Leaf, suddenly, getting a little shaken here. But Jonah P's still alive. 4 bullets. They're waiting for this drop here. Oh! G2, you are outrageous! Saving EDG from what could have been a nightmare of a round.
G2 decided to wake up. 5-0 with the Red Bull clutch.
But G2 are not meant to be able to do this.
No.
Come on, look at Trent. You are so damn good.
And look, Trent and Jonah P on light buys have just been fiendish. Whether it's a Sting or a Guardian, a pistol, it doesn't matter.
Chi-Chu's been the closer here. We were talking about him not having big impact in map 1, right? He was a bit quiet compared to his traditional standard. He's already off to a heater of a start. However, we do have G2 in a nice position now with this purchase. This should be comfortable.
Outlaw in Jogumo's hands now. I think only the heavy armor on a couple of players, Chi-Chu and Kong. But, you know, you see Chi-Chu step up like this, that's great news for EDG. But Kong sitting at 0-2, that's now, after a 2-8 performance in opening fights, he's been taken down very early in these 2 rounds.
Time to jump.
EDG without him at the top of his game. It's been hard to see them compete with the best in the world.
Quite like what Trent's doing here, very passive in approach, not giving away too much space, and Leaf kind of working off the negative space that was kind of assumed to be in the territory, and Trent still delivering. This man looks so sharp on the tail, I can't stress it enough. And now EDG starting to struggle a little bit here. This bonus was lacking in the investment as well, obviously light after round 2. Trent, just a safe pair of hands, can't stress it enough. He is so solid, an absolute rock of this team. Now, can Simon or Chi-Chu get under their skin? Can they cost them any of these weapons?
It's going to have to be Simon with a Vandal in hand. Only 55 HP, though, getting swung out on the side. Now he knows where the first is, but as Trent falls into sight, those angles are being taken away from him. 3 on the round is just excellence from Trent.
Really nice. Now, again, it was a bonus for EDG, a lighter purchase, but still, seeing that composure, Trent just looking super solid. I like to see it. Jonah P, similar things, at least in map 1 here. Trent kind of picking that space up.
It's really good awareness and sort of play from Trent and the support of the missiles coming in.
God, they're everywhere.
From Leaf and Trent. Because, you know, Leaf's getting pinched, players walking at him from mid, they're going up ramp into his shoulder there. And it seems like EDG really want to punish these mid players, right? The first 2 rounds, they fought into mid pretty aggressively. Now, going for the pinch look, G2 are going to be on their toes consistently through this half.
This is the big round, right? This is the one you want to really keep focused on. And have a look at G2. Walkabouts towards A, taking a lot of that space. A good response to someone whose high priority is middle.
Quick teleport from Jogumo goes back into B site. And that ult is going to try and push these EDG players away. G2 still hold on to A, have in control.
It certainly stalls them out, but there'll be a question mark by Vent. They're going to know that that's been available for some time. They put their eggs in the basket of pushing through A main to get that information. They get these lovely positions off the back. But mid is worrying, right? G2 now feeling like they're playing in the dark almost, blind to what EDG are up to.
That's why I think G2 want to re-clear up towards B heaven, look into mid, using that drone in towards A as well. So they realize EDG are putting their eggs towards this B site.
Yeah, George just came back over. You felt almost hesitation for a moment to slip back towards A, but no, look, especially with the space the Trent's taken, this feels very readable here, but it's still hard to hold this site. Very little of this area is playable, but Leaf's got a corner, and nobody can put Leaf in a corner. Already looking like EDG are suffering on the way in. Nice fight back through.
Hold on, Smoggy.
Oh, Smoggy straight through middle. A surprise they didn't expect, but the positioning coming out from Trent is probably not something they're going to expect. We've got to look at Jonah P as well. Gap closing towards middle. As a look towards rafters. Now Trent can start taking steps as well. EDG dedicated towards site, finding their own piece of security to play from. But oh my god, the timing! Trent just about to come back around here. They're putting it together. They've definitely put this together. Kung trying to find a corner as well. Jonah P with the stun. Everything's starting to get harder and harder to hold here. Kung trying to do the dance. But it's Smoggy and Kung in unison. Kept their cool and got the round.
Just chaotic rounds here that EDG sneak away with. I loved what they did. Smoggy was just hanging out in mid for the entire round just about. Once they dealt with the player in back of sight, Jogamo gets caught completely off guard.
I've got to say, Smog feels like the bailout player there because G2 had everything red, right? You had Trent literally in their spawn. They had all the info. But that was so valuable for Smoggy's timing to come through there because Joel was doing damage from up in heaven.
I really like EDG's game plan. They are testing the gaps in G2's defensive setup, knowing there's no Sentinel, to find out where the weaknesses are going to be, and catching G2 as they maybe over-rotate sometimes with the Orwalt, as they abandon that space in towards mid. I mean, even here, they've done effectively nothing, hanging out towards mid, put some presence onto the B site, but that's going to be the drone already cleared from Trent, and that's G2's best info tool. It's their only info tool, apart from Jogano jumping out into the open.
And you can see the cause and effect of that. You've now got two players rotating away, right? You're going to have Joel leaning away from this Jonah P. This puts Trent in a really tough position. Now, he's got a good amount of stall, right? It's Teo. He can buy time for players to come back in. But Kung wants to disrespect it, but Jonah P then isolating the player behind. Can't control sight, though, as Kang is going to succeed on that one. Outdone, outnumbered. G2 flood back in early. They take the fight, and they take the heads of EDG. It's just Smoggy. A 1v4 necessary. Lovely on one, spots a second. Some more for us here, Smoggy. Not in the end. Trent there from the start and there at the end. G2 control this A site hit very well.
Trent's had a couple of great rounds so far. You'll see it on display here. Jonah P started off with a stun, and that sort of gave this window for Trent to sneak out of the smoke. The teleport Jogamo had put down very early into seeing some presence. Just after the Viper Orb had been thrown onto ramp, comes up in a big way too, because he can flood in sight and trade out his teammate that had already been taken down.
These are some big rounds for G2 as well. The timing that they're starting to hit here, it's feeling a little reminiscent of map 1. Now that's a very early call, and I expect EDG to look more comfortable here and have more looks to go to than in map 1 that felt almost crazy to find that same repetition. That was a big question mark for us.
Now look, the buy is miserable for EDG, but yes. Kong was given the Orb in B main. He's got knives now. It's going to be an operation to challenge space in towards mid. EDG will note that the fight with the breach stun was shown towards the A side. That's going to open up the green light for Kong just go diving in defense. I
like what Sideshow was saying, was can G2 put Kong in a box, right? Can they deny this man getting building? Now they did it to Durka, but Kong a different beast altogether.
This is a way more developed attacking side than we saw from EDG in map 1. Right? That map was all about the opening brawls. Now they're slowing down the pace, really challenging G2 so that they're using the dimensional drift on an anti-eco.
And already you can see them slipping away. Kung was
so nice.
This almost wastes the ult, right? Well, to an extent, it gives you some info, but nowhere near what you wanted. You're going to have the drone coming out now towards A, which should be heard, but it's a creep towards B. It's all a fake. Valen, the blind in hand, the paranoia primed, is countered. Kung blinded, but gonna go forward, still feeling bold, but Judy, you can see the floor littered with explosives. Finds a corner to play from, spots out Trent, dealt with, put into a cage. The beast from the east not having the time to shine, and now those sheriffs feel like there's just no bite to them anymore. That was meant to be the big ace up the sleeve, and Trent is looking like the final boss on this map. G2 unfazed by EDG.
That's the clean round G2 fans were hoping for. Start building up the econ, especially because we are about to go into some full-on chaos rounds with the ults. They're going to be online. I like, too, how G2 are consistently playing into backside. I think realizing that because EDG aren't playing arrays, they don't have that double satchel, they don't have the reach to punish you all the way in backside. So they're throwing these smokes sometimes halfway through sight. They're moving players back there. And EDG just are struggling to scale in and deal with the anchors.
I love this. I love that we're seeing G2 not do this on just that first map, right? This feels very reminiscent, but almost exceeding that in my mind, because I know that EDG are good here, right? That's the thing. When you look at Lotus, is a couple of question marks on this one, and G2's recent performances on Split certainly were nothing to be enamored by, right? You're not going, oh, brilliant, it's Split.
Fancy, they've already won 3 times as many rounds on defense as they won versus Sentinels.
Which is, and again, this is against EDG, right? I have to contextualize what they're doing here and how great it is to see someone like Trent shining like this. Absolute heroics from him. But pause has come in for EDG. They want to have a chat. They got so many ults to play with as well. Yeah, Kung did burn his in that pistol round. That's fine. You know, the Sheriff's coming through, not the end of the world. But I also have to say, Kung has not got the ball rolling, and that is a sentiment and a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying anytime soon. He's been quiet here at 2-5.
It's been a tough day for him, not just this map, but map 1 Lotus as well on the Neon. He's gonna have to start to perform now. G2, or EDG rather, have all the ultimates they could possibly ask for, right? But I don't think this team wants to overcommit them on an actual site hit. I think what they need in an A post plant is heaven control. They're gonna be fighting into this mid space early on, can maybe move back into a Chi-Chu lurk. The real challenge is, can they actually push Leaf out of this space? Because it doesn't seem so likely.
Leaf's got control here.
And they don't think they can either. They're full on bailing from it.
Trent consistent in this check, but we know that he doesn't back away from this space, and rightly so. EDG are backfilling that now off the timing of that drone going in, but he has been the headliner here for me. Trent, that's info. That's surely he spotted a player on that one. Yeah, Jonah P ready for it. And we're gonna have the util pour on Kung again, finding no safety, no comfortable way in, but this time Simon saves him. Jonah P goes down as Kung takes the site control. Chi-Chu deals with Trent towards heaven, and suddenly EDG have a pocket to play from.
And in the post plant, a rolling thunder as well, so G2 need to act quickly or EDG are gonna take the fight to them.
First time in a while, EDG look like they're on the money here. Jaw, though, still having a glance! What a shot! Couldn't follow up, but that's all on Fallon. Too much on the plate. EDG break down the door this time and stick the landing.
Huge round from EDG, right? They lose that, they're back on a bad buy again, and they only had to use the one ult. Ult's gonna be out of the picture, but they've still got Rolling Thunder. It's all because Simon found that kill. Jonah P, I think, took a great time in trying to push through.
I don't even blame him in a way, right? Exactly. That temptation to just close that down.
Because Kung wasn't gonna be ready for it. It is only because Simon is full spamming, playing through the stun, that he can get a kill, that EDG are actually able to get out into the site.
Operators out for Jaw as well. They're all coming this way. Oh my god, this could be a massacre. Jonah P sends the statement early, sending Kung into next round. Simon's well taking a boatload of damage, and they don't know about Jaw. A missed shot. Nobody punishing the push-up. And now we should surely reset the tempo a little.
We'll see. EDG, now that they've dealt with Jaw, maybe thinking the coast is going to be clear, because G2, they're walking 3 players down into mid. Jonah P is playing it relatively safe back into screens, but he's being pinged out.
They've got to know about him, right? Oh my god, he's taking the timing. You are a brave boy, Jonah P.
This is a crazy
You're just holding your breath. And have a look at the flank. Look at Leaf. Look at this. This feels unbelievable. Who blinks first, right? So tense between these two. Heaven control, EDGs. A little bit of ramp pressure now coming in as well. Jonah P has not played this position.
Contacting in.
And nobody doing this with the operator too has not been revealed. Jonah P can hold this. The gap is closing. The Vice is coming. G2, they're right behind you! Leaf tears them apart, leaving just the two who are up towards heaven earlier. But they've got the spike. Chi-Chu and Smoggy. They've got TP on Smoggy, but does Leaf let him leave? He doesn't! He keeps them tethered. He keeps them down! G2 smothering EDG.
Oh, that's just nasty from Leaf. The walls closing in. After this crazy opening of a round, they show so much of a fight into A. Then Dogmo hit whiffy on that. I mean, just by a pixel, he's off. But as soon as the round slows down, it takes a guy like Leaf to see that window to go pushing fully through. Find that big flank.
They've broken the money again.
And it's the 3rd round in a row Simon's had ult. He hasn't had a chance to use it.
Nope. Well. This was after the timeout as well for EDG. They've had theirs.
Hello.
What is going on? Good. It looks, yeah, that's normal. It's It's an indie company, small indie company, don't worry about it. We keep going on here. For now, Kung has created space, right? He's got them the side. He bullied his way through heaven. Oh, Trent! Trent is on another level here, gonna play this back through, but there's a late lurking towards middle. Gonna be needed here now as well, as already G2 closing the gap as Simon put on notice. Bouncer! Oh, back to back! You got another for us, Simon. No, you don't, Trent! The final boss on this gets the defuse and takes G2 another step away.
Simon is trying so hard to be the guy to step up for EDG. Narrowly misses out on that one. He's had some big moments earlier today as well, but all right, G2, a moment to breathe, get the round, move past those shots from Simon, it's okay.
This is a heater of a game. Operator still there now for Jaw as well.
Hopefully Valen can put himself back together too. Floor accurate Omen, I think.
They're going for another biff. Yeah, they're having a brawl again.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Kung has to just get out of there, get out of dodge. G2 are really turning the screws here on EDG.
But this time, they're expecting EDG to move back into mid. Look where Jaw is with the op. He's fully cornered off in the wall. Now he's opening up. Early on, he was just having Leaf bait out that early shot so he could swing for the second trade. But now that no one's here, it's okay. 2 rounds ago, we were allowed to fully walk into this space. Can we get away with it again?
The drone did find contact on A as well, so this is now getting a little bit uncomfortable. The timing, yeah, Leaf, every day of the week. They're making this map look small, right? This EDG now, their hand gets forced. They have to force this A fight. They can maybe consider a pivot through heaven, but you got to play it forward now. It's all going to get messy. Trent still alive here. How is he standing? I don't know, but this is just an absolute battlefield. Kung, but from the grave, Trent trades out. We're still in a 3v2. EDG are trailing numbers, but they have the plot.
G2 in heaven. He's got a beautiful timing here, looking down into G2, but Jumbo takes him out. G2 shut EDG out of the round.
I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is getting better and better, closer and closer. G2, another step now, up to 6 here. EDG held on that 4th, and they burnt the timeout early, if I'm not mistaken. So for them, they've got to find the solution on the fly, and we've given them credit in the past for this, but I've got to say it, G2 looks so good on this map.
Oh yeah, they've realized now mid, well, EDG were playing into it a lot early in the rounds. Now they've left it open. G2 are starting to punish into that zone, using the ultimates too to stop out the hit, just always trying to flood into the sites, and now Jogmo's got his ult back on up. He's still going to be rocking the operator. He's still going to be looking to play into mid because EDG didn't see that last round.
Very good point, and especially with a Viper's pit through it too.
We're opping in a Viper's pit? I mean, G2 come up with some creative ideas. This might be something a little bit extra though. He's blind! Kong!
This shouldn't be happening! That shouldn't be happening, but he gets away with it. It's so unorthodox.
And now, a drone goes through A, sees no one in sewers. Jogmo posts up on that line, so the quick reposition while the rest of his team fully shifts into the B site. EDG, they've got time to work with, a full-on minute. And so often, nobody will be the lurk for them, but he's walking straight into an operator on the other side, and it's just not going to be there for him.
We've been talking about it, putting Kung into that, pocket, keeping him from being able to make those plays, and Jaws had his number, but Valen now looking control towards B. The rest of the map feels like it's on lockdown. And Trent here stalls him out, makes it hurt.
I don't know if you play this round. Look at the money.
It feels like a 30-second save, right?
Yeah, EDG have nothing. I mean, okay, you've got the knives going into the next. Foggy's been trying to play this angle a couple of times, but now it's not going to be there for him. It's got to be the save.
For G2, they've got to start feeling that, right? There's something about seeing this scoreline, how they got to it as well, considering, the pistol and everything else. Something feels like they're on the verge of adding this map to the map pool, and not only that, eyeing up that grand final. Now, it's only the first half, right? But you've got to look at how they're playing right now. They've forced EDG into the corner, and not many teams have done that. Again, yes, they were one of the only teams prior to Jaw joining them to take a win off them time ago in champs, but now you got to go off that recent result. EDG looked that step above, but here G2 back in fight up, and look at that.
What's that round? Even getting the snake bite for the Voln. for the extra damage. That one got a little bit out of hand for EDG early, but they closed out the first half of Lotus in a big way with some huge ultimates. They are one off of the Breach and the Tailwolf. They've got a buy coming. Kong Kong has the knives. EDG, it's time to show up here at the end of the half after losing 6 of the last 7.
And now we do have the double operator out as well. Leaf on this. We smoked off.
Oh dear.
Kong Kong can't get around. He can't get into it. Round! And they can't evade the operators. G2 are looking primed to close out this half near on perfectly.
All EDG wanted was to be able to run an exec, get the ults online. G2 aren't letting them have anything.
No, they are lethal. They are looking like killers, right? They know their win con. They're making it hurt. Dancing around, and G2 looking like a step above. As said, it is a very small club of players who can do that to a team like EDG, but right now, they absolutely are. Nobody and Simon with a world of trouble, and it looks like there's no way out of it. Simon gonna do what he can, as he can, but there's nothing to do but die. 8-4, G2. I was questioning this map. I was worried. I thought the third was surely beckoning, but G2 have a point to prove, and it might be proven on map 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Eight to 4, map 2 on the half. G2 firmly in the lead. Now I have to ask the question, what will it take for EDG here? Because they've been held on 4 rounds.
It's been ugly so far, but the easy one is a pistol round, right? EDG still have only lost 1 pistol, the 9 they played against G2. But deeper than that, looking to actually come back and win into this map, they need a guy to step up and dominate in the server. EDG always have a player that's going to, be that top performer. It's been Chichu all series long,
yep.
all tournament long.
Yes.
This series, it hasn't been the same. Kong Kong, currently sitting across 3 halves of Valorant. 3 first kills to 13 first deaths. Sorry, it doesn't even make sense coming out of my mouth because this guy's been the best player in the world. For him to not be doing that, not even in a grand final, is just shocking.
Now we go back in. G2 on the verge here. If they can go against the odds and get a pistol as well, to do it when it truly matters would be absolutely magical. And the first man to potentially be challenged, Kong Kong. As said, the stats weren't looking kind, weren't looking pretty for him. Oh, but he sticks around, he fancies a go at this one. He's feeling brave, and maybe not rightly so. Catches one on the cross, but does get traded out.
EDG quickly to move into heaven, but they're pushed off the angle. G2 haven't quite gotten the spike down, and now that the smoke has gone away, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Choosing whether or not to go for the best plant, but leave yourself open, or go for the safe one. Forced to play on site.
G2 weighing up their options, but trying to buy a couple of seconds. Maybe want to pick here. Maybe want to burn some of that util, knowing that Simon, nobody's still alive, is a problem. And wait, EDG, they're having a go at it. They're getting a little early on this one. They even dropped down from heaven. Trent's got an opportunity here. And it's Jonah P. It's Valen. EDG walked into the G2 trap, and they made it look easy. G2, look, maybe out of all of the pistol rounds, EDG have been winning them, but when it matters, G2 have converted.
That's just excellent poise from G2. Going for the fake tap, pulling back, dodging all the utilities. There was a stun, there was a paranoia, flying on in at them. But they took these fights so calmly, so precisely.
And I love it. I'm gonna look. We're not played out in-house, right?
Right.
We're not. G2 are turning this place into a library, and I absolutely bloody love it. Let's have a go at it, G2. Let's see if we can keep this going. The EDG fans being real quiet now. G2 putting Smoggy under pressure early. Can he somehow survive the most primal urge to try and just simply live? And Jaw's already taken away his support system. Looking for a bit more, gets a bit more. Smoggy's still standing, but for how long is Kangkang the last one to try and do anything in this? This has been an outplay. And normally these rounds, EDG might get a little bit messy, get a little bit naughty, but it's G2 up to 10 already.
And EDG have to be thinking about the next few rounds here, realizing, no, because they lost these early ones, you're not going to have the money to force an early op for Kong Kong. That can always be a difference maker. No. They're going to be on white armor, they're going to be on regen shields. They tried to go for some sheriffs in this round, and it didn't amount to anything for them.
True.
It's good news when you can be up there on stage and be singing in a qualifier match to the grand final.
Must be nice. Bye is in for EDG. Everything is on this round, really. If you want to make a game out of it, you got to get past the bonus, right? So G2 have a Bulldog, they have a Phantom, a couple of a Stinger, which is honestly basically a full rifle in the hands of someone like Jaw. And they're going to go for a high priority focus towards pressuring middle.
Yep, good nades to push Chichu off the angle. He's very comfortable in this position, but now there's the threat of, hey, players could have walked up in towards V Heaven. Right now it's Smoggy actually playing up on Stack that's going to be watching into Heaven. And with Kong Kong back B site, that's excellent baiting. Where is Omen's positioning?
Ooh, speaking of baiting, Trent's trying to feign out towards A as well. I like this. Trying to keep those three players on this, but it's on Smoggy, right? This is all on Smoggy's shoulders. Do they clear? Does he wait patiently? Only one though. Kong Kong now down to 31 HP, trying to play off the back of Pillar and gets a fair fight. Takes away Val and can't quite control lead. It's still a bonus. This is still meant to be clean. It's a 3v2. If they lose any more, it's a problem. Leaf tried to make maybe a low percentage play to try and help out. Doesn't work. EDG, get back in the game.
That was a nice setup, and that was Kong Kong finding those opening kills, right? We've been waiting for that now that he's got a rifle in his hand. He gets that kill, dancing around Pillar, baits out his teammate. Yeah, Smoggy only gets the one, but that'll be enough. EDG have to continue finding these different setups where they can punish G2 on their execs. Only then will we start to believe once again in EDG clawing this game back.
Yeah, it has to be round by round. It has to be step by step now. Finding 10 so early for G2 is heaven sent. They can take their time, keep their cool, work this map step by step. Kong Kong is on this side of the map. Double swing. Smoggy there, going to be forced slightly further away.
It's another bait and switch setup on B. Kong Kong and Smoggy clearly trying to play nicely with each other, get these shots working. Now Jaw only one orb away from the ultimate, and not too keen on getting spammed out through the smoke, so he'll TP on out.
And I quite like these patient tempo rounds. Does Leaf get to stay unrevealed? He does. Now it's a little bit of an indicator that maybe someone heard that util going through, but you're looking at Jaw dipping around the map now.
It's a really nice audible from G2 because they know that drone was sent from up in A Heaven, so making the sound of the teleport, putting some pressure on the Heaven players as they gear up for an A split. You can see nobody doesn't want anything, doesn't want to play for Heaven at all, instead regrouping with his teammate on site.
Going to clear for them through towards Heaven. There's no one there. It's CT. It screens. Nobody can be forced away. Smoogs off, but he still takes one down with him. That's Leaf gone. Still can't help Simon though. Simon is on an island here. He'd need help from someone else, but maybe Simon can do it all on his own. Jaw's going to take away nobody. You can see the damage, but G2, punch for punch, blow for blow, decimating EDG, leaving Smoggy in a 1v3. Jonah P is on 10 HP, Trent 28. We've got them on low HP here. Smoggy, if there was a time to shine, it would be now. First hurdle, Might have seen the barrel. He's got him. That's Jonah P gone. 2 more, though. Trent has been monstrous. Jorgamo, I mean, he's known pressure, and Smoggy's starting to get into his own head here. Takes the TP. He now knows. Oh! A centimeter away from destruction, but G2, another step closer. 11 rounds now.
Oh, it shouldn't be that close, but EDG always make you believe just that little bit extra. Honestly, the hold from Simon and nobody was excellent. Having the stun from backside worked wonders, but there was like 2 or 3 different players that got dinks against the G2 players through walls or whatnot, and then got traded out instantly. EDG must feel like they got robbed in that round in a way, because they were the ones that sort of shot better at the start.
Frustration, baby. Focus. Real disparity on either side. You're seeing the difference in emotion. They're stark in contrast, and EDG burning the timeout now. They know it's back to the wall.
You've got to.
Look, no one goes home in this game. You go down to lowers. But there is a grand final waiting for one of these two. And for EDG to face a G2 like this is a terrifying prospect, if that's what's going to be waiting for you a couple games down the line, if you get that far.
If you get smoked too low, you're facing off against the double ban as well. G2 potentially proving that Split is a map you have to fear as well, which no one was expecting was going to be an issue.
Absolutely not. We all thought, I think a lot of us thought, Bind, surely. Split just not looking in that map pool, not looking there. But it's now looking like 12 could be coming home for G2, right? You're looking at this now. The buys shoddy at best for EDG. They're on the ropes.
Yeah, that turtle not approving of the EDG buy, that's for sure. It is grim for them. 1 orb away from Kong Kong's knives. That's got to be the difference maker if they're going to steal this round from G2. Ultimate up into mid from Jogmo, fully trying to clear away this B site, but actually snapping it A is crazy.
Yeah, it's pacey, and you keep your eyes on the spike. You keep your eyes on where that's going. Simon the Guardian trying to hold it down, gets outdone. Jaws on the site, spikes on the way. They're being kept back here. EDG, no wait through these smokes. They can't disrespect them right now. The pace change, the tempo,
and an ult.
Unbelievable. G2 want him dead. They want him buried. They take all the space away. They turn up the tempo, that next step. Jaw dips out, forces them to diligently re-clear now.
How mobile are G2? Just everyone on the map at the same time. EDG now forced to go on to the retake. They have no clue where G2 are.
They've absolutely no idea, but they're going to get their best bet. Kong Kong with the first step, looking for the follow-up, takes another, striding in now. Dealt with, Leaf, back of the zone! Control from Leaf, stunning from Jaw. It's 12 for G2.
G2 one round away from the grand final. Just stunning EDG. The entry pathing from Jogamo is elite. And G2 have talked so much about the work they put in to getting Jogamo to become an expert on this agent. Not played much of it previously, but him and Josh RT have worked so much on the individual mechs, on the entry pathing there, the fake ult through mid into B, snapping the TP onto A, and all of a sudden, after a mid ult, he's diving you an elbow. It's just terrifying.
Still got one more to get. That fabled 13th, the one that books you into the grand final, and Kong Kong is waiting in your way with the knives in hand, and Icon himself still gonna find Trent. Sets up Chichu, it ain't over yet. You can never take your eyes off the prize against EDG, but G2 still with 3 standing. Still with a chance to do it now. But Kong Kong, how badly do you want this? Can he hold them back here? As G2 fancy their odds, they fancy a go, and Kong Kong is still firing. He's still fighting. He's giving EDG the chance. Desperately trying to hold on, but Jonah P, you got a 1v3. Not right now. Nobody denies. EDG up to 6.
If that Kong Kong can play in the next 6 rounds, EDG can come back in this. We've been missing that all day long, but even having the sense to switch the Stinger there for the spam through smoke back into the knives, that was pretty.
Game's close enough that it's brought G2 right down to the Stingers again, but do remember how Lotus closed. America's players with some Stingers and a bit of a dream. Could be the case again, but up against them a well-invested EDG. Odds looking like EDG would convert this round, but against the odds, G2 sometimes shine.
Teleport ready in the backside. Here goes G2.
Smoggy, nowhere to run. Tries to get out of there, sends a paranoia, buys a couple of seconds, goes back in. Jonah P on the trade, however. It's down to a 4v4. Oh, okay, he's found some room to play and he's just popping out the chest, trying to hold this back, but you've got to be careful. There's still threat. There's still danger when Jonah P does that. Surely no more. Surely no more. Kang, a heartbeat shown.
Jonah P is G2's weapons master. Pistol, Marshall, Guardian, it does not matter. The low buy, that is where he can show up in a big way.
That still felt scary, right? There was something about Jonah P just like heating up there, just kind of like loose about it almost, just taking crazy fights, but it's forced G2 into a timeout, right? Because we've suddenly seen what can happen when Kang has a round, and he's had 2 of them.
It's a back-to-back 3K there again.
Which, now, traditionally throughout this game, G2 have handled him really well. They've really given him very little room to play with. He's carved out a little bit of space now to play in. Still not positive, keep in mind. He's 16 to 17. This has been an uphill struggle. But again, for G2, they've got all the timeouts in the world to play with.
Yep.
Take their time, settle in. That last round is always the hardest.
It's also worth noting that with 5 rounds to work with here, G2 don't have to send everything into this next round, right? They're still a few ways off of a Breach Ult, 3 orbs, they're an orb off the Teo, so they could play these next rounds slowly. Okay, if Hong Kong picks us off early, we can dive back into a save, play for the orbs, and start stacking those ultimates. Because ultimately, as you said, it's just 1 round that they need. They can wait for the right moment before overcommitting.
Couple more chances. How many more times can someone like Kang be in the right place, find that level of elevation? Because we've had Leaf doing it, we've had Jaw doing it, we've had, I mean, at least the whole roster again for G2, it has been a collective effort. Now, looking like they're eyeing up this A site.
The way Simon plays on site is pretty annoying. Getting that vertical stun line to push G2 out of that space, put down the smoke, and EDG have crept into mid quickly.
And Jonah P could be on a plateau. I don't know if he's figured it out. Something's made him question mark it, right? Oh! Bye-bye, Smoggy. That's a head removed. And now G2 pick up the pace.
G2 really just have Simon waiting in their way, and he gets pushed off by great utility from G2. Calls in the reinforcements. EDG have no one on site.
EDG are scrambling. Kang, it's not good enough. Leaf outdoes him. We're down to 3. Chi-Chu, Simon, nobody. Might have to face the music. G2, 2 kills away. Nobody has a glance. Has a look, gets given nothing. G2 on the verge of taking down the reigning champion side. But Chi-Chu gonna take one back. But he's got a whole lot more work to do. The ult on the site. Valen takes away nobody. It's all on Chi-Chu now. Ults upon ults. It's so difficult for Chi-Chu. And the time is singing the tune of G2 right now. And he knows it. Time to face the music. Time to face that 13th round. Make a go of it, sure. Make a stand, sure. But you're not going to take the round away. G2, the Ascension Dreamers, reaching new heights, locking in the grand finals.
'2025 has been a year of redemption for G2. In America's last year, make back-to-back finals and lose, go to the global as the 2nd seed. But in kickoff, they win it. They come in here with higher expectations than they've ever had before, and they live up to them. Again, righting the wrongs of Shanghai, now going into the finals. G2 look to bring a trophy back to Americas.
What a roster, what a performance. EDG, the ultimate opponent today, dealt with, revenge served. Stunning from G2. What are you meant to do with that map, Vito, now, right? We're talking bigger picture. They're grand finalists And their map veto looks rock solid.
Yeah, now they can get the fracture out of there. Their Lotus is looking untouchable. Their split looks solid. You can't ban the Abyss away anymore. That's going to be a problem too.
Wow.
G2 with just a beautiful bounce back in this series. You remember them falling to EDG, getting knocked out of the park, 13-4 on the final map, to then come in here, just beat down this EDG roster on every single rubble fight on map 1, and here, shutting Kong Kong out completely.
Not many other teams can say they've even gotten close to that. I mean, look back at any EDG game, that man is normally off the leash completely. He's hard to handle, he's slippery when he plays, and he's explosive. G2 had his number today. They had the whole team's number, and the fact they've grown like this in the space of a couple of days and a couple of games to be able to elevate this much.
I mean, this team was so hyped coming into the year, right? They did so much last year, and now they've got the killer Jogamo joining the roster. He'd been a little bit quieter, but today he was in peak form, 21-11 to finish off this second map. I mean, the tricks he was doing on the Yoru with the fake slide on the dimensional drift into mid, diving into elbow to basically close out the game. That is exactly what every G2 fan was hoping for when they saw this offseason. Him to be on the team, leading them to a grand final.
He's done so well here. And the rest of the team, same thing, Trent to me. I mean, the impact he had throughout map 1 and map 2, looking like the ultimate AO player. So in control, such an anchor as well to hold things down, to be secure for, you know, a real backbone for the boys. Lovely to watch them all play.
The supportive utility between him and Jonah P is that backbone, you say, that makes Jogamo and Leaf look so good.
Well, we have a treat for you. It is going to be Trent waiting on by for the Verizon post-match interview.
And it's going to be G2 in the grand finals. Everybody give it up for Trent! Huge congrats, Trent. I mean, G2 this year, you guys seem unstoppable. This is the furthest you guys have ever gone in an international tournament. So what do you think allowed you guys to make it as far to an international grand finals?
I think we just are very well prepped for this moment. We've had a lot of experience, so we've kind of just taken everything in and we're executing it very well.
สำหรับคำถามนะครับผมคำถามแรกสุดเลยนะนั่นก็คือว่าทำยังไงถึงมาได้ไกลขนาดนี้ในรอบชิงชนะเลิศของการแข่งขันแบบ international หรือว่านานาชาตินั่นเองนะครับผมคำตอบเขาก็บอกว่าง่ายๆเลยนะฮะก็ค่อนข้างที่จะเตรียมตัวมาดีแล้วก็ทำแบบที่ตัวเองเตรียมตัวไว้ได้หมดนั่นเองครับผม
Right, just a simple question. How do you feel about making it to grand finals? Unreal?
It feels good because this is the first time we've made it to grand finals, like you said. We fell in short like 3rd or 4th a couple times, so definitely feels good, and I think we're ready for it this time.
That doesn't seem like it needs translation แต่สำหรับผู้เล่นทางบ้านนะครับผมก็เป็นคำถามง่ายๆรู้สึกยังไงที่ได้มาถึงรอบชิงชนะเลิศแล้วของรายการนี้นะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบก็เลยบอกว่าดีที่สุดแล้วนะครับผมนี่ก็คือโมเมนต์ที่ยอดเยี่ยมที่สุดแล้วจริงๆนะครับผมในการเข้าไป Grand Finals ครับ
Okay, and as for the rest of the teams, who do you think will make it to grand finals and face you guys? And do you have a preference?
I think it'll be EDG again. And I think that'll be a good match for us. So yeah, I think EDG, and I'd like to play them again. I think they're the best team here, so I like playing them.
สำหรับคำถามสุดท้ายนะครับนั่นก็คือว่าคิดว่าใครในทีมที่เหลืออยู่จะได้ไปเจอกันรอบชิงชนะเลิศนะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบของเทรนด์นั่นก็คือว่า EDG เพราะ EDG ถือว่าเป็นทีมที่เก่งที่สุดแล้วในสายตาของเขานะครับก็หวังว่าจะเจอกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งในรอบ Grand Finals หรือว่ารอบชิงชนะเลิศนั่นเองครับผมเพราะว่าเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากและเขาก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นทีมที่ดีครับผมแมตช์ที่สนุกครับ
Okay, looking forward to a rematch, but good luck in the grand finals and congratulations once again, Trent.
Thank you.
Everybody, one more time for Trent!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
What's up, guys? Who's the best team in Korea now? Who's the best? 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 Guys!
The mixtape's dropping soon, people. Now, of course, welcome back, everyone, to day 7 of Masters Bangkok, and it's time for the lower bracket semi-final between T1 and Team Vitality. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside with Kakuka and Sideshow as we break down this massive, crucial elimination matchup. Top 3 is on the line, and the sad thing, guys, that no matter what happens, we're sending a region home today, which is, it's heartbreaking, but it's always cool when we have all 4 regions represented at the top 4 at these Masters events. But this is a bittersweet one, without a doubt, Kakuka.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Of course, advancing for any of these 2 teams, even to that top 3, would be massive, but also the way in which they arrive into these matchups is light and day.
Yeah, and I think the expectations are also night and day between these 2 teams as well. Even though they were both built to be super teams, to be rosters that are capable of getting to an event like this and going super deep, I think there are more expectations and more weight onto Vitality because they're pulling from a larger player pool. They've got people from Americas. They've gone global rather than just being Korean.
Yeah, and that is the part that, you know, when we talk about these super teams, how do they bounce back after these big losses? A lot of conversations definitely going to be happening with that as well. But let's actually move forward here and talk about, you know, some of the other big factors that we're seeing here, or rather some of the big moments that we've been seeing from both of these teams, because we know, Kakuka, that it's more than doable for Vitality. Yeah. It's more than doable for T1, which honestly, I did not think was possible, but yesterday made me a believer.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, this day is all about the rematches, because this is a match that we saw right at the beginning of Bangkok. It was Vitality getting the win pretty clean on 2 old-fashioned. But things have changed ever since then. That was obviously the last loss that T1 faced, and well, before what happened yesterday. And of course, Carpe was playing on that matchup. I think that Vitality also suffered the loss yesterday, which I think is going to change them. But even with all of that, that matchup was pretty evened out, in my opinion.
There were some big moments from both teams. The Durka clutch should never have happened. That's a major mistake from T1. Stax had his moments as well, and this is what the map pool looked like. I was so disappointed looking at this map pool the first times that these two teams faced off, because you didn't get to see the Lotus, the Haven, the opportunities where both of these teams index super heavily into the ISO, into the double duelists. There is a potential for this match to be an all-time gigabanger, and last time it was just a bit of a meh. So today I'm looking for something more, something different. Yeah. And I think the onus of that is on T1 because they're lost. So they're the team that's probably going to change something up.
Very true, very true. And a big difference from that first time they played, you touched on it briefly, Kukuka, is that Sylvan is in this lineup. And Sylvan has had some moments. So, you know, there's definitely a lot of hype for this guy.
Absolutely. He had a couple of quiet games, the first two that he played, but he's been ramping up. He's been putting up his individual performance. This 1v5, it was not just an ace. It was a proper 1v5.
A sick ace 1v5 to get the lead back down to just 4-12.
Yeah, but we're not talking about T1. We're talking about Sylvan. Okay, let the man have his moments. When you think about the expectations and everything that we are mentioning, when you have this swap in the middle of the tournament, you know that the eyes are on you, because if you do not perform, everybody is going to say, oh, they would have won with Carpe.
And something to keep in mind is that when Sylvan got that 1v5 ace, yes, of course it was for a 12-4, but that did actually give T1 some motivation to, like, hey, we can do this. We can stand toe-to-toe against a team like EDG. And even though it didn't work out for them, let's not forget, they were just 3 rounds away from being in that upper bracket.
Yeah, and it's a very difficult situation for somebody like Sylvan. We don't know why. It's very opaque what's going on behind T1. Autumn has been signed away to an NDA somewhere. He won't tell us why they're swapping Carpe and Sylvan. But it's a tough situation for a player like this because it feels like his job's on the line every time he steps on the stage.
Yeah, but hey, he has been doing quite well for himself. Let's see, though, if it will continue forward. For now, though, let's head over to Jen Lee, who had an opportunity to chat with Meteor ahead of the match.
Now, Meteor, Vitality was the first team that you guys played here in Bangkok. Now, for one of the teams, tonight will be the last game that they play. So what do you think you need to do differently this time around to make sure that you get to stay and they go home?
Confidence.
Confidence, that's it?
Yeah.
All right, confidence. You got this. You got this, little buddy.
Confidence is key. Meteor didn't strike me as confident in that situation, but I'm going to go with his words.
It's because Jen carries the situation.
It's very true.
It's Jen's interview. Meteor is just there holding carnalito.
All right, well, let's go ahead and move forward to Meteor's opponent. You have Vitality, who tasted defeat for the first time this season when they fell to G2 just yesterday. And you know, we talk about how these super teams sometimes adapt in the fly when stuff kind of hits the fan. This is Sideshow going to be a bit of a challenge. How can Vitality bounce back after their first loss?
I think they have so many different learning moments. I think one of the big learning moments that I took away from that game is that their style works superbly when they're better pound for pound than their opponents. But going up against a team like G2, or even against T1, who have hitters like Buzz and Meteor, Itsu's having a great game on the other side. Sometimes you need to double up a bit more, play off each other, try to trade out, and go for stuff like that, rather than just relying on individual skill to win the duel.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, just because of what happened yesterday against G2. Like, it was in the macro level. I do think that they were like pound for pound. Depend on what moment in history, I could make an argument into Vitality versus G2. I think that it was the macro and actually the forcing you into a situation that you do not want to be, that G2 was better off yesterday. But as we see, is a humongous record for the entirety of the year. And many people have questions about how they're going to perform after having the loss. But I honestly think the G2 were just the better team yesterday.
Yeah, and what we saw from the EDG matchup as well certainly paints a very, very unique picture there. But, you know, one of the things also to keep in mind is that this is a big one for EMEA. I mean, granted, like Pacific too, let's not forget that, but EMEA have not had an opportunity to raise a trophy. It's been a minute since we've seen that, so a lot of pressure here for Vitality for sure.
Pointing at me? I know.
A lot
the
of
last one
pressure.
was in what? Masters Tokyo?
Your thoughts?
A couple of years ago. Yes, last year it was a good year for every region but us. We know it. We're on it. Okay, we're working on it. It's work in progress, okay?
I promise I was not coming at you there. But you know what, though? There's a lot of pressure here, but I do believe that this Vitality lineup has so many tools, and one of those players is Trex, a guy who is cool under pressure. Let's hear what he had to say about T1 and yesterday's loss in this Omen player moment.
I'm Trex, and I'm from Team Vitality. I mean, it's our first loss in the team. I think it's good that we lost, so like in terms of like, we're actually gonna learn now, because it's hard to learn from the wins. So from the losses, it's always good to learn something. So yeah, we're gonna learn, I think, for sure.
Just reacts off to the side, but wasn't expecting that one. And okay, Sheriff, quick word. Yes! My goodness!
Now we're gonna face T1 in our bracket, and yeah, it's a comfort opponent for us. I mean, they have good players. Now they're playing a lot of double duelist comp, like double dive comp. So I think they lean more towards aggressive playstyle, which we like as a team. So yeah, we basically adapt to whatever people do against us. So we have like, we can play aggressive, we can play slow. Like we know how to middle ground it basically. T1, good luck.
Of course, there, Trex, you know, even though a little soft-spoken, it's good to hear from him, right, and get his perspective about this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, they definitely can play slow. I believe that. Absolutely. Yes, they can.
Yeah, well, all right. Let's look, though, at the duelist head-to-head, because you got Durka going up against Buzz, the face-off yet again. Two legends in the game sideshow, so it's great to see these guys going toe-to-toe, even to this day. Back from the DRX days, the Fnatic days, and now look at them here.
Yeah, you're looking at so much historic footage here. This is their 10th time, both of them, attending a global event. This time the first in New Jerseys for either of these players.
Yeah.
They've gone up against each other so many times in the past. I gotta say, when we've historically seen them though, Durka has been the player to get the edge out over Buzz. Even though Buzz has had some great events in the past, Durka's the one in conversation for greatest of all time, winning trophies, hoisting the Tokyo trophy, which was the last one taken for EMEA. Don't want to bring it up again, though.
But you did, but it's okay.
Sorry.
But it was Durka who
I don't want
lifted
to
it,
stop
and
you
that's
instead.
important,
This game is going to be about the duelists. Not just Durka versus Buzz, but also Isu and Safe. When they play those double duelist compositions and they have ISOs on the board, if we get to those maps, it's going to be so much about the duels that are being taken and how the duelists play off each other.
Yeah, exactly. It was because thinking of the bans and how the maps went and everything, I think that Lotus could be one of the maps that we see. We saw it yesterday come in from Vitality, and I would love to see how they match up against the double duelist that has been given T1 the victories. That is what they have to strive towards.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of pressure here for both of these teams, but let's actually check in with Durka. He had an opportunity to catch up with Jen Lee ahead of today's matchup to get his thoughts.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Durka. Now facing T1 today, Durka, you beat them once. What's going to stop you from beating them twice?
Ourselves.
Okay, so don't throw, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck. Don't throw.
Hey, Durka, I think, will be okay in that regard. And heck, he's even got a great backline behind him that's going to be supporting him. One of those players, we got to talk about our America's compatriot here. It's Les, who's stepping in this team here. And look, he had some great moments against G2 for sure, Sideshow. So there is certainly a little bit of an expectation here for the former world champ.
Les is going to only improve more and more over the course of this year. Yes. Because at the moment, his English level is where he's confident, but he's not immediately quick. Hearing all of the information that's coming from the rest of his team, it still takes him a conscious second to pass, translate, and make the play. And as soon as he gets more comfortable with that, you're going to see him play even better and better, like he was with Loud.
I do not want to see this team hitting their ceiling just too quick, because having Durka and having Les, players that have been so successful and so incredibly smart individually, should be the kind of thing that, as you're saying, throughout the year, even if they lose, no matter what happens throughout this tournament, they have to be able to bounce back and always do it stronger. We've seen it in interviews, in press conferences, how, as you're saying, Les is playing more and more comfortable, and actually everything is happening very fast, including his learnings.
Even if they did lose today, it wouldn't be that bad. This is a new roster, and placing fourth, fourth best in the world, it's not too shabby. But the fact that they're going up against T1, who are also a new roster, I think sets it in a different light. Because making top 3 now, I think, should be a minimum expectation for Vitality. They're going up against another team that was built, custom built for success, but Vitality had a wider pool, arguably better players as well. We're talking about people that have lifted trophies multiple times before. So I think Vitality almost have to win this game to justify what they've done in forming this roster. And that's a crazy expectation to have of a brand new team.
Oof, but that also means that, you know, T1, they're genuinely, like, they're kind of just chilling, right? They're I like to say, playing with house money. They don't, yes, they're in top 4. Yes, they want to move forward. But I do believe that the onus is more on Vitality, as Josh said, to prove themselves.
Also thinking about how last year it was when Gen.G got their first trophy for the entirety of the region, Bus saying that now they are the best Korean team. Like, it feels like the Pacific trophy, like at least the top 1, is still up for grabs, and they want to defend that. They want to be the ones that the talk is all about this year.
Yeah, they desperately want to be in that top 3. That is what it's all about here, folks. While this has been such an intense tournament, unfortunately, we got to send one team home. Whether it's going to be T1 or is it going to be Vitality, the pressure is on for both of these teams. But let's go ahead and bring them down to the floor and get this show started. Teams, but for the Pacific squad, the only number 2 seed in the top 4, and they have established that as of right now, they are the best team in Korea.
They got such a great upset win over DRX, and it looked like they were almost ready to take down EDG as well. Overperformed there, and I think they're going to need another overperformance to take out Vitality. This squad is so strong.
And here comes the juggernauts known as Vitality. All top-tier performers from different regions coming together to make this super team. Whether or not they put it together here, Kakuga, is going to be the challenge for them. They tasted defeat, but the question is, are they angry?
And today is all about the rematches. Of course, as we go into the map veto, this is something that we've seen already in this tournament. Fracture and Bind play for both of them. But again, new player, well, Sylvan going back on the side of T1, and a loss to learn from on the side of Vitality.
I'm just hoping that we get some of these more interesting maps, the duelist-focused ones.
Any of the 2, I'm good.
Asking you shall receive, baby!
Dude, we get both of them. This is sick.
Yo, and guaranteed.
Map 1, you get to see an incredible Raze ISO composition that has sent T1 to top of the tables when it comes to Lotus. Their rubble fights are second to none. And Haven, a Yoru ISO mirror. I can't even think of when we've seen that.
It's never happened. I don't think it has ever happened,
That's
Josh.
crazy, because they're 2 different regions.
2 different regions.
And they're playing the same comp.
And it's not even
Same
Fnatic.
approach.
Fnatic invented that.
But Dirk is here,
Yeah, we got Durka representing.
But what about Split?
How
what
many
about Split,
pieces can you change in the bow so you can still call it a bow, you know?
The ship of Theseus,
Yes.
when the ship of Theseus gets to Split, I don't know, we'll have taken chunks out of each other by that point already. Look at the duelists, look at the form that they're in. That, I think, is a really important factor.
Yeah, well, there was your Omen map select. We'll see what ends up happening as the series plays forward. And of course, the compositions, we were talking about it before, what we were expecting to see on Lotus. But now you know this. If you're Vitality, you know that this is what they're gonna run.
Not only that, they had the opportunity to steer away from the double duelist and choose something else that is not the Haven, and they want to do that. They want to have that mirror, probably bringing back the confidence onto the players. We assume that Meteor is going to be playing on that ISO, and I love the way that he combos his utility with the rest. It's not like he's just going to be sending it in and just going for the fight and just caring about anything else. No, they actually make it work at a macro level.
Best part about all of this, I think, is that in this series, both teams are going to be able to play their comfort, and it really is going to boil down to who's better on this Friday.
Take a look at this attack composition from T1. Buzz double blast packs into a smoke that Sylvan puts down at Rubble. Meteor throws his shield to take the space, and they brawl like this. It is such a sick composition. It's so difficult to anti. We haven't seen anyone successfully do it yet.
And to stop all of that, we have to look at Kicks, we have to look at Trex comboing his utility as well, because he's the only one that can go across all of that.
Well, folks, 2 regions are on the chopping block, and we got just the casters for this high-stakes matchup. It's none other than Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, it is that time, as it always comes around here at these international events, to send another team home. T1, Vitality, both the last representatives from their respective regions, and only one can stay.
Absolutely, this is a very hype matchup. 2 teams that squared off at the very beginning of this event in the openers of the Swiss stage. T1 looking to get revenge as they were bested by Vitality 2-0, but very different maps this go around. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes. And you can see there, Durka, Meteor are the only 2 remaining Masters winners. Yes, there are other Champions winners, of course, but they are the only 2 remaining Masters winners at this event. So one way or another, one is going home, and one is getting a chance to face EDG tomorrow.
2 looking for that shot here at a second Masters trophy. Sideshow just trying to tee it up there on the analyst desk. This crunch that comes through from T1. On reveal out on Izu, but Buzz as well. Gonna get caught up as Durka able to find first blood. With the right foot forward, but Izu, the answer one back is just frantic spraying through all this smoke. Less so on a forward lurk, ready to try to collapse in. Should this be a pivot over towards that B side? Stacks for now though. Gonna get caught unaware. Sylvan taken down. Meteor.
1 enemy remaining.
No clue in hell. As Izu, 34 HP. A 1v2 reads the wraparound from behind, but it has to be headshots from here on out. Just 3, 2 left here in the mag, and there's the double face, and there's a 4K for Durka to start things off.
Yeah, this is a really interesting start for Vitality. One of the things that gave T1 fits, first of all, is Durka getting first bloods. He does it here again off the back of the Great Haunt. However, the problem becomes is that if you can't control Rubble here for T1, you're gonna have problems. Now, they didn't commit a ton of utility off the beginning, and this is a good read from Vitality. They commit 4 over here. The last time Vitality played G2 on this map in their pistol, it was a 2-2-1 split with the 2 players being on C and B, not A. They gave up that space intentionally. Here they fight for it, catches T1 off guard.
A solid start. Meteor's still gonna be looking to bring forward a Sheriff here. That armor. So poking and prodding outside of B. C's gonna be thrown there by Trex. T1 just trying to see what kind of added util they can get out of Vitality early on here in the round.
And this is closer to Vitality's normal default. They're going to give up some space. They're going to have that Vice there on A to try to slow you down. I think this could really give T1 some difficulty as this half wears on because you can get those Razor Vines and other things a little bit further forward, slow down some of those fast, pacey executes and nullify some of that ISO utility and other things that we see from them. That's a really good shock dart from Stacks.
On the money there for Stacks. Does get rid of those thorns, give them a little bit more of an easy access to the side for Meteor! Comes away with 2! Safe and Trex absolutely obliterated in the blink of an eye!
That is unreal from Meteor.
Surely T1 doesn't continue winning these thrifties. We saw the chaos just yesterday. Round's not over yet. There's still firepower, but Buzz, with a recovered Bulldog, puts less on the floor, kicks, fighting back for 1. Durka spraying through the smoke, not finding much purchase. Buzz gets rid of the enemy Omen, and Durka with the Phantom is likely gonna have to save. Buzz doesn't want to give him the opportunity. Pushes up over the top, see if they go hunting, but this round goes the way of T1, pulling off a thrifty in round 2 effectively, and getting all of the weapons out of Vitality's hands. What a reply.
Just absolutely crazy stuff from Meteor here. You really need him to come online for T1. And when he's on this ISO is when he has been at his best for this T1 squad. That first shot, unbelievable. Gets the second headshot as well. The smoke is blooming, and he finds the timing. From there on out, you give Buzz that Bulldog, and he's able to knock the rest down. Crazy stuff to start this one. Oh my.
Now here's the biggest question.
Yep.
Vitality, can they do it right back to them? Do we just continue with that back and forth?
I'm fine with that.
Get MasterCard their money's worth.
I had a lot of fun yesterday.
See if they can pull it off. 3 Sheriffs, a Stinger, and a Classic here in hand.
Cage trigger.
And once again, There's the pacey hit. Shock dart, I believe, previously lobbed in either way. To clear out, no, rather just go ahead, push forward and clear it themselves.
Love that deep trip, though. It's really nice from Izu. Of course, this is the classic one.
Last pack over the top of it.
I'd have heard
but
it.
the cam set up from Izu. He's all the way forward, but he still can't find the shot. Durka able to put him down. Showstopper now online. Things could get very messy from here, but Kick's just trying to jiggle in, get that weapon. Takes an immense amount of damage. 50 health between he and Durka. Boombot sent out the scout, tuck in behind the box. Paranoia connecting here on a stacks, tucks forward, gets in behind the tree, and this is unread. Kicks gets knocked out. Buzz able to find one, Mia playing forward into the smoke, the span across the box, and stacks will gun down 4. 2 players surviving, a damn good effort for Vitality. Looking like they were gonna have it, but the round still goes the way of T1.
Yeah, some really good ideas here for Vitality to get around those trips that Izu had set up. They had been identified in the pistol round by less, and this time they have a good answer for it, and they're able to catch Izu just enough off guard. Durka winning a huge battle there with that pistol. 6 and 2, like you mentioned, has a showstopper, but stacks. Great work again. Remember, he got Paranoia the last time they played this map by the baby door. He was able to clutch out a huge round. Does it again with some good micro maneuvering. This time, Vitality are going to be the bullies at the rubble position. They're going to take firm control. Going to give them a little bit more comfort leaning towards that C site. Vice wall is going to be set up there as well this time around. So let's see what T1 wants to do. Just making some noise.
Grateful that he went for a fake TP there.
Yep.
Do ping this out. Well aware of Kick's likely position. Question is, can they get the catch?
Can you deal with Durka too?
Meteor has the ultimate online. Kill contract could come through. Now it's just going to be the drone trying to scout here.
It's you and me.
And there you go. There's the grab, and it is going to be Durka on the opposite side. Buzz off screen, able to find Kicks. Meteor finds a headshot. Reset on the double tap. Tricks gone as well. T1 now looking to run away with the round. Safe position going to be noted. And it looks like the jig might be up for them as he rotates back. A 2v5, not something that you want to try to play through, especially when your economy is about to be broken down. So looking like a safe here for the side of Vitality. T1 moving up 3-1.
Just great patience from T1. This is more of what I want to see from them in this event. One of the things I've been critical of has been their inability to sometimes work the map, to kind of change directions, change pace. This time around, show a little bit of presence at C, wait out that early rubble control, that take on A, have a good read on the positioning of Kicks and Durka. You're able to isolate Durka. That's one of the biggest threats that T1 had faced the first time against Vitality. Knock him out of the round with the ultimate, and then work your way through from there. Les is going to claim one. Buzz down, swings out the doors.
Able to rotate out. Safe putting a couple shots there into the shoulder of Meteor. But now both players' positions widely known as they are widely surrounded. Les here into the corner, just trying to play protective enough, and will be able to keep himself alive. Sylvan as well, similarly going to get taken down, so some decent damage in reply. Some additional charges towards those ultimates.
It's great understanding. One thing that they love to do, that Vitality loves to do, that a lot of Omens like to do, is get up on top of that rubble position, and they'll trick you out with it. Sometimes they don't throw everything in the kitchen sink at the rubble fight, and they'll still TP up there. They'll just use a boombot to lead the way. Try to set Kicks up to try to obscure the fact that he's up there, to try to confuse you that they could have gotten to that position with the lack of utility they committed. Vitality, though, this time on a push out towards Mound. Just to clear with a Sheriff. This is where Vitality was able to start turning things around with the Sheriffs against G2 on this map the last time they played it. Let's see if a few of those can ring true. Of course, there's still a couple rifles carried over. Stinger for safe. Les can be trying to watch this long A angle. Gets us a peek, but no damage done. T1 going to keep pressing forward. Izu so far up there. Orb for Buzz gives him the showstopper as well.
Orange still situated here on the site. The drone leading in towards the site here now. Turns, checks back. It's a spot onto one. Izu now planted here around the stairs. Showstopper pop. As Buzz is going on a timing, looking to try to keep them back at bay, but Durka now going to be eliminated. The neural theft is well layered into this. T1 not wanting to allow for Vitality to weasel their way back into this round. Hunter's Fury crashing across in through stairs. Shots not quite connecting here, but it's all working to delay this approach.
Look at this cam.
Battle number 1, Izu still hovering around. Buzz going to be taken down, less able to find one, but Vitality, if they want to get this retake going, they're going to have to start moving, and Izu continues to draw some attention back over towards Rubble. Meanwhile, back here on the site, though, Sylvan to peek out from Tree. Finds Trek, stacks up over the top, finds 2, doesn't read that there's one directly below him. Celeste does come away with a free kill, a second, third overall in the round. But similarly, cannot find this round victory for Vitality. Gonna have to turn and sprint and see if he can survive, get away from the blast radius, but he cannot. Nothing carried forward. T1 now up 4-1.
They're being really diligent right now. T1, they're so confident on this map. They're able to just slowly work their way through the lack of defenses. Vitality had set up on the other side of the map. Just a simple clear of a recon dart sent T1 to the other side. Just one of those sheriffs, and they're like, let's just go explore Rubble again. Izu holding the line at the door. Does a really nice job to find that first kill, get that neural theft online. Of course, you could clear space with just Buzz's ultimate alone, but it gives you such a good read on the positionings. You're able to set up those crossfires, work that Rubble angle as Izu to get a good timing on when the retake attempt was going to be coming through for Vitality. Now over here again, this time C going to be very lightly defended. A B hit being anticipated, kind of a hard read coming through for Vitality, but now got safe, shifting over. Ice wall still in play. T1 really just taking their time. Vitality will get aggressive on this map. They're very happy to try to push down some of these lanes. And that's where they had some of their biggest moments against G2. So again, good diligence, good awareness being shown by T1 so far. Safe under pressure. Stack's trying to bait the wall.
He's trying to jiggle his way through there. Does he? Decent bit of damage here. It's just already there with that paranoia, decides to just go try to shift away, but no, does get paranoid in his own right. Take it down, Trek at the same time, able to find Izu. Like just a stray shot.
Still waiting.
Remain here on A. Paint shells to try to clear the way in towards B. Just continue to shift these players back. Take the pivot call, might just come through, but Dirk is still here, still with that showstopper. And now he's gonna look to send it. Buzz, however, finding the headshot, able to trade 1 for 1. Match numbers now 3-3. One cut noise for a brief little moment. The plant now coming through.
Toxins going up.
A brief reset. The bite thrown down. Meteor, look at this, disrespected. Pushes across, but Sylvan collects 2 kills. The swing out from Les. He will not be rewarded. And T1 looking right as rain here on Lotus.
I thought Vitality might be able to take this round. They had a pretty good read. They corralled T1 very nicely. And they were coming from a bunch of different angles. Good reaction here by Buzz to get that first kill and the second onto Durka as he pops the showstopper. That's huge. Able to knock out that Danger Man, and then Sylvan so aware on the flanks. I could see it right away. As soon as Izu goes down, the game plan changed. Stack says, I'm gonna push pillars, make sure we've got a little bit of flank control. You guys are in towards B, we'll crunch together, we'll get the plant down. And then Sylvan, Johnny on the spot, watching that link control, so nice.
And I know we continue to iterate on this, you know, match over match from T1 ever since the swap back. But what a level up from Sylvan.
Yeah.
So far, yes, 4-4-4 in this map so far, but like you said, Johnny on the spot, I think is the best way to summarize his performances. His assisting utility has been phenomenal in their last couple series, even with the loss just yesterday to EDG. He's still so omnipresent for T1.
And for people who don't know, Sylvan used to be a clutch master as well, and we started to see that the other day. That 1v5, even though it was kind of in a situation where it wasn't as, you know, impactful because of the scoreline, still, he has that experience, that capability to bring you rounds that you don't have any business winning because he's that good individually, and it's on the back of everything you're talking about and more. Great game sense, and he has really stepped up. You know, some players might crumble after being benched, they might get salty about it, but he has come right back in with something to prove, and he has damn well shown up.
Now, a little bit of a heavier stack towards that C site off the rip for Vitality. Be expecting a bit of a change up here, but T1 continuing to favor their odds over on A. Off the back of the timeout. And couple sheriffs in hand. I mean, we talk about that clutch factor here from Sylvan. We know that these players here from Vitality absolutely have that in spades.
So fast from Vitality.
Durka now here at the back of sight. The cut going to be sent through. Reveal onto one, the push forward. Durka here on his flank. Puts him down. Barrel to Temple, finds that kill, but Saban kicks, falling in reply. Sylvan steadying the spray, finding another. Well, Sylvan is tagged up. Single stray shot here from Les would take him down. There's so much more to do.
Planted. Don't doubt this guy.
3 more to try to jump. Silent drop for a weapon, grabs it up. Only 6 bullets, however. So favors his odds with that Sheriff. Just stacks on the shoulder. Has to go for the reload, jiggles out. Now knows Buzz's location.
Poison orb emitting.
But this time it's just working against him. T1, ooh, likely not gonna try to give the fights here. Nearly gets that kill on the stacks. Nearly does a bit more economic damage. But Buzz with 3 gets T1 to 6.
And this is just good coordination with T1, something that was really lacking in their first match against Vitality in terms of playing off of each other. You can see the push and pull between Sylvan and Buzz right here, doing a great job. Buzz gets seized, Sylvan immediately steps up, knocks down 2 players, and then Buzz is ready to peek that corner. This is everybody knowing their role, doing their job much better than the last time we saw them. Again, different map, different T1 than we saw at the very beginning as well, with Carpe being switched out for Sylvan. But still, you have to like what you see.
But here's the changeup, and here's what teams have struggled against. Sturka with that operator. It's a monstrous roadblock for them before.
Caught his leg.
To get that connection, Meteor down to 33. Still does have the shield available.
And that's something I was thinking might lean really in T1's favor. Another big problem for them was shutting down Durka's op. One of my key points coming into this was finding ways to deal with it. Well, the ISO's got some ability to do that in and of itself. Less though, Jiggle Peek, Izu spots him. For now, just gonna leave Sylvan really deep at tree, just outside of the doors.
They widely want to just try to escort Meteor around, get these orbs. He's now 1 charge away from that next kill contract.
Deploying drone.
There's a bit of a spot there on the stacks. He's gonna let the drone fly. Send a little bit of presence through, seeing if he could clear any of the Vice utility. That wall is way deeper than normal. Quite interesting there from Vitality. Want to see how they play around it if they do.
Big changeup, and it only has the thorns right on top of it. They really tried to pin you in. Showstopper out, Les able to avoid the damage. Now those thorns just whittling away here at the HP bar. Let's meet this waterfall side a little bit more opened up, and Meteor instantaneous with a headshot, sends out the ultimate. Gets a grab here on the safe. Time ticking down, 10 seconds remaining. Aligns it, gets the reset. Meteor right back into the fight.
Well fought.
The team keeping his location protected, ensuring that they can't scale forward and get that free kill. Now swings onto the corner, finds himself third. Kicks will finally put him down. But given the opposite play, a glass cannon purchase here, they have to back away. Vitality with the timeout call are not going to be able to stem this bleeding, and T1 successfully avoid Durka.
I mean, Meteor has been unreal in those situations, in those ultimates. The kill contracts are nearly confirmed for him every time. I think it's over 66% at this point, so he is so fearsome, even with lower health, no fear. Leading the charge there with that shield, kicking doors in for T1. Again, he just looks so comfortable on ISO for this squad, and the way they can play off the back of him, the way they can combo the utility. We haven't even seen, yeah, right there's that leg shot, but we haven't even seen some of the cool util combos that they'll do with like the vulnerable into shock darts and things like that, or the vulnerable into the stacks ult, like we saw the last time they played this map. Stuff like that really is annoying, and T1 has been able to play it pretty close to the vest, frankly. They just kind of work their way through the sites, set up for post plants, set up crossfires, knock Vitality down.
Buzz now with a judge. Quick little wall. Send out over here towards A. Smoke off onto main. Buzz going to be cutting back across here on a B. Does he get a sense of this? If he gets in, could try to just pit out. Nade going to be lobbed. Buzz bouncing forward. Seeing the paranoia, wanting to get the kill, but has to fall back. Breaks the haunt for the time being. Door confirmed shut, confirming that there's no one nearby. This double tap shield about to expire. Meteor now backpedaling here. The pit does come through. Undercut to try to hold him at bay. Divine's getting a bit of damage there, and Safe able to finish the job. Jump forward, Sylvan gonna be flushed out. But still playing without audio, without any visual. Just getting absolutely overwhelmed in the util dump. Durka on the corner, narrowly surviving, finally gonna be flushed out. The defuse already being held. The spray's just a hair off, they can't find it. Vitality will narrowly be able to scrape by with the defuse. Into a 3K spray down from Trex to get their second round win.
Yeah, took everything in the kitchen sink there. T1 thought maybe they could use that judge to get ahead of the Viper's pit, but we're never really able to get deep enough to do so. So the pit comes through, the Steel Garden comes through, and Vitality's able to just, one by one, knock T1 players out of the way, get onto the spike, get the defuse rolling, and at that point you've just got two players at B main who can't really peek those angles well enough. Nicely drawn up by Vitality, but it took everything they had to get it going.
Oh! No, meanwhile, we're just straight into the action here. Media already finding one. Gets traded back though by Trex. Sylvan trying to scale forward. Knows that there's one here in the smoke, but it's going to be Trex who finds the kill in the end. Chaos from the outset. And suddenly, just Buzz and Izu now in a 2v4.
See if they contest here. Holding the angle is Trex.
Crouching, Buzz anticipating, ready for it.
The ultimate is ready.
Hero theft available, the corpse still a world away. Kicks waiting on the opposite side here of this door.
I know exactly where you are.
One here at his feet. Rather, does get that ping reveal. Safe, repositioning. Buzz collecting. A blast pack over the top. Boom bought the check over towards drop. Shell available once more. Thinks about to slide down, doesn't have the timing, he absolutely does. Izu now. How does he play this? He's already been noted. Slides into the corner as they look to try to pressure him out and overwhelm, and kicks through the box, will find the headshot. Very solid round now for the side of Vitality, getting 2 in a row.
I'm looking forward to this replay. I want to see exactly what happened. Meteor got the first kill. I saw that in the kill feed. Popped the shield, gets one.
Just for the reset, Paint Shell, I believe, re-breaks it.
Yep. Then they're able to just kind of swing through there. Quick TP up on the rubble. A smoke to follow. 4 kicks. Allows him to skirt the side, kind of cut that rubble control underneath its feet. Gets the 3K at the end through the box to confirm the round for Vitality. So 2 in a row, they're starting to stabilize. What does T1 do now in response? They've been read pretty well. A couple rounds in a row, and it looks like T1 just says, oh, you guys think your rubble control is good? That's cute.
Buzz just chasing the wall forward here. He's on a quick little pause in Vitality. Widely and wisely just attacking away. Double lurk up through Mound over on that C side. Cam is set up though from Izu.
He's got 2 layers of defense this time, the trip and the cam. Trex is trying to spam through.
You and me.
Drone not going to get caught, but Safe absolutely will. Kill contract. Last one of the half in play. Looks for the shot, and he's got it. A rare loss there for Media, but Sylvan able to get in on top of the vice. Making sure that they can trade that back instantaneously, so now into a 4v4. Door broken, Les trying to push forward. Izu getting pressure from multiple angles. It's going to be Durka who's able to find the kill. Now 1 away from another showstopper. That could be the straw that breaks the camel's back here for the side of T1.
TP revealed Sylvan's position.
One reveal there on a Buzz. Stacks trying to fight forward. Headshot comes in, but they're just plowing into the site. Let's can only find 1. Les gets 2. And suddenly Vitality, they are on the path to recovery. Looking to make this 7-5 at the half.
Yeah, things getting a little scrappy, but T1 not able to respond with some of that crispness that we saw early on. And this in particular for Izu is a really tough position to be in. He gets swung by 2 different players at the same time, basically. Couldn't find the opening shots. A good peek, good jiggle by Les to reveal his little tucked in corner that he was in.
Look at this, a bit of a curveball now. Odin in play here for Trex. Haven't been running it the entire half.
They're just going to
try to catch him off guard.
Spam this down. You can see if they could connect with the C's. Really just knock him out of this round before it begins.
Nade at the ready, but Buzz catching Durka in transit. Wow. Blast packed to his doom. Hunter's Fury now. Open up as well as Kicks, able to safely make it back behind the wall. Stacks just Sending out these Hunter Fury pops. Really looking for something, but now the Odin able to strike. Sylvan going to be taken down. That might just make T1 think twice about continuing to push forward. If they pivot, look at the position here from Les. Not looking to overextend, not looking to get in the left side of the cam. Showstopper, they're trying to flush him out. It doesn't get the kill, but Stax is there. They keep him covered. Buzz, however, still going to be down to 20 HP. Hicks good for another, but now the site opened up. The wall towards drop. Les pushing forward over towards rubble, safe down the stairs.
Already, they're going to be for Les. I think he snuck past after Izu died. Door is going to reveal it. Yeah.
Moves that away. Les finds that kill. Safe forward. Meteor not quite ready for it, but Safe wary about a counter swing from the opposite side. The peek now out. The bite about to fly. The swing in. Stax manages to find them both. Another 4K from the IGL as T1 close out the half 8-4.
What a roaring start for T1 on the Lotus. We have to take a short break, guys. The second half will be coming at you very soon.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan, and get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Find a new home. Needed to see myself through different eyes. I thought that I would end up alone, but I carry you with me everywhere I go. Where I go, everywhere
We are back, about to go into the second half here. This opening map of this elimination series. T1 in the lead, 8-4, as they shift over to the defender side.
And things generally don't get any easier. 4 teams going against T1 on this defender side because of the way they could still maintain that rubble control. Because of the combos, the really heady play that they have set up. Izu can be really annoying on that C site, even without a Vice. The Cypher alone, he does a decent job. Really, it's about Stax, Buzz, Meteor doing just work over towards A. However, this alignment for the Pistols for T1 a little bit different than normal. They usually run 3 players over towards A. They're splitting it up. They're kind of anticipating that maybe Rubble won't be contested early by Vitality, and if it is, they'll just play for retake. They're going to tuck Meteor in behind this box.
Does Vitality get a sense of this at all? They try to push forward, even if they do, and they try to get this punished, that door could just open up. You got 2 players on the opposite side at a moment's notice. Some noise made. Paranoia at the ready. Izu able to find one. Durka still sliding forward. Gets the word there off the cam, and Sylvan stabilizing with the classic fast enough to keep himself alive. Rex still noted. Izu for a quick little peek out there. Can't quite find the punish, but Meteor swinging around the backhand side, and he'll be able to do it. Noise made. Buzz finding one. Kick snap on his lonesome, spike in hand. An opportunity to try to get some extra cash here for the team. With this Ghost, will he be able to close it? Vulnerable here for the moment as the undercut crashes across, rides the rope. Position confirmed here by Stax. Drifting across the opposite way, but now this trip in his path. Cover going out. Paranoia still at hand, but needs to win out this first fight. Loses vision, loses health, loses his life. T1 tie it up in pistols. They move up to 9.
Just really disciplined stuff again from T1. Leaving Meteor behind that box for so long. A big opening win, the double headshot from Izu. Sylvan right there, ready and waiting off that utility. Get that second kill. Buzz tucked in behind a box. Trap plays all over the map for T1 to start. One of those things you have to be so wary of against this team. They love trap plays. Vitality just could never quite suss them out. Looks like they're gonna go for quicker A-hit.
Minor changes on the buy here as well from T1. Spectre coming through alongside all these Bulldogs.
Don't see that every day. Usually it's a pistol for Stacks. A lot of times he's just grabbing a ghost.
Because of that early undercut that allows for Buzz to push forward. Grab this orb, try to get that showstopper online as quickly as possible. Sylvan lurking, lingering, spotting one. Paranoia gonna be set, doesn't catch on the safe, but Buzz's shots absolutely will. Another paint shell's now built up as he looks for an ace, but he runs out of bullets. And Durka will be able to put him down. Some damage down, at least one of these weapons is gonna be lost. Now suddenly multiple, as Meteor narrowly survives. And this round goes from an excellent start to damn near catastrophic for T1.
Yeah, those pistols for Vitality are so fearsome. They're showing you why right there. Just lining up. You know, T1 getting a little over aggressive there. They could have just held those positions a little bit longer. Buzz, I get, he's a duelist. He's allowed to go out and just try to get those kills right here. Try to stack up that angle. It's a really tough one. Even when you've got the Bulldogs in hand. Sheriffs, that classic are gonna connect well. That classic T1 hit.
Nade there, Durka eating an immense amount of damage. Funky hand from Buzz once again trying to find some value. He's able to find one as Cake Swoop can take it down. But it's just gonna be a bloody brawl off the rip as two players destroyed on both teams. Full shift send here from Vitality. Over towards this C site. Trips there, but Izu not present.
They're way deep. They're gonna get checked by the Prowler as well. He's gonna put the smokes up, try to buy a little bit of extra time for the rotations to come through for T1. Get there in time.
Cuts back. Less nearly going there for that head, but yep. Double swing as well. Coming through, keeping him distracted. Meteor swooping forward. Ult online. Huge weapon disadvantage. Gonna try to drop that Phantom. Nearly aligned for a headshot there on the Trex, but Sylvan here trying to bail them out, and he cannot. Trex doing well to get Vitality over the finish line here in the anti-bonus, but he's the only one that survives.
That's a ton of economic damage done by T1. Able to punch right back. You're losing quite a few guns. They're anti-eco. Able to have a really successful bonus. I mean, who knows if Meteor could have got to that gun a fraction of a second sooner. Might have been able to best that. But T1 still looking pretty solid, and they're gonna have huge ults coming into this round. They have a showstopper. They have the kill contract. See Buzz doesn't pop it right away. Wants to make sure that Vitality commits somewhere before he commits that ultimate. Meteor now rotating to try to help out Izu. He's gonna be under pressure as the cam's still up.
And on the jiggle, Izu's just gonna be taken down. Less absolute heater of a shot. Able to find him, and Durka similarly. Bouncing in like a mad lad.
This may already be a bit of
Looks
a
like
save.
a safe call, yeah.
Yeah. Buzz is toying around trying to see if he can find a free pick. Durka keeping Stacks at arm's length, making sure that he's not going to be able to do any further damage. This is a huge round win. They can come through this flawless for Vitality. A few of the players, the economy absolutely in the bin. Same with T1 though. So they're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel a bit. And just some nice opening shots. You're going to need Durka to start fragging out even more. He's 13 and 12. That's not bad, but a little bit more oomph behind this. They're going to keep T1 in check on their map pick of Lotus. I guess the good news is for T1, didn't use any of your big ults, so you can keep those into the next round.
There's no opportunity given. It all starts from less. It's a hell of a shot.
He's so good, man.
He's absolutely on one. Durka with that quick little glimpse knows exactly who is going to be facing him around the corner. Able to just stick that landing. Take him out of the equation. Looks like a timeout call now from the side of T1. Still up by 4 rounds, but not wanting for that ramp up to come through because they know what's waiting for them. If Vitality are able to get warmed up, they know that they're absolutely capable of running this back.
Yeah, no doubt. So I think for T1, you're probably looking at, okay, if we do get rubble control, let's make sure we're pushing some of the extremities of the map a little bit more. Let's make sure, you know, everybody's in sync with, okay, are we fighting to test these executes, or are we going to play a bit more for retakes, try to go for floods, especially with the ults we have available. Let's be really cognizant of that. For Vitality, keep working the map. I think one of the things that really gave T1 problems was the way Vitality would push and pull the map. They had really good reads on T1's positioning. And then they were able to kind of swing to one side, swing back to the other, keep T1 guessing, keep them off balance. Made it really, really troublesome. The longer this goes on, I think the more difficult it gets for T1. So for T1, good time to call a timeout.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
if you can just knock them out of this, go next.
Look at the ults getting ready to be cycled up here for Vitality. Showstopper, Nightfall. From the Shadows, all of those just one charge away. See side out towards Mound. It's an easy orb for them to try to get a grab on. Undercut going to be sent. Meteor not ready for there to be a second player in that position.
Love this.
Showstopper now out from Buzz. Sends it for the first person that he sees, but it's not going to find anything there. It's smattering of damage. Safe at 92. Spexen less perfectly safe.
You've established a lot of map control. So even though you don't get the kill, I like the idea from T1. Now you pedal back. Try to see if you can force them into some crossfires. Sylvan all alone right now at A. Gonna be under a lot of pressure. Try to win this battle out. Try to get away safely.
Very convinced that this is going to be a C-site hit, but Sylvan will spot out tiny little shoulder there through the gap.
Durka does have Showstopper.
Might have to see what his movement ends up looking like. Regen shield will come back through. All in all, 9 health loss. Immediately has to go for the reposition, but doesn't go on top of the rope. Durka, however, swooping around the back, and Sylvan now striking, able to find one, but then less swings in from main. Comes away with that kill. Durka once again snatched up here by Meteor at the wall, about to fall. Breaks it with a phantom shot, cannot confirm the kill. Meteor going back into it, but Buzz taken down at the same time, still a 3v3.
Ice ball right there, drop.
Trying to just push out, but it's just so heavily stacked here by Vitality. Like you said, the wall in play, Izu needing to try to break things open, now needing to win out the round all on his lonesome, finds the first. Safe swings back around the corner, the push forward here from Trex, working his way upstairs. Izu, does he get a sense of it? Finds the first one, can't quite get that Phantom out in time. Vitality not allowing for that T1 timeout to find success either. And now it's 3 rounds separating.
Now the economy is going to be really bad for T1. Going to be having to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Sylvan does well to get one in that situation, but it's more about how Vitality masks their push there. They're going to use that toxic screen to back Sylvan off, and he's not going to be able to understand how many players exactly are coming through. They don't make a ton of noise. 1, maybe 2 guns at most. Get shot at him, so he doesn't really know until it's too late, and T1 can't get there in time. Love that from Vitality. They're doing a great job working the map again. See if they can keep it up. Despite that early map control that T1 was able to take, they weren't really able to get the right reads in the long run. Now they once again have firm A control. They're gonna try to rotate over to the other side of the map. Leave Buzz right outside of that door with that Judge. That's the biggest investment, along with the Guardian for Meteor.
The cut set. Meteor getting a little bit of damage here in reply, though. Down to 82. No regen shield available. Buzz still stat here, though. Quiet as ever. Sylvan just some earlier Sheriff shots. Another one ringing up to try to sell that there's no one here. Buzz swinging the corner, able to find one. Durka going to be put down, but Buzz as well. Whittled away at 6 HP remaining. They still don't want to try to peek into him. So they're going to rotate across. Weapon can be grabbed, maybe passed over to Sylvan. Both of them very low on health. Now we'll see what happens as the C-side tick is ready to come through. Izu playing around the cage, trying to get on a little bit more of a Aggressive position. Now going to be locked in place. Meteor, however, swooping back in, able to find one. It's less going to be taken down. Headshot can't come in. Izu on the floor.
Face your fear.
HP bars shattered pretty much across the board. Sylvan going to be taken out of the equation here. Stacks tries to do anything that he possibly can. But he falls on the wayside with a couple seconds to spare. That spike gets planted as Trex has another massive round. Not allowing for another eco win. Vitality now just 2 rounds away.
A lot of pressure onto Vitality. They just have to get it done with their superior firepower. And a good decision not to overcommit to that A hit. Izu trying to use his utility to set up his teammates, but with all those ults available and all those guns, T1 just gets a little bit lost in the chaos.
There.
Great stuff from Vitality. 4 rounds in a row, really starting to punch back. And now a big pivotal round for T1. If they don't win it here, it's likely to end up 10-10. Their economy is on the brink.
I have the spike.
A little bit of a push out again. They haven't really been able to find success off of that A-Rebel control like they normally do. Vitality's been able to get good reads, good timings. They use their patience nicely. Izu this time puts the cam right above the door. Want to make sure that they commit. Stacks there to back him up. Send out some of those shock darts. Izu a lot of time going to be left on to B. Do have the Viper's Pit if you can get in there for Vitality.
Smoke's gone, still nothing spotted over towards A. Stacks just going to be dead. No assistant util to come through. And Izu similarly just going to be absolutely torn to pieces. Durka very much coming online, is safe on that linger. Able to find one for himself. The Pep Shield in play. Clear on the Prowler. Takes out the boom bot. Player up and over the top. The Meteor not going to be snappy enough. Hicks will take him down. Sylvan's position absolutely noted. It's Vitality on the hunt. Durka swinging around the back, wanting to take absolutely everything from them, everything out of their hands, and they shall. A 3K from Trex into a 3K from Durka. Vitality 1 round away from tying us up.
Oh, well, I said I wanted to see more out of Durka, and he's answering the call big time. They know where he is the whole time on that execute. T1 has all the information in the world. They get the spot with the cam, and Durka still gets 2. I mean, that's just unbelievable individual talent shining. Catches Stacks trying to avoid the paranoia. And then Izu trying to cover, had the ping off his util. Didn't matter.
Nice.
Durka just stops him.
Shit.
That means darn.
Yeah, oh darn. Oh, shucks.
Final timeout call here in the map for T1. See what they're going to be able to piece together off the back of this. Neural theft, as well as the kill contract, they are there, but the economy is not to try to back this. Vitality, a pit could absolutely come into play here just to go ahead, confirm that they can get to that tied up scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy part, is they haven't even really needed to use it, because once they're onto the site, it's basically round over. And they're just able to break through C time and time again. They don't care about A. They don't care about Rebel control. They don't need to fight for that. They know that they really can't. If they can get these good executes to roll, if they can keep T1 guessing enough towards the other sides of the map, and they're just winning on their entries. Just great discipline from Vitality. Great mental composure. I think the most important thing for me coming into today, after both teams suffering devastating losses yesterday, how are they going to be able to bounce back? Who is going to have the better mental? Like maybe T1 was going to be that team, but Vitality punching right back just shows how much experience is on both sides. They've all been in these situations before. Know how to handle the pressure. Check on the Prowler, doesn't catch anything for Trex. Back over towards A. There was no presence really shown over here. So you got to be wary of a trap as Vitality, and the trap is a lot further back this time. They shifted Izu over to A. They overstacked C. Vitality seemingly guessing correctly. It's a little bit of spam from Meteor, but this is just a slow march forward. T1 gonna have to find some good shots, some good timings to overcome this weaponry disadvantage.
They're on the Thorns. Snakebite here at Buzz's feet. Sends out the pain shells, looking for just a little bit of damage here to soften up these targets for the rest of his team. But right now, T1 just starting to get a bit overwhelmed on the site.
30 seconds.
Buzz, Meteor, Izu trying to do anything that they can, but Trix finds one, Durka gets the other, Kick swings the corner and timing on the Meteor. Doesn't even know what hit him. Stacks now. The last one alive to see if he could put a dent in Vitality here in round 20.
Planted.
They look for a flawless. They look to tie it up, and they shall. Flawlessly done. Vitality batting away these thrifty efforts from T1, not giving them that window of opportunity that they gave over at the start of this map.
T1 looks shaky. They don't really have that same crispness we saw coming out from that first half. The shots just aren't connecting, especially with the Sheriffs. They look a little bit off kilter, and Vitality is revitalized. They are hitting everything they see, and now they've got all the ults they could pretty much want other than Nightfall. T1 maybe looking for an opportunity to get some of theirs into play.
The C-site has continued to be a bit of a weakness here.
Yep.
Vitality set their sights on this once again. Kill contract still available here for Meteor. Phantom in hand though, not the Vandal that he often has, but he comes away with those round wins. Durka up and over the top. Meteor swooping out, able to find one. Neural Theft now going to be invested immediately from Izu. Backpedals. It's a reveal onto everyone. Thorns to try to lock him in position. The gun as well. Take it away for a brief moment. Kicks. Snatched up at the kill contract. Shield in play. Meteor able to find it, able to find the reset. As the ping out comes through. Buzz catching a glimpse there. Meteor just eating an immense amount of damage. The wallbang shots doing wonders for him, but Buzz looking to replicate that. Pushes up the shorty, drawn out, but it's going to be Sylvan to collect. And somehow T1 only lose one player as they finally break a 6-round win streak that Vitality was on. Vitality immediately called for a timeout of their own.
Yeah, stop any momentum that T1 has got. An entry here that's dodged. Great footwork. Great footwork there. Izu dips into the smokes and Meteor's right there. Izu had maybe purposely revealed his presence. I'm not sure. Durka saw him, sent the rocket at him, it missed. Meteor puts out that kill contract. Very clean. A little bit of frustration now shown on Vitality's face. They felt like maybe they were just going to be able to steamroll their way through. T1 had an answer. They're finally able to shut down that C-push.
It's 2 ultimates as well, expended. Granted, same could be said for T1, but the cycle a little bit closer with things like the Showstopper, that Hunter's Fury, tools that can be used to counteract the Viper's Pit.
Exactly.
That is still online here from Les.
I mean, I think this is the thing for T1 is you're not super scared of that Viper's Pit. You have so much, not just the ultimates, but in the individual kit as well to potentially clear that out. I mean, you can even just send Meteor in there with the shield up, try to figure out the location. You've got the Sova util, you've got the Boombot from Buzz. So some opportunities for sure. Even if that all comes into play to maybe deal with it. All the real question is Vitality is, how do you respond? Do you try to force the rubble fight? Do you just try a quick B hit? Things like that come through.
Buzz jumping across, nobody really challenging for the fight. TP into the spawn from Kicks, off the rip. Tripwire broken there on B. Sylvan just cycling a smoke over. Being well read, now confirms Kicks. About to swing back around Izu! Doesn't win the fight! He doesn't even get a lick of damage on him.
Now they know C is wide open. Izu out of the equation. You can just jump right in.
Buzz hearing this noise. Going to try to intercept, taps the door, but Durka turns back from sight. He shuts him down. He gets Meteor. And this round is completely out of sorts from T1. Having the read, confirming it, and then dropping it on the floor. This round slips through their grasp. And Vitality, off the timeout call, will keep us tied.
That's just devastating. It just doesn't look in this second half like T1 is very comfortable. Izu's had a few slip-ups with some of his mechanics. And that is just phenomenal work from Kicks to win that battle. But T1 has every right to be winning it, and they don't. Snappy from Sylvan. Ready for
Able
the
to
push.
find one. Stacks, middle peeking. Tracks down below. Able to find it. Stacks desperately just trying to hold on to the weapon. They're willing to push him. They already know. He's gonna have the ult online. Looks like he may just be able to survive this, and he shall. 11-11. Vitality not letting T1 go without a fight.
That was such a creative round to open up the B site by sending a player all the way to their spawn, knowing it was going to be wide open. It's a bit of a risk. And then you're able to pivot right towards C as well. I mean, they're just hitting crazy good shots too. They are fired up at T1. Looking to try to slow this down. Still enough to buy some rifles though. Do have that Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper off the orb pickup by Buzz. They're quick to rotate back towards C. Just have to make sure that this site cannot be taken. Because once Vitality gets through, not much you can do. So T1 commits a lot of resources over there. And again, Vitality working the map safe, saying, let's show a little bit of presence. We know that they have to commit to this because of how much we've been able to abuse that side of the map. Now we can try the other side.
All raising, Sylvan. Paranoia to try to catch here. On cleared out by Buzz. Trying to keep protected here. Sylvan dropping down. Showstopper up over the top, and Durka and over that! But Buzz still able to find one as the Classic gets drawn out. Sylvan, one for him as well, but they quickly get traded back. The double tap shield in play. Needing to try to get a kill to get a reset. Meteor cannot.
About time.
Hooks into the corner. Stacks. Double setup. Wanting to try to punish this angle here from stairs. It's going to be Kick still able to find the enemy ISO.
They're going to rotate. It has to be right now. Otherwise, they have to press forward towards A. Time is running low.
123 health between the three players here on Vitality. Point being made. The Nightfall coming through. Stacks knowing that he's unable to avoid it, but also knows that they're damn low. This police sends out a shock, but will not be able to find it. Hawk going to be cleared. Izu able to find Kicks. The push into the corner, and somehow Stacks! He can't get the kill! Safe with 2 HP! Now brings it into a 2v1. Izu spotting out the first. Clears the flower. Taps the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Trek's going to be eliminated. Safe the IGL, the captain with 2 health remaining. Gets a solid read, but Izu just has every advantage in this situation. Gets to defuse and gets T1 up to map point.
Oh boy, that is so scrappy. And a lot of credit has to be given to Sylvan and Meteor and Buzz for delaying as long as they did at the A side. Sylvan hits a really nice Paranoia. Buzz is right there to back him up, finds a great classic kill. And Meteor just holds that angle for as long as he can. Gets a little bit of util, gets the C's to come his way. That allows the rest of T1 to rotate into position. And they did a ton of damage along the way. Just barely, T1 goes to map point.
But now, as they look to try to take this into overtime, that pit still there, but also Durka and Op on the attack. 3 charges away from having that showstopper. For now, it's going to be slow and steady going. T1, do they have a read on this, given the disconnected positions?
They're gambling on it. They have no contact anywhere else on the map. They're just saying, Vitality might just go back to what's been successful. Top of the orb, but maybe a change of direction. Vitality really taking their time to try to work the map.
Check from Sylvan. Seeing some heavier presence over here at Mound.
Where are you?
Taunt does get the ping. Bit of a double take there from Sylvan to clear it out. Paranoia does get expended. It looks like ultimately Vitality do want to pivot over towards this A site once again. Op likely to be passed over here. From Durka, swap it out for a rifle. Buzz is starting to drift over in towards B. Sylvan once again on his lonesome. This was heavily punished by Vitality.
Left. Same thing as last time.
That shot connects, and Sylvan down to 55, a little bit of added HP on top because the regen shield. Buzz gonna be sussed out. Sylvan, take it down. Durka peeks in. The shot is good. And Buzz is on the floor. Gets locked out away from the rest of the team, but now that pit, held in the back pocket for so very long, finally comes into play as Vitality. Look to take this into overtime. Back sliding in along the wall, spotting out Trex, who has no idea. Everyone now clustered in towards Tree. Gun barrel spotted, but safe. A bit faster with it. And has the decay advantage. Izu frantically scaling forward, trying to open things up a little bit more, but safe just hidden, tucked away in the clouds. Helps to guide them into this overtime here, in this elimination match. Lotus is not done.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Vitality. Safe once again, dialing up a beautiful play. We saw it earlier in the half, it worked a treat. Said, let's do that one again. They won't see it coming, and boy, do they have no clue at all. Absolutely insane.
None whatsoever, but that extra cherry on top of Durka, bringing out that operator.
Yes.
Hasn't really been messing around with it too much in the lead up there on that attack. And it looks like from the offset, going back over onto the defense. Gonna go for that glass cannon.
And it was a huge reason, just a huge part of why T1 was able to do so well on that attacker side was Durka never was able to get to the op. He was never able to get there economically. Now, of course, every round you have an opportunity to grab it.
They had it once and then was widely just avoided and had it taken away. Once again, though, T1 leaning back over towards A. Rotations immediately starting as these players from Vitality just gonna leave Durka on an island, and kicks, just goes for timing through the wall. That's one of the duelists now eliminated. Flash and some presence confirmed. Pushing up here through the smoke. Double tap, shield in play. Meteor able to get on top of him, finds that kill, gets the shield reset. He's in position here for the moment, just looking to wait it out. Stacks goes for the spike plant. You're frantically looking every which way, knows that the smoke above is about to dissipate, and he can't get him to cover fast enough. Finding one, drops down, finds another. As Izu trying to get here to save Stacks, but he cannot keep him alive. He's now on his lonesome, another pit built up, unless this time, not saving it for a rainy day. Running low on bullets, Vitality. Maybe well aware of that, looking for the push. Knows that there's a player close, but has to know that it's being held. Knows that he has to try to get these shots through, and he just cannot! They take it to OT, they take the opening round. And now it is Vitality, who have map point in their hands.
And it's Les from heaven, just doing such a great job knocking players down from up top to get that pit. It looked like maybe there was some hope for T1. Meteor able to break through, but then high lows cost Stacks his life.
Go!
Give Les the pit. And they've got a real darn good chance going over to their attacker side. Just able to read that round from start to finish. It was an A push from the get-go for T1. And it's dismantled by Vitality. This time, over towards C, tap of the orb. One closer to that showstopper.
Here to go, blast pack, just to clear out that tripwire. Playing these mind games, to constantly have T1 having to second guess their read.
Yeah, are they going to double back? Or are they going to try that A hit again? That's got to be in the back of your mind. The toxic screen can go up.
Where are you?
C's goes out. Buzz trying to take some space. But Trex doing everything he can to sell that this is going to be an A side hit again.
Either way, he's keeping two players occupied here for the moment. Pushes out. He's one. Shots from Buzz not going to be able to come through to try to find a punish. Fowler scouts, and now the bad news. Figured out. Field race here for Meteor. Pusher on the back of the cage. Izu on the floor. Durka takes over the round. Showstoppers online. Buzz maybe slipping the net here, but Sylvan certainly has not. A showstopper about to be in his face. Set. And he'll just hit him from the back. No clue. It was coming his way. 14-12. From what was at one point a 1-7 scoreline to Vitality's disadvantage. They run back this Lotus and they steal it away from T1.
your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress. No, let's go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but the profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
everyone, Jen Lee here with Faded now. Listen, Faded. I've seen both of you play Haven, and I think I like your Yoru and ISO better. So what do you think makes you better than T1?
We have Dirtke. I mean, he's the best Yoru in the whole entire game. But I think we got a little surprise for you guys, so we'll see what's up on Haven.
Comp change, possibly?
Who knows? We'll see.
All right. Thank you for your insight, and I'll be waiting for that surprise.
All right, there where you heard from Jen Lee. She likes the Yoru ISO on the Vitality side, and then Coach Faded says, oh wait, we got even more. And Vitality digging deep to pick up this win. Absolute, like, just what you want to see, a recovery from this team, Kukuka. And I'm going to you because I gotta go to you. But this, we were watching it and it was looking dire.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't.
Yeah, and then it wasn't, but it was looking pretty terrible, right? Like, let's roll back right to the beginning where Vitality wins the pistol. They're not able to convert the second one, and not only that, they go on a rant of just losing and losing and losing. At some point, a 4-10, but somehow they find the pacing and they bring things back.
I mean, incredible. And then, mind you, this was off of some amazing plays, kind of like our Verizon high-speed moment of the match brought to you by Meteor, as a matter of fact here, because Meteor using that ISO, right, gets that set up there because this is what's going to allow him to be able to use that ISO ult, as you can see right there. And then, Sideshow, we go to the Gulag.
Yeah, and Meteor's using these ults so well, it's so difficult to play against this. He grabs Durka. Durka's got a defensive showstopper, takes him out of the game. And he was doing this over and over again, winning the duels inside of there. It was 4-1 by what I tracked in terms of his win rate inside of the ISO Ultimates. Hopefully we get to see this moving forward into the next map as well, because I feel like that ISO head-to-head is going to be crucially important. And Meteor was doing everything he possibly could to set them out on a ridiculous lead in the first half.
The way that he min-maxes everything.
Yeah.
But it was all for naught!
Yeah, and that's the part that stings the most because everything was clicking, Kaguka.
Yep.
It looked like T1 were on the highway to success.
Yeah, absolutely. You see these rounds, you see the way that it all started, but we also have to think that Vitality knew what they were getting into. They knew the strengths that T1 had and the maps that they were going to favor. That is why we saw the Lotus. That is why probably they decided to go on the Haven as well. But we have to give huge props to Les, who has made Lotus his home ground. We saw it yesterday, we see it here today again. Probably one of the reasons him and Derke, they were able to bring this one back.
Les was monumental in the second half. He was getting so many 3K rounds to be able to dig them out of difficult situations, get them into winning spots.
That's why he was put on that team.
Oh, absolutely. Those are the two new players for Vitality, and you see they're already worth the salary. I don't care what they're paying them, that it was worthwhile.
Not enough.
Yeah. Not enough. I mean, because they dug them out of the trenches, and that is huge. That's exactly why you wanted to pick up these world-class players, because this is the output. This is what you expect from them in these high-pressure situations.
It's so important, right? Because Les has so much experience on the stage. He's never going to feel down in this kind of situations. And even though he had a slow start of the year, now it's all paying off.
Yeah, well, let's see if it continues to pay off as we move on to map number 2. And the question on our minds is, are we gonna see some mirror compositions? Now, Coach Faded had some different thoughts here.
Yeah.
So
There's no way we're getting robbed. There's no way we're getting robbed of our first ever mirror match between the Yoru ISO comps.
Which their Brangelina name would be Yorisu or whatever.
Yeah, sure, you can go with that if you like. But these are two teams that have copied the way Fnatic used to play on Haven, and it's quite a niche idea. There aren't too many people around the world that are playing it, but now we get to see two match up, and maybe one of them has deviated already.
And seriously, with all the compositions and everything that we could see, this is almost best in slots for the players. Like, especially on this map, I don't think I would put anybody else on anything different if I want to get the best out of the best. And as you're saying, seeing it for the first time when it's a composition that has been so entertaining to watch and with so many little things to look at, I'm very excited.
Well, let's theory craft real fast. What would be the change?
Yeah. It's actually really difficult to play this kind of composition into the Breach Tejo, because what you want to do is kind of explode forwards with the double duelist setup.
Yeah.
Instead, if you do that kind of thing, you give the defensive team the perfect timing to go stuns, salvos, break it to pieces. So you end up having to contact around the map a lot and play double duelist. That kind of sucks. I hope we get a mirror, though. I hope Faded was just baited.
Faded cannot just say, we have the best Euro in the planet and then not run this
I know, right? That's just mean. That's just mean, bro. In any case, though, let's actually catch up on the other side with Coach Autumn, as Jen Lee is standing by with him ahead of map 2.
Hello again, Jen here with Autumn, and now Autumn, listen. You know I've been watching you play Haven, in Pacific too, and I think I like your Yoru and ISO so much more than the Vitality. What do you think makes you better on the Yoru ISO compared to Vitality?
Simple, we have Meteor.
You have Meteor. Okay, T1 has Meteor, Vitality has Durka.
Wait a minute, Jen, you were just playing both sides of the field, bro.
She's an absolute icon. We're just living in her world.
You're a savage. Jen Lee, my goat.
That's so funny.
Also, I do want to preface this by saying that Jen literally predicted his answer. She said to me, he's probably going to say it's Meteor.
We have Meteor, yeah. But it's so funny that they picked people.
Yoru and the ISO.
We have Durka, we have Meteor, but that might not end up being actually how it plays out. Now, I wonder whether one of the reasons that Faded was talking up Durka is because they're still going to play the Yoru in that comp.
Maybe, yeah, they can still do it.
They might be running what G2 run, where they run the Yoru, but then they also run it with the Breach and Tejo on this map. So you'd still get to see Durka flex around on the Yoru. It's still super good. We just wouldn't get to see Safe playing the ISO against Meteor.
I love that you bring that up because throughout this tournament, I would love to see Dirk even more on the operator, and on the other side we see Buzz that has been using it almost constantly. So I would love to see that head-to-head there.
It's really difficult though to op into a team that's going to run ISO. Like if Meteor sticks with it, it's pretty difficult. I don't know. I mean, Durka has also been able to set up tons of different like cross-map gate crashes where he's able to still reinforce the other site. He's brought a ton over from Fnatic and shifted a lot as well.
What gets shelved here, the ISO or the Yoru?
The ISO almost certainly, and you put Safe onto the Tejo run Breach Tejo. That's what I would imagine is going to be going on here. You don't even have to run the Breach, but most teams are.
Yeah, you can do the double drone, you know, with the Sova and the Tejo is a lot of information, especially with a team like Vitality that like to play so incredibly slow.
That's devious.
We're seeing right now T1, the fastest team that we have in the 4 remaining teams that we have here in playoffs, against the slowest one. Like even Vitality is way above the average in the time that it takes to execute. So for them, using and actually taking advantage of those timings is actually really important.
And if they have changed their compositions to running the Breach Tejo, that's going to slow the pace of T1 down as well, because you can't just rush in that regard. And I also think if we zoom out a little bit, the teams that have had the most success here at the tournament are the ones that are happy to change their compositions and not stick to what they've been doing all year long.
Is that what you're telling to DRX?
Well, I mean, DRX are on the cutting edge of the meta, and they're making some small adjustments, but I was thinking in my head more like G2 changing up their bind composition.
That's fair.
EDG changing completely what they were running during Chinese kickoff as well. These teams that have been happy to try to stay ahead of the meta and ahead of their opponent's ante and prep, it does tend to work.
And well, you saw there just a second ago what the community thinks regarding who's going to walk away as the winner of this one. Resounding for Vitality here, Cuckoo.
For T1, this is so important because remember, this is elimination for them. So if a surprise comes up and they have something prepared for this Haven, I hope it doesn't throw them off.
And we do not get the ISO, but instead a Jet. Okay. That was not on the bingo card.
It's been a minute.
That was not on the bingo card. I was not expecting that at all. I mean, this composition plays, if anything, faster, but also you lose out on the ISO ultimate.
I don't.
Are we just going to forget the kind of I'm sorry, Safe, for putting you in the spot here. He did not have a good Swiss stage in the previous map. Yesterday he had a kind of okay game. First map he wasn't the
He was a little cool in that map.
I'm here for a redemption arc.
Also, it kind of feels like you're going to put the op on the Jet and you got Meteor's going to take a corner fight.
I don't know what they're planning here. This is going to be super interesting. I assume it's going to be more like setting Safe up for success.
Well, let's find out, everyone, and see if we're going to get a map number 3 and send it back over to Achilles and Paperthin for the call.
Thank you very much. Yes, some big changes indeed. Big change, I suppose. It's just the one. But it does feel like this heavily impacts the way that Vitality have been playing on this map. Safe back over onto the Jet, and as Kakuka was just highlighting, Safe hasn't had the heaviest fragging impact in a lot of their series so far. The IG has been great, but he has not been that tip of the spear.
Well, maybe now's the time. We get to see a little bit of old school Safe before he switched into the IGL role, where he's just kicking people over with the Jet. They're looking to get a little bit aggressive towards the mid part of the map. Bit of a tricky setup there for T1. Sneak Izu behind the door. Sylvan there on the other side, but this is all looking for a B hit in the opener for Sage.
Yeah, he's able to find that first kill. It's only coming away with one, another pinch comes in from behind. Izu striking, finding less. 3v3. This is just a neck-breaking pace so far here in the pistol, but now with the spike planted, some smoke still waiting to dissipate, things will slow down quite a bit.
You gotta win this fight against Durka. Stax can get that. They might have a chance.
Frenzy, medium range. Stax will be able to find the headshot. Trek swinging out backside. Able to find one, and now Izu on his lonesome. Quick reposition here from Safe after finding that second elimination. Izu trying to go ahead and isolate 4 bullets left in the mag, and he gets the one tap. A 3K from Izu. Gets T1 the opening pistol here on Haven.
That is a rejuvenating round for T1 and Izu in particular. He was getting beat up on Lotus in a half that was in the key of C major for the side of Vitality. And he was having a real struggle, but he comes through with a big clutch. This is the Izu we've been used to seeing that goes in his hands on these pistols. He has been devastating throughout Masters Bangkok, and he shows up again when T1 needs him most.
There's a way to get that blood flowing off the rip after a devastating loss in the opening map. I suppose a Red Bull clutch from your Cypher is one way to do it. Somewhat standard buy that we've been seeing from Vitality, but this time it is going to be safe on the Jet, bringing that Outlaw. We love to have this early investment, try to catch teams off guard. Already quite a bit of damage here, just bouncing around trying to escape. He and Kicks both tagged.
They're making a lot of noise, and T1 is scrambling to figure out exactly where this is going to come through. Safe. Get those shots to hit. Stax takes a lick of damage, but Trip is cleared at B. They bring some rotations over, and you've backed off the main forces. You're going to hide from this Owl drone. You're going to maybe think about a different direction, setting up the teleport from Durga. He's going to get taken down, though.
Runs with an Outlaw of his own. Getting the catch there, less on Trip duty.
Here.
Let's see if he can open things up to get themselves forward into this C site. Gun barrel spotted, Izu at the ready, gets the tag there, immediately turns his sights back over in towards Garage, finds the shutdown on the 1. Slides in behind the box, the recon instantly cleared out, Paranoia likely dodged, Sylvan finding some stability there at long last. Looking a little bit wonky to begin with. In the end, T1 pull off a flawless anti-eco.
I had some concerns for T1 after losing Lotus in heartbreaking fashion. But it looks like they're okay. Looks like they've stabilized. Vitality being read really nicely. Great positioning here from Izu, using his own smokes to wrap around to flat and find that crossfire angle. That is extremely smart, to not try to hold that link angle from Garage.
Well, now just one away from the Neural. Going into T1's bonus because of the prior investment and not finding much value there. Safe, just going to be a stinger in hand.
Got double Outlaws for this as well.
Yeah. Granted, G2 doing quite well to show us that stinger absolutely can find value. Just looking to put a hold of them out of Garage, but T1 quick to go ahead and refill that position, ensure that they have it covered.
Yeah, they love to try to combo you as you come through Garage. Throw a vulnerable, throw a paranoia at you, play off some of that contact.
Over towards Long. Second shot connects, Buzz. Leaves Durka in the dirt. Safe gonna be able to go ahead and pick up that Phantom off his dead teammate's corpse. Buzz continuing to scale forward. Wants to go for the second shot, swings it a little bit wider, and ends up getting punished for it. Big overcook from him, but Stax. Second shot not quite going to nail him there. Safe does survive with 10 HP. As he finds the kill onto the opposing team's IGL. Meteor gonna be good for 1. Things get chaotic here inside of the smokes. Izu just strafing into the site. To finish the job that Stax had started. Kicks now, needing to try to clutch it, but Izu's there on the flank. 7-0-1. And pass over the defuse here to Sylvan, and T1 will convert the bonus.
This is really interesting because you're seeing very different looks in some ways from both of these teams. You're not going to often see T1 bring out 2 Outlaws. I don't think I've seen it all year that I can remember. And then for the side of Vitality, they're playing this attacker side much lower than the last time they did against Team Liquid in the EMEA Grand Finals. It was really aggressive. Like on their pistol, they went all the way into spawn. Durka was setting TPs that went all the way into his opponent's spawn, and they were trying to just cover the map and keep you confused. Now, granted, that was with the ISO, so it's a little bit different look. Team Vitality kind of lean into what has worked for them against T1, and that's patience, misdirection, taking your time on these attacker hits, but with a weaker buy, might be thinking about something pacey.
Yeah, you're talking about it here. Looks like they heard. Upping the tempo quite a bit. Stax just going to be tucked away in this corner for now. Smoke cycled out onto Heaven. 3 players on the approach from Long. Paranoia sent. Stax needing to hold his own with the angle. Not quite cleared fast enough. Some spray coming his way. Readjust. Looks for a third. Gets the transfer back over. Fantastic readjustment here from Stacks.
One enemy
As
remaining.
Buzz finds Valiant off the operator. It's going to be another flawless round. 4-0 start here for T1.
Just a great hold by Stacks. An unexpected position that isn't checked by Vitality. And they pay dearly. And that's going to bring out a quick timeout from their coach Bade. This is nice work there. Saw the first gun barrel. Was able to take down the second player that showed up. Re-swung for that second kill. Able to hold the line on the third. And then in classic Buzz fashion, an op kill, switch to the shorty, and go for it.
Yep. Timeout in play here for Vitality. There's a lot to consider. A buy round coming up. Narrowly off a couple of these critical ultimates. And Hunter's Fury, 2 charges, Durka, the Dimensional Drift, 1. That combo, not quite available just yet, but on the opposite side, it's there for T1 as well as a Neural Theft. Plenty to discuss. Trying to figure out how they're going to get themselves on the board. I don't think it's too much of a cause for concern quite just yet. This is the map that they've elected to go to.
Yes.
Saw the run back on Lotus.
No. You cannot count Vitality out anymore with what they just did to you in that previous map. And the way, think about all the way back to the MEA finals. They were down 2 maps, and they ran it back 3 maps in a row on Team Liquid. So there's no give up in this Vitality squad. I'd like to see T1 maybe try to set up a trap play towards the top of A. Try to shut down this orb grab. See if you can get ahead of Vitality, trying to get these ults into cycle, and use that momentary advantage you have here. You have the op as well, but looks like they're going to be content to just
They're cut into main. Maybe just quick combo, 1 shock dart sent out there from Stacks, seeing if they can get some early splash damage across.
This is aggressive positioning from Buzz. They pass this op over to
About to
Sylvan.
come out through here. Sturka strafing forward into garage, is able to find 1. Izu taken down nice and early here for them. Solid advantage found. Buzz though trying to get his way forward, but Durka peeks back out. Now that's 2 players dead. T1 not at all getting the read here on Vitality's positions.
This is a hard read coming out of the timeout. Maybe expecting a fast B hit or something. Durka though gonna be diligent, making sure that everything is under their purview. He's gonna use that Dimensional Drift. Find out that B is now cleared. Force a very difficult retake for T1.
I mean, here's the question, do you even really try to go for it? Maybe Stacks if he can find something on this lurker on the back, but looks like he doesn't want to even try to hit that trip. They still have that op that they're trying to hold on to in the hands of Sylvan at the moment with 8 HP.
Might send Meteor out to die just to get another ult charge. See if you can find a couple.
Might have just seen the hat there. Either way, the drone on the opposite side from Stacks will be able to spot him, but Meteor's not ready for the swoop down from Kicks. Problem is, Stacks, Sylvan playing so close together. If Vitality go on the hunt, could be the op lost. There's money to go ahead and get back into their hands, but still don't want to give the rest of these players that catch up towards these ultimates that are still waiting to cycle back online. So Vitality, a very solid timeout call, will flawlessly get a round win on board.
And once again, it's Durka stepping up to the plate when Vitality needs him. Finds a great chance, a great timing in garage to take down Izu. Then catches Buzz trying to push through. Oh, the spot with the utility there. Great combo with Trex. There you go. Push out not going to work for anybody. I think just a little bit of a misread there from T1 on what they were going to be seeing in that timeout. Still though, cash aplenty, op still in hand, still got all those ults. See what they want to do this time. Op is going to be in Buzz's hands once again. He's going to be holding garage door. A bit of a fake push out towards the top of A. Meteor and Stacks waiting that out, but this is all leaning more towards a C hit. Gonna try to maybe test Sylvan. Big question for me on this defender side is, can your site anchors be more effective than they were on Lotus? We're gonna need Sylvan and Izu to really step up, shut these things down. A bit of damage done.
Some spray out, TP to back plat here for Sylvan. Shock Dart clearing that front trip. Narrow line that Buzz is trying to peek off of here. They move into it. Footsteps heard. Tries to go for it. Dimensional Drift in desperation. used to try to escape, but less able to find him. The ult gets burned for nothing. Yet another critical overstay here for Buzz.
And they just can't read Vitality. When Vitality ticks off so much time on the clock, T1 makes quick reads. They're so used to Team Pacific not being this patient, this diligent.
30 seconds left.
Stacks has to come up huge.
Try to hold it down from here once again, but cannot steady the aim. Durka just a little bit faster on the reaction. Izu trying to play quiet, does manage to spray across through the smoke, finding the kill. Spike plant interrupted, nearly gets himself a third. Meteor going for the reset, now the last one standing in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. A wall before his util, the shield. Gone, regains it, kicks! Swings into the crosshair! And it's another Red Bull clutch! As they pile it on top of Meteor and he bats them away!
Well, you heard from Autumn in the post-match interview. He said, Jen asked him, what's the difference? You know, you're Yoru, you're ISO. What's the difference? It's Meteor. Well, no kidding. No kidding.
Steady as all hell. These tense moments, Meteor trying to be the one to guide them. He has the experience, he has the accolades.
Just
unbelievable. He's got the talent.
I mean, he's built for ISO.
Gate crash set up here into the back. The flash is absolutely gorgeous, and Durka able to find one. Sylvan turns back, does manage to put down the enemy aura, but Safe is right there to ensure that they trade this up. This time, Meteor not going to be able to get into a position to find these heroics. Vitality pick up the pace. Add a bit of chaos into the mix. And very quickly, T1 crumble on that C site.
Yeah, just such a difference of pace from Vitality. Catches T1 completely off guard. Again, a nice call from Safe and company. Good flash to set up Durka. TP's right at the perfect time, right after that flash pops. And Izu's just left completely blinded. Not much he can do there. Sylvan got one, but that was it before they had complete control over the garage in the C site. Shut off Meteor on the attempt. There you go, Vitality gets up to 2. Love to see it. I love the way Safe calls. He's just so smart. You know, and if it isn't for Meteor's crazy round, it's very well be 4-3.
The lob and the perfect timing from Durka. Has this absolutely nailed.
Such a treat to watch. I beg for the fake. I beg for it, but may not see it. We'll see. We'll have to wait.
He finds the opportunity, the confidence for it, or the hubris, depending on the outcome. Undercut. Going to be successfully dodged here. Less setting up that trip, covering their rears. This is any aggressive push out. Now, change up here. Another attempt on the B side here for Vitality.
Breaking them.
Oh, yes. Oh, Hunter's Fury in. Kicks eliminated. Vulnerable. He's there on the back end. Previously misspoke. Was able to go ahead and find value off that. Safe as well. How's Meteor come away with that?
Meteor uses ult.
Oh. Missed
I'm
that one.
pretty sure.
Either way, a little bit scrappy here in the round. Meteor. Get them back into this one. Durka going to be flushed out. Sylvan able to find that. Trex. Solid shot, remaining. But not enough to try to really hold his ground. Less going to be noted. Arrives. That was on the peak. Take him out with the operator. Diffuse to come through. Try to get that next dimensional drip cycle back in. T1 pull off a team ace. Themselves truly well far out in front of Vitality.
Oh, there's that combo. Here's the ult from Meteor. Just barely able to best Safe. With that vulnerable into the Hunter's Fury right onto the plant site. Love the way that T1 draws this up. Give up the site more or less for free. Just the only info they had was to clear the trips, and then the dash in from Safe. He's gonna have to buy down to a stinger, but has the Blade Storm.
Stay safe.
Probably gonna pop that. Les has a neural theft, so does Izu. So now Vitality, let's see if they want to change up the speed here. Hit by the vulnerable, try to find the shock.
Little bit deeper there. Still damage not gonna be coming through. trying to, but it's just enough to find less. Double tap shield pop, safe up and over the top, trying to get a break there on a Meteor, trying to go for the push here. Toss back out with the Stinger, gets a glimpse on to Izu. Trex and Durka, one apiece. Flash up out of the smoke. Buzz is just diving into his demise. As this time Meteor not going to be able to pull off a damn thing. Sylvan now in a 1v3. As things start getting very scrappy. Finds the first, tucks back. Fake on the TP.
Spike planted.
Goes for the drop down. Nearly able to stabilize that spray for kicks, but keeps himself alive. Vitality continuing to fight back.
It's just a great execute here. Stacks and Izu caught off guard enough. Safe keeping Meteor in check with those blades. Meteor tucked behind the box.
Now look at the weaponry for the side of T1. The rounds have been so scrappy, this back and forth, so they don't have too much. And Buzz, glass cannon, try to save enough. Be able to get that operator forward here into the next round. In the meantime, Durka just sprinting at him here, dimensional drift, able to get a glimpse of 3 players, now 4. And Izu gonna be taken down, safe capitalizing. Slowly trying to tuck back. Buzz peeking in towards that defender spawn. Gets his head taken off of Meteor, able to see the gun barrel less. Completely unawares, and suddenly this round starts getting away from Vitality. Double push in from behind. Stacks and Meteor slowly creeping their way forward. Trex has no idea, but the shots don't quite connect until the very last one. He will fall. Sylvan. Old TV position, just trying to see what he can scout out. Perched up on top of the box.
Player standing.
And now it is all on safe. The drone to spot. Full on HP, full on armor, but pinged out. Forced into hell. Swing, finds one, tries to get the drag across. But Stacks with a 3K. Realigns T1 as these teams continue to just go blow for blow, round over round. But because of that early start, T1 still up by 4.
This is just a great read from Buzz on the backside. Durka's gonna send out the clone after he goes all the way into the defender side spawn. Buzz just ignores it, gets the kill. Nice and quick. This time, position not expected by Les. He's been pretty good about clearing out Garage, but this time around, not able to do so, and that really opens up the map. It opens up the flanks from Stacks and others. And Stacks able to stabilize the Sheriff just enough to get that important kill onto Trex. Break open the angles that they need to get that cleaner retake going onto A. Up again for Buzz.
Rounds and a half, orb for Meteor gives him that kill contract, and Izu.
Huge.
Locking down Garage this time around, not wanting Durka to get the advantage once more. Hero theft immediately reveals everybody still staying tucked back over towards the spawn. Spike on the floor. Buzz far forward, gets a connection through the wall. Les fortunate to be alive. This is a cheeky little setup from Meteor. Tucked in behind this tripwire. Safe, however, instant peek, instant kill. Sylvan taken down, the tail went forward, and he's not spotted him! Meteor cannot stabilize for the second kill, but Stacks is there. Has the follow-up, has the covering fire.
One enemy remaining.
And now has Buzz arriving to pressure out checks from every single possible angle. T1 get up to 8. They break the economy from Vitality as we go into the last round of the half.
You just have to love the way that T1 is getting aggressive on the map. They're starting to feel some confidence. Buzz is able to push up long A, get a ton of info. They're able to tuck Meteor in that corner. Last time that trip was there, T1 just left that B site wide open. Vitality isn't quite ready for it. They're able to just swing at you from a bunch of different angles, but tons of ultimates for Vitality to play around with. Another Blade Storm for Safe. Hunter's Fury.
Safe is able to push a weapon over to his teammates. Knives in play less just with full armor and a Sheriff. Plenty of ultimates here for Vitality, but can they get into the right position to utilize them?
It's just a standard default from T1. Again, T1, Izu, Sylvan need to step up.
Sylvan looking for the reposition. Safe, leaping forward, but Durka this time able to find two, breaks things open. It looks like they read this. They should have known exactly what was coming their way. They cannot make it happen. It seems Meteor, a whiff on the ultimate. Vitality, they try to pull off an eco here. Weapons now going to be fully upgraded in their hands. 3v5 for T1. Kicks just TPs out to safety. But already, clear the push forward here, back into garage. Buzz, some eyes on it here for the moment. Meteor trying to body block. Diffuse held to half, but they just get mowed down. A flawless round for Vitality as they get to 4. Similar scenes to what we saw in Lotus. T1 up by 4 at the half.
Yeah, and if Lotus was any indication, you cannot expect anything here. Anybody can take this.
Absolutely, this game is far from over. We'll see you guys on the other side of the halftime break.
Nice.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're about to go into the second half here on Haven. T1 once more out in a lead here at the half. As we were just saying, Vitality were able to do well on Lotus to run that back, to take us into overtime and close things from there. They very well are capable of doing it again here on Haven. See how things start from the pistol, but for now, questions, concerns for some that we had about Safe widely have been quieted. Yes, the round score hasn't been fantastic for Vitality, but Safe's performance individually, as well as his calling, he's been keeping up.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's much that you could say negatively about his change over to Jet. I think things you're looking at are players like Les, who was so impactful on Lotus with the Viper, here on the Cypher, not having as much value. Granted, that was the attacker's side. So a lot of times you're kind of left trying to lurk and cover the back end of your team, but they're going to have to lock in and lock down some of these sites. Try to keep T1 at bay, but this T1 team, you would expect that this is the half where they can do damage. This double duelist comp is built to break these sites apart.
Right now they're getting ready to push in towards Kicks and Durka. Tripwire here at the exit of the garage. Gate crash from Buzz. A shield at the ready. Kicks thinking better about sending that paranoia. Turns back over to the side. Is able to find one. Looks for a second, but Izu swooping forward. They shut him down, and Meteor collects the enemy Cypher. Safe and Trex now to try to turn the tides of the round. Tripwire, however, does have to be broken. No one popped. No one giving him line of sight whatsoever. Intelligently played so far here by T1. Trex does manage to find an opening. Meteor going to be eliminated. Player there at that lumber stack, trying to find something, but Safe inevitably going to be shut down. The Sheriff being picked up here potentially by T1. They've been looking dominant so far in these pistols, 3-1 across the series.
Just another really nice execute from T1. Let Meteor lead the way with those shields. Having that ice on a pistol round, so annoying for your opponents. The frenzy there has to be used against Buzz. Great reaction from Izu. clean that quickly. Meteor just going to be able to lock down the back of sight. Make sure no one's able to get through there easily. And again, with that Cypher util, able to watch the back lines effectively. So far, so good for T1. Pistol's really good today. Les trying to play for info close. Deep dart. It's cleared.
He has to back off. Potential triple push coming out of A long here from Vitality. Looks like it's going to be a cutback. Trex.
They're pinging it.
Ping across the other way, but yeah, warning ping out here on lobby, realizing that they've given up a good amount of space and they don't have a trip set for this.
And with Les playing so close to the front of C, they're a little wary that that might be a trap. So they're going to try a different idea, a different direction, where the trap is actually over here at A. So again,
on the corner, Trex down below.
They sell these so well, does Vitality.
Pair of shots ringing out, but not finding connection. Swing onto the corner, and Buzz does well. Just keep that in mind as the shots start to ring out. Bit of damage, but reinforced by that regen shield. Sax is trying to sell a hit on C.
There's nobody there to see it.
There's no one there to take the bait. The ocean's empty. There's no more fish for you to reel in. The rest of the team slowly, steadily pushing forward here. Trex. Hell of a shot to start things off. Immediately the pivot call coming through with 23 seconds remaining. Buzz wanting to stick around, maybe try to keep that weapon protected, but they're running very low on time. 14 seconds. They have to absolutely sprint for this. I have no idea. They might have just absolutely cooked this one and burnt it to hell. The TP fort can just barely get there, but now they're swooping into the site. They have to keep it protected. Plant comes through. A Bulldog and a Guardian. It's Vitality. Look to upset them here in their eco round, but so they're fighting two, fighting three. Push out of the smoke, and Buzz bails him out. But my God, what a nail biter for T1. That is not the kind of round you want to be walking away from. That is far too close for comfort.
I am physically in pain. That was so unbelievably close. I mean, gutsy call from T1. Maybe a little later than it needed to be, but it gets the job done. But again, I love the way Vitality is able to show strength when they have weakness. They're so good at that, and it is constantly giving T1 fits throughout this event.
Oh, Sylvan. Fishing shots here from Durkup and Buzz. Look at that ping reveal. Stacks out onto safe. Meteor now looking to play on the opener here of the side. Paranoia going to be sent, quite clipping there onto the Yoru, and Buzz is able to find kicks. Trying to swing around the back of the box as Buzz is taking over. 3 kills for him, less, still a world away, held back by this tripwire. And it is going to remain intact. The spike gets planted, Vitality called to go for the save. T1 not giving them a window back in this time. Themselves a bonus conversion in the second half and move up to 11-round wins.
Just great stuff there. Great timings on the util. Stacks able to find the reveal to set Buzz up. He knocks the next two down. Just swings wide in the sight, or maybe TP'd. Maybe use that gate crash to get in there. Didn't matter. He was good for both. And that's just round over. Not a lot to say about it. I like the confidence from T1. Just barrel on in. They're running away with Haven now. Surely you have to think that Vitality picked this map, had some ideas, but T1 is all over them.
Take a look back at it.
Oh my God, that dart.
Yep, the flash over the top.
Oh my God.
Catches him. And the tailwind's already been expended. There's no way for safe to get out.
Wow. That's so clean. That's such a cool execute.
And that's going to be the final timeout for Vitality here on Haven. Saw some great impact from the coach earlier to help get them over that hurdle going into that overtime on Lotus. Right now the deficit monstrous and everything is working against them. The momentum fully on the side of T1 as well as the economy, both in weapons and in ultimates.
And it's such a difficult composition to deal with because there's so much push and pull on the map. You never know sometimes where those gate crashes are going to appear and when it's going to be Meteor leading the charge with a shield and then Buzz is TPing behind you, or in some cases even Sylvan can do the same. And it's such a difficult composition to get a read on, and it helps when you're able to dial up some of those combos. Again, Stack's really improving on his Sova play this year. Found a lot of success, particularly when you're leaning into these Yoru Aisu compositions. He's been setting up his duelists so nicely. And in some cases, they set him up with the vulnerables. So really cool to see the way they've embraced this composition and expanded on it. Found even deeper depth than other teams before them have. You've got that dimensional drift as well, so you can be a little bit safer here. Don't have to just walk into some of these sheriffs potentially and get your heads ripped off. You've seen how good Vitality can be in those moments.
Safe looking for a timing perhaps here in the garage, but Izu hasn't watched, not getting caught by that paranoia out from Kicks. 2 kills immediately found. 2 rifles still in play here for the side of Vitality. As Meteor on the plant, goes ahead and gets his ultimate online, but he'll get sat down. That's with a very nice shot. Some kind of opener. Izu continuing to maintain control here over Garage.
It's fantastic timing there too. Had the smoke to cover his back. He's immediately ready for a potential flank from Trex. Has to be a save. Other than Trex.
Can just grab this Vandal, try to hightail it out of here. Players nearby, but should be able to silently drift away through that B site. So, yep, looks like life will be maintained here for Trex. 2 weapons going to be carried over. But for T1, it means that they are now up to map point as they look to send us over to split. A map 3 decider. See who sticks around until at least tomorrow, and who goes home.
Just crazy what T1 has brought to this Haven. We knew this composition was strong, but it is really paying dividends. And another thing that they can do so well on this map is cycle these ults, right? Like you're going into Dimensional Drift in that previous round. Now you've got the kill contract. You're not too far away from a neural theft. And that's so annoying because it allows for these coordinated executes that T1 loves to be pulled off with relative ease.
See if they can catch anybody lingering down in towards sewer. Less here to try to reinforce. No eyes. I think just the camera really on main. Dark's gonna be sent out.
No distraction.
Ult gonna be sent. Gets the grab. Less. Pulled into the dark realm. Swing out. Shield is broken, but Meteor still able to find it. Safe. Peeks back into the side. Finds one, but cannot get snappy enough onto Izu. Circle the fight back. The Hunters here are now gonna be opened up. For some tags. They don't read him in the corner. Sylvan striking. Dark just strafing into sight. And now it all comes down to Trex. A 1v3. And he won't even get the first shot. A flawless second half for T1. 13-4. They say you opted into this. You chose this. They come roaring back into the series after the loss on Lotus. And now we have Split to decide it all. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Estoy en la mía, ando suelto hasta el otro día. Hoy es martes y yo no sabía. 2 mujeres y las 2 son mías. Ando en high.
Nice! Nice! Let's go! Nice! 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 No! Nice! Nice! Nice!
And if you're just joining us and that's all you saw, well, T1 picked up the win, and picked up the win they did. And tell you what, Buzz, be careful, because you might swallow that cum next time, pal. In any case, though, welcome back. Golden Boy here alongside with Kukuka and Sideshow. And T1 just managed to 13-4. Am I remembering that right? 13-4 Vitality on Haven, when we thought that this was supposed to be some mirror match, close contestation, blah, 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 blah. Sideshow turned out to be smoke and mirrors.
That was terrible from Vitality.
I mean, terrible.
The game plan with the Jet, didn't see it. I know that Safe is at the top of the scoreboard, but I wasn't seeing the value from that pick. I don't think that they... I mean, you play with fire, you get burned. They played two of T1's best maps here on Lotus and Haven, and they're almost getting 2-0'd. They're kind of lucky that they're not out of the tournament already, Vitality.
Jesus Christ. I mean, this could have perfectly been a 2-0. I will give you that. I will give you that. Do you think that at some point, Safe was scared because of what Meteor said, that if they were the ice head-to-head, that Meteor would smoke him, and that's the reason why he was like, I'm not playing ice.
Meteor was so cold in the press conference, he said, for me, it's a kill contract, for you, it's a death sentence.
Yo!
After a line like that, yeah, you're like, oh, I'll go on
You're
Jet.
swapping. I'm going Jet.
I have heard some crazy stuff where I'm from. That's cold,
That's
dude.
cold.
That's cold, real talk.
Meteor was getting so much more value than Safe was in this game. I know if you look at the stats, it looks like Safe was the best player on the team, but the Jet pick wasn't finding the same value that you get from the ISO.
I feel like they were trying to do two different things at the same time, and they never really found the synergy to make that composition work.
Yeah, and it's very weird, right? Because Vitality is no stranger to this composition. They know how to play it. They should know how to stop it. They should know also that in this kind of situations, T1, when it is more about the fast pace, T1 are very, very used to it. Meteor was just playing like it was another day in the park.
So many shots, though.
And look at this kind of thing, where you get the util value from it, too. You get the vulnerable into the Sova ultimate here. There's so many spots where the ISO is just valuable. It's not just a fragger.
And how is it possible that Vitality's not expecting those kind of things? Like, for example, in this execute, they are seeing it. They know that those ultimates are available.
Now, of course, if you're taking a look at this, like, Safe had a decent showing on the Jet, but again, there wasn't really much else coming out of that because it was a 13-4 finish. And, you know, talk about that ISO. I gotta say, you know, you think about like other hero shooters in the past and stuff like that, you always got to talk about a tank character. I mean, ISO's literally that. Like, how many shots was he eating to give them those wins? That one fight that happened in Hell, that was big. He got 2 kills off of that. One of those was from a dink on the shield that protected him. He could have been cooked off of that, and yet he gets 2.
I just didn't see the ante either. Like, I really expected, like you were talking about, Kukuka, a team that plays it so much would come out with some really nice ideas. And we were talking about, oh, run the breach Tejo. So many different ways that you can try to play against this. They have to now mentally reset and go into our 3rd map here. And another issue that you were bringing up was the pistol round problems that they've been having, because they only won 1 in the entire series so far, and they immediately got eco'd.
Yeah, exactly, and into like a rampage of rounds. But right now, everything is on the comfort for T1, because as you're saying, right now was like 3 for 4, but it kind of fell the 4 for 4 because of the consequence of the rest of them. And we're speaking about always this trading, always accelerating the pace when needed, and sometimes, especially on the second one that we saw in this map, maybe Vitality not reacting fast enough, losing a little bit of the steam, and it puts us again in the same situation that we were on map 1.
And that actually is a great thing to note there, because there were a few times on like some of these executes where I noticed Vitality, a team that would typically be very quick on the response, were so slow to react on some of these plays. So it really is a credit to T1.
It's I don't think it has to do exclusively like with the composition. I feel like they were a little bit thrown off because of how they have the same ideas, but just
like
T1 did it much faster, and Meteor just feels so comfortable.
There was
and
a
the
guy there with the paranoia that could have just hit 4.
Kicks took so long to react to this trip being broken. I think that Vitality at the moment, what you're seeing is a team that's good individually, but they're not playing off each other well enough. And I think that's a key thing for them to improve on.
And there's so many layers onto this, because with them taking out the ISO, we also see Boss going on the operator. You're giving him that freedom when he's so good with it. It doesn't matter if he gets the kill or not, the pressure is there.
Vitality have got a lot of pressure on their shoulders now. It's, like you said earlier, a bit like free money for T1. They've done an amazing job showcasing that they're a good team on Haven, able to get the win, and now they've got a chance not just to be the top Korean team, but become top 3 in the world in this first tournament that this roster's going to this year. That's incredible.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but where were they ranked on the power rankings?
Oh, like the bottom. But like, of course they were. I feel like you look at this team and what they were showcasing coming into the tournament, they've grown, developed, and also their ideas have been proven to work. They've got big stage players. Buzz and Meteor are out there putting up big performances when it matters, showcasing that kind of tenacity can take you all the distance.
You also have veteran leadership there in Stacks, who you can always turn to at a moment's notice. Like, there's a lot that T1 can lean on here, but on the other side, though, what does Vitality do? Because Kakuka, they got to shake things up here.
Back to the drawing board. For T1, they narrowly lost the first one. They managed to close very cleanly on the second one. It's about forgetting everything that happened. This is all that matters. This last map, Isu now going on the Euro. He's been having a good performance on Haven. He was feeling it, and with this double duelist, is going to be even better.
T1 plays an unusual style on this map. They play heavy anchor on the sites rather than playing pretty like off-site retake setups. Meteor tends to, in the first quarter, anchor towards B quite a lot. If Vitality have done their homework, they can come up with some really good specific game plans, but I'm not confident because of what we saw on Haven.
Yeah, my eyes go to Kicks, #1, because I think that this is one of his best maps, and to Les as well. Such a good first map, and a little bit of a sink down on the second one.
He's most definitely going to need a recovery for sure. Vitality want a chance in this one, folks. It's all coming down to this. You got one map to determine which team moves on to tomorrow's lower final and which team goes home. We're sending home a region. Here's Achilleos and Paperthin for the call.
One map to determine it all. As we go into split, team play will rule the day. Something that was lacking from Vitality on Haven, something that T1 had in spades. But how do they fare going into this? A long series, an overtime to start things off on that first map. A bit of a breezy one on the second. With the veterancy on the side of Vitality, you have to suspect that they're going to be able to get that mental reset, to come back into this, to make up for those shortcomings in that last map.
For sure, there's no give up in either of these squads today. They know what's on the line, and they're playing like it.
Well, we're not going to get a spot here. Desk was highlighting it. We've highlighted it. Pistols, something that Vitality has very much struggled with. The one win immediately got ecoed in the next round.
They're showing a bit of a different look early. They're trying to create some attention towards B. The last time they played this against DRX, they just went full A.
Reposition though, Meteor getting a bit of damage in. Sends out that bite. Strafing across in towards alley. Durka sat here on the box, but in the meantime, the exec is coming through on the A side. Isu trying to stay sat here behind the screen, getting flushed out, but just frantically backpedaling over in towards elbow. They come piling out, but Safe runs out of bullets. Buzz now here, Spike on the floor. Trex dead. Durka still slowly trying to creep his way across. Just now past that defender spawn, working his way towards screens, but eyes tied there by Sylvan. Now they know what player locations, but less. Fantastic headshot. Takes out Buzz, takes out Isu. And now it comes down to the 1v1, and Les has got it! Whatever he was lacking on Haven, he's got it back. A 4K to get Vitality their second pistol win.
Just put the man on Viper and he's good to go. Absolutely disgusting stuff. I mean, this should be T1's round. But Les is going to snatch it away from them. Sylvan goes for the swing and pays the price. Cinema.
Yeah, starting to get their energy back here. T1 looking like basically Just a shorty on the commitment here. Smattering of utility.
That was a pretty good read from T1 in some ways. They were able to react quick enough. Shut that fake down. That's, yep, Izu just TP's out.
Doesn't TP very far. Does he? Ton of damage, 24 health remaining on him. They know he likes to play around that screen, so I'm getting pre-fired through it.
Yep. Well aware. T1, I was kind of curious coming into this if they were going to change comps again. What is with that shorty?
Couple push into the smoke. It is. Kill found on the Durka, but no weapon to be found. Just playing forward with that pistol. The other players. The ones with the Bulldogs. The Phantom. Was able to get a reposition here. Reading the lurk from Les. Push coming in. He does manage to take him out, but once again, no weapon upgrades available, but it's still decent damage here. One more kill for T1. That's gonna hurt the bank.
They're quick to rotate over.
What do they call here? Paranoia to try slow off the back of the Prowler.
Cover going out.
Paint Shell similarly lobbed in, just keeping things delayed. 22 seconds left here for Vitality. Haunt going out, going to be cleared out here from Meteor. They know that one's going to be over at default. Flower to the check to push out of the smoke. Trex instantaneous with a headshot, finds another. Buzz up onto the Raptor! Able to find two! As Kicks with just a few seconds to spare. Will be able to get the spike planted. Tries to drag across. Whittled away down to 63 HP. And aftershock, a couple flashes, but nothing can be done! Out from garage, T1 once more. Give up a pistol, but clap back in the eco.
And what a round from Buzz here. They set him up nicely for the first kill in the mid. Trex does a great job breaking through the defenses on site, but Buzz is on the rafters, and he's making it rain, baby. Woohoo!
Round two, the final map, to see who qualifies into the lower final tomorrow. T1 respond with a MasterCard Thrifty. Looking like maybe some mild buys here for the side of Vitality. Durka, Bucky. Kicks trying to make up his mind as far as which weapon he wants.
This is gonna be tough. T1 playing with great patience. Again, some of those trap plays. T1 loves to run, giving value. Durka trying to put this shotgun to good use.
Buzz letting him know, yes, I am running away from you, in fact. It's a swing out here, in towards ramp, but Kicks. And Stinger able to come up with value. Weapon now going to be scooped up here from Les. It's Vitality. Look to Thrifty them right back.
That's the last person you want that Phantom to be taken by. It is so scary. They're maintaining nice control of A Heaven here. This gives them a good opportunity to break through onto the site. The question is with Izu right underneath, are they going to be able to anticipate that position? Stacks playing an elbow.
Still has to be worried about an angle out here from Main. The Prowler going to be giving it away. Takes the TP. Trying to sell that he has, in fact, repositioned. Trex bouncing his way up the ramp. Izu now striking. Comes away with the Elim. 35 seconds remaining. The push forward, Meteor. Takes a second, but aligns it. Kicks on the corner. Whittled away out even more. Now down to just 8 HP. The push in, Durka point blank. Off the Paranoia, still able to find one. But T1 will hold their ground. The early advantage, the early kill. Not leading to success here for Vitality.
And this is such a heady play from Izu. Gets identified by the utility. A nice win early here for Vitality, but this was something Vitality was doing to T1, especially on Vine, where Util would confirm someone's position and they'd immediately rotate, and it would catch T1 off guard. Izu giving Vitality a taste of their own medicine there. And a great Paranoia to back up Meteor. Even with that shotgun there, it's not able to find anything other than one kill. Op going to be invested in. It's going to be Izu grabbing it.
And immediately safe, just having to burn another teleport. It's out. Getting behind the boxes.
Shadows traveling.
It's just a
smoke on Mail, Izu.
Full default here for Vitality. A little bit of info gained both ways. Buzz, or excuse me, Izu trying to take some space. Sets up the gate crash as well.
He's re-swinging. The jiggle not going to go wide enough. Izu anticipating another one here. Peeks out, safe, eliminated. Some spam here from Sylvan and Paranoia, going to be sent towards main to try to go ahead and slow things up, but Vitality, they've already hit the brakes.
Damage.
Paint shell out from Buzz. Stop the push up from the ramp. Boombot, paint shell as well, available to Durka. Boombot avoided for the moment, rides the rope, but Durka all on that angle. It's unanticipated, but Stacks now filling space here into heaven. Rips apart two, tries to go for the haunt clear. Solid distraction there for Trex, and he plays off of it nicely. Now a 2v3. Already significant damage dealt. Dimensional drift now coming their way. One peek off the Raptor. We'll be able to spot them both out. Sylvan here, eliminated. Zizu decides to back off for the moment. Still that off in hand, still time being bought, 10 seconds remaining. Swings out, does not have the shot. Hell of one there from Les. Snakebite at his feet. Makes him a little bit lower, down to 22. Meteor having to play into the pit. Trex near full HP, makes this almost nigh impossible for him.
Oh, look at this positioning from
Almost
Les.
a push in point blank. Perhaps a 180 here from Les. If he can find the first kill on the Trex, but he cannot. Solid heroics. This Vitality managed to tie things 2-2.
I mean, Les is just unreal, dude. He is so, so good. Nice hold here from Stacks. Great play by Trex as well. Playing right off the back of his haunt.
Accidentals.
I love it.
You know, sometimes jump for joy.
The way they use the peak timing there. Someone jumps in front, the peak's behind. Dimensional drift, not able to get the value you'd want, and Izu gets beat by Les with crouch peak.
I thought perhaps Vitality would look to try to take that operator here in the attack half for them, but instead it's just going to be a send from T1 out in the main, and this time Les not going to be given any chance to have those heroics, to have that bailout. Taking out off the rip, but Durka answers one back, one away from a showstopper of his own as Meteor will fall. Viperless are the teams.
Trap set up around the corner. Izu using that gate crash.
It's just a Guardian.
Yep.
Not the greatest to try to shut down full garage push flood. So far Durka able to dance around these shots. The Prowler not going to be checking this corner. He plays it patiently. The Paranoia is waiting for it to expire. Sylvan into garage, mows down two, and the trap works a treat. 3-2, T1 narrowly back into the lead. But for Vitality, a couple of these players, the economy, just a bit all over the place.
And these are ideas that weren't working for T1 against EDG. EDG was so good about sniffing these out. This is just so well played. The patience there, the Paranoia timing, so good from Sylvan. And then they're able to follow up nicely. Showstopper off the rip as well. I mean, if you can get less, take that every time. It's going to be a weaker buy for Vitality. They're going to turn up the tempo with the Showstopper to boot. Nightfall as well in play, one away from a Rolling Thunder, 4 kicks.
Izu just somehow getting just a wallbang headshot there on to save. Turn on the flash from Buzz, another one going to be layered in, but save, just bouncing forward, classic in hand. Buzz is getting picked off. The weapon here at the drop. Stacks here to try to protect it, rides the rope back up to the opposite side. A bit of a jump scare there from Les perhaps. Finds the one, but Durka out of range with the stinger. Does manage to bring this back to parity. The one weapon recovered.
This is so tough for T1 because they lost Heaven control and they're not able to re-clear it.
I know that Durka has that ultimate. Sylvan desperately trying to stay alive. The Haunt able to get the reveal. Durka flooding forward, chasing in, seeing the Tracer, trying to find him. Does get that kill, but now Izu dropping down. Already has the spike out in main. And T1 will stabilize. Persevering through scrappy round after scrappy round.
A lot of these rounds have come down to Sylvan's ability to buy time on these sites, to set up his teammates to rotate in. A little bit of frustration there from Buzz. All's well that ends well. Stacks has stepped up, doing a great job working around the ropes, working around A Heaven. Stinger so nasty in the hands of Vitality, but able to weather the storm. RT1 operator in hand again. Stun there to back it off, a TP out. You don't want to mess around with it too much. A little bit of kind of a differentiation here for Vitality, anticipating that Izu might be there with that op again, using that stun to back him off, to gain that space, to gain a little bit more map control. As again, they're trying to show some presence over towards B. Buzz has to be very cautious.
Want to try to check, he stays tucked in behind the box. The jiggle peek, not spotting anything. Looks for the swoop out, and so damn snappy. Less on the floor, Durka trying to reply. Couple shots through that wall. Nothing to write home about quite just yet.
Like the proactivity from T1. They get their kill and they don't overstay their welcome. They don't try to hold down for the hero play. A lot of mid-aggression.
TP from Sylvan, checks forward in towards main. Boombot sent Meteor tucking back into Mail. Able to avoid this.
So smart.
The push coming through, and it is not red. It is not giving credence. Picks on the floor. Meteor overextending out into mid. Does end up getting punished. A bit of an opener now. It's Izu tucking back. Paranoia hits, but he still has the shot. Showstopper out. They're finding one.
One enemy remaining.
But Izu continues to massacre. One after the other. He beats them back.
That is unbelievable game sense from Izu. He reads this play so well.
Did he have a glimpse?
Maybe he did. Might have just been a timing. Meteor plays that smoke so well. Nope. He just timinged it. And then he expects the push from Heaven. Knows Durka's there. Durka's trying to spam, and some frustration from Les. T1's getting fired up. Smiles from the IGL.
Vamos from Autumn. Wasn't able to get that victory for his birthday yesterday, but I think he'd still happily take one here. But this is still far from over. Vitality, a timeout call, first one on this final map of the set. Try to still right the ship. Plenty more rounds still to be played, but they need to find an answer on how to break through this defensive line.
I thought maybe it would come through the play of Trex. We've seen some good moments with him, with the Prowlers, with the Haunts, but the follow-up hasn't always been there, and T1's been really good at just getting those early picks, giving themselves that man advantage, and playing off the back of that, using that information, being very patient, not over-aggressing, not trying to, again, make those hero plays, waiting things out. And for Vitality, it's frankly been hero plays that have got them their 2 rounds. It's been less. And, you know, with the op in play, with all these other things, T1 starting to really lock down these sites, starting to do something they couldn't do the last time. So the adjustments, no time really, and they're still able to come through.
HL right at Turkish feet, yeah. There's him up. 48 health, Izu opting to pause on the shot. Repositions, tries to check over towards this sewer side, but there's going to be some pressure coming his way. And as he arrives over at screen, he's able to get a little bit of damage across. But Buzz now, once again, repositioning. TP forward into the side from safe.
This is going to have to be a full flood retake here for T1. Buzz's position identified. Can't find Durka.
Here, there on the left, but as he peeks out, doesn't get that kill. He's made a 10. Buzz says, "I'll give my life for the cause!" He comes away with 2. Easy with a shorty in hand, able to find Les. Meteor going to be taken down now. A frantic pivot called. But they're so far separated, worlds apart. Just a stinger and a frenzy.
Should be able at the very least to get the plant on B. Your question is how much more damage can Safe do?
Izu waiting, lurking.
30
Prowler spotting. It's not going to be a plant on B. Trex was trying to rotate back around, catch them off guard here at Heaven. Seems like T1, well, they absolutely know now. Going to hightail it away, try to go for that money. Try to give himself some kind of odds here in this round, but it would truly be miraculous with that stinger and 25 HP to pull off anything, because there's stacks in Heaven. Spike planted, yes, around in the hands of T1.
They're just making great micro adjustments, our T1. Buzz in his position at the top of ramp, avoiding the re-clear attempt. The util that came out from Vitality. Misses the mark, and he's able to find 2 off the back of the paint shells there to clean him up. Izu just waiting with the shorty.
What are these timings?
No. Might have gotten a little info from somebody in heaven.
I heard something either. Either that. Either way. 6-2. Cash aplenty for the side of T1. Vitality just continuously getting knocked back, needing to find a little round win streak to try to close out this half.
I feel like it's got to be here. Oh, what a shot from Lass.
That is a nasty one. Operator dismantled, reading it perfectly. That's the kind of punish that we were seeing happen to T1 versus EDG. That overextend, that confidence from Izu, getting punished in main.
Now you've got 2 big ultimates for Vitality. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Rolling Thunder. This has to be your round.
Hop back into the hands here from Buzz. Where do they send the ult from? Lug to get into the cubby here. Les, can he do it again? The answer's not quite. Elbow spotted. Buzz on the re-peek. Now goes up a showstopper! And Kicks is dead. Ults be damned! Buzz will not allow them to use them.
Not like this. Unbelievable stuff from Buzz. But you had to start feeling like Vitality had a chance. You're able to take Izu out of the round. He's been so good. But instead, Buzz says, nah, I'm good with the op 2. I'm just gonna scoop it up. And you're not gonna expect it.
Cover going on.
Has to be a save. This has just been a completely different T1 team from what we saw in Split versus EDG. They're just so much better with their decision making today.
It's a different T1 team, but it's also a different Vitality from what we saw that led them here to this very moment.
They beat
that
DRX.
Bite? Where's that bite? Where's that tenacity?
Yeah. They beat DRX on this map. It was close. They're just, I mean, yeah, okay, great. Les is so ready for that. Oh, just saw the elbow. Ready for the re-peek. And then poor Kicks is just watching. That was my reaction too.
They are doing this fan dirty. For what it's worth, the menthol thing smells great.
They do.
Bring them down.
I'm enjoying them.
Fricker once again looking for a pacey push over towards ramp. Once again, eating some damage. This time not quite as much, but still chipped away at by that paint shell from Buzz.
And a great differentiation in the setups here for T1. Putting Izu really far back onto B, sliding Sylvan over to control Male, and then you've got 3 on A to shut down.
Does Buzz read this though? Looks like the answer's gonna be no. Less. Another solid early kill, but needing to find some more around the rest of the map. Boombot Prowler checking these angles. Bite lobbed in here from Meteor. Hold them at bay here for the moment. Smoke cycled back across here onto Vent. Stacks. Forward position, peeking into main. Trying to replicate the heroics from Buzz in the previous round, but isn't going to have an op in hand. So just go ahead and tuck back around the corner. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Not going to connect here on the stacks. He's just quiet for the time being here behind the wall, waiting for his moment, and he absolutely botches it. Barely any damage found as the plant comes through, and this is the exact kind of opening that Vitality desperately needed. Maybe not gaining it in the fashion that they had expected. Meteor, however, on the lurk, wants to try to turn this around. Finds the first. The TP can't be completed. Zay picked off the Dimensional Drift, now in play a 3v3, and he notes him in the corner! And Meteor tears him asunder. Both over towards elbow. Meteor on for the ace! Sprays away, cannot get it! Izu steals it! But T1 have stolen the round!
There it is again! The extinction level event that is Meteor. A classic lurk. As soon As the smokes go down in mid and Meteor doesn't see anyone, he's immediately on his horse, lurking to find this angle, and he does. Catches Les completely off guard into the mental drift to get the info for him, and that's got him on his feet. You don't see that every day. Buzz is peeking the mic, he's so fired up. Unbelievable.
2 more rounds to be played out in the half. It's been 8-4 across these first 2. Vitality, can they get there? As they so desperately need to. The Nightfall, a pit. It's currently available, perhaps a showstopper during this round or in the next.
Buzz here just trying to suss out how many players are there. Not gonna try to go for the aggressive play this time. Thinks better of it after what happened in the previous round. Stack's gonna confirm some presence with the Prowler. That doesn't seem to be getting a call from the IGL. Had the Boombot and the Prowler cleared, and they're only got 2 players over here.
Jiggle ping, spawning. All likelihood at least 3 out there in main. Buzz trying to get positioned. Anticipating this flank here from that ramp side. Vitality needing to have some heaven control. Swings off of the paint shell and is able to find one. They're going to be put down, and Meteor intercepts Les, not allowing him to escape. In the meantime, the rest of Vitality have not scaled forward. They have not gained control of the site.
Meteor's going on a walkabout. They're thinking about this, getting ready for the Nightfall. But T1 is fanned out. Aware of this ult.
He's still a world away, trying to just see if they're going for this late pivot. The Nightfall will confirm the attack here onto the A site. Stacks this time, finds the opening hit.
Down A.
You're going to be taken down. But the time starting to dwindle. Trex going to be noted. Stacks sees in position. Won't be able to swing out, won't be able to try to interrupt this plant here. Just tucks back over towards screens.
Bring them down.
The ping's flying, the fake out sent.
Cover going out.
Smoke cycle, the paranoia dodged by 1. Trex blinded up. Tries to hide here in the smoke, trying to find some safety. Safe. Finding the first shot, Trex finding the other. Now all on Stacks, pushing forward, finds the first one. Some frantic spray, but down to 30 HP. Shots ringing out. The health is just not there for him. Trex will narrowly hit Vitality over the line to get a 3rd round win.
Oh, desperation here for Vitality, but they're able to pull it off. Nice work by Trex on the backside of this. The util keeping Stacks in check the whole way. The Nightfall into a seize. And able to find some great holds there. Nice. Able to outduel him in the long run.
Let's go.
With the damage already done.
Nice. Let's go!
Coming through and faded. Trying to will his team to victory. 8-3, and like you were saying, it's been 8-4 every time. Buzz with the op.
Sees the Jill peek. Durka didn't catch enough of a glimpse, and it's a very risky jump back across. But it's just gonna go for the weapon swap.
It's not much info given over for T1 with the way that Vitality's been playing. They're so hard to read.
Doesn't clear him. And Izu, he's able to find the jiggle. Expects another player. Fault line will confirm it for him. It just takes the gate crash out, and that means that that pit cannot come into play. It cannot be a factor in Vitality getting up to a 4th round win in the half.
Trying to find a way to break through the defenses at mid, but T1's got everything here.
Some minor damage there. Once again, on to Durka. 2 kills to try to find a showstopper. Let's just quietly going over in towards mid. The double peek.
30 seconds left.
So that's going to be the lion's share of the team. Durka trying to scale forward here. Buzz takes position inside of the smoke. Some shots frantically coming through. Goes for the peek out. Trex is there with covering fire on the exit out sewer. The Nightfall goes across. The decay is in, and Durka gets picked off on entry. Time now dwindling. 10 seconds remaining. Meteor able to find one. Sylvan gets rid of Safe. And Trex needs to be the hero. A safe planned attempt, but they held him down. 8-4, no more. T1 get out to a monstrous lead. 9-3 at the half.
And T1 trying to show Vitality the door out of this tournament. Can they do it? A 9-3 lead, is that good enough on Split? We will have to wait and see.
We are back, T1. Looking to make a statement here in this final map as they look to earn their way into the lower final tomorrow for a rematch against EDG. For a shot at the organization's first trophy in Valorant. For Meteor's second Masters victory.
And this has been the side of the map where T1 can heat up, where they can do damage with this double duelist comp. So much pressure going to be on some of those side anchors. Less safe in particular. We know they can step up to the plate. We know they can do it, but they're gonna have to dig deep, deeper than they have this year so far, to try to find a way back into this. T1 looking so good. Izu 15-4, Buzz 12-9. The duelist stepping up to the plate on that defender side. What can they get done here on this attacker side as we go into the last half of this match?
And Vitality not only need this pistol, but they need to not drop the anti-eco on the other side. Buzz very quickly storming his way forward. He gets a catch on the kicks. What a trap play! As the floodgates are blown wide open. A lurk from Safe here on the site. Within the smoke, as some noise heard, but less caught off guard. The push out, the triple kill. Another pistol to T1. 4-2. And now 10-3 here on the final map.
And what a combo that they set up to break through Mail. It is Afterburners engaged here for T1. Buzz just bypassing all that util, and then they're gonna completely crunch them. That Frenzy working a treat here for Sylvan, and he's so ready for Les's timing to come out of that smoke in heaven. Just great awareness. T1 is so mentally prepared for this map and the way that Vitality wants to play. Gotta give some credit here to the coaching staff for getting them ready, because they look so strong. Still some work to do. Vitality, can they find an eco of their own? Can they turn this map around?
Have to be on the back of Les. Has that Sheriff in hand. Had that 4K to start off this map, but 2 players down. Les will find a very solid headshot. Stack's gonna be on the floor. Further damage will hit the economy here for T1.
They're gonna make a wrap off of this. Try to come from an unexpected angle. Still have a little bit of util to use. Prowler in a C's.
Trex is going to be needing some attention pulled in the opposite direction. He's just quite low on health. Paint shell set. Buzz swinging out. He'll get taken down. The paint shell able to find one. It's Sylvan. It's been so damn clutch here for the team before. He's looking to do it again. But this time he cannot. Vitality. What an answer back. Pulling off the eco.
Just disgusting stuff from Durka. All he needs is a ghost. Les with the Sheriff finds a huge kill here. Oh my God, that is so nasty. is a great paint shell to flush Sylvan out, and he knows it. Is that the old goddamn edition?
I would like to think so, but that'd be a deep cut reference for this crowd. Who knows? Either way. Bucky, Guardian, still some heft behind this from T1. They've been so good at pulling off these ecos. They want to try to do it again. Completely turn this on its head and not allow for an in. Safe, however, very snappy to readjust. Finds the kill onto Stacks. Durka on this lurk, but Izu has managed to find one. Chase is coming in. Buzz with a Bucky. It's been his gun of the tournament. And as he goes storming forward into B heaven, he will get taken down.
Spike, though, still left in Ramen. As Meteor is going around the world on this one. Sylvan's going to pick it up, try to make his way all the way through, but I think they're going to hear this.
Footsteps should be able to be noted here. Meteor's position, highly unlikely. As the Clash comes in and Kicks does get the better of him.
Phenomenal read from Kicks.
Absolutely necessary kill. As for Sylvan, from here, doesn't even want to go for the orb tap. Let's just try to see if he can get a little bit of extra value, and he shall.
Wow.
Safe shut down. 30 seconds. If he pivoted now,
30 seconds left.
Could make a go of it, but he wants to try to clutch this out. Where he was able to get his 1v5 ace. Can he do it once more to get T1 up to 11?
Same site. Get hit by the stun, though.
Dundup does manage to clear that haunt. Aftershock to flush him to the side. The Prowler still trying to hunt. 13 left in the magazine. Finds the first, but kicks out in front of the spray. Will be the sole survivor on Vitality to get their first consecutive round win on Split. The gap now 5 rounds.
A lot of damage done by T1 here. Safe, though. Doing a great job holding down that B push. Then he's the one up here in heaven, waiting. Buzz with open arms. And that's just phenomenal awareness from Kicks. Meteor was on alert from the get-go. You're taking so much space. And
Tell Sax was believing in it.
Yep.
Trusting that Sylvan would be able to work his magic once again, and he does get damn close.
Showstopper for Durka. Got to keep your eyes on that. They're looking for this trap play. They've got the breach up top.
Sent in, but it's gonna go for the gate crash target. Sylvan on the peek out. He's able to find one. Trex. He's just storming into the garage, delivering his own demise. Desperately trying to trade. Rocket into heaven, won't find much, but T1 find themselves very cozy and very much at home here on this B site. 5 players alive, Vitality already saving.
What a counter! T1's one step ahead of them there. I thought this was gonna be great. Durka's gonna fly in, he's gonna blow him up. Trex is gonna follow behind. They're gonna knock T1 out of the round. But no, they're so ready. Izu's there to bait. He TP's out, and then they all step in. They flood through and just kick Vitality out, kick him in the teeth. Stacks wins a battle in mid to take down Les, and that's round over.
Still waiting. Where are
Ridiculous. Ridiculous how good the mental has been for T1 in these last 2 maps. And to think they lost in overtime on the first map, on their map pick. And they've just been in cruise control ever since.
Just not allowing for any chance for Vitality to get steadied. I mean, Sylvan he's stunned up, but he's still able to find that headshot. You can see the desperation, and Trex just trying to get himself over there, to get something back into their favor.
See the disbelief there on our co-streamers' faces. Believe me, I'm feeling it too. I could not believe that. I thought T1 was in trouble. They had him red. Clear the bot. Couple rifles. Les with that Sheriff. Always that danger man. Stacks again. Trying to give some attention towards mid. Izu gets a spot on the safe. He's the only one here on the beat. It seems to be the direction that T1 is leaning in. tickle of damage from Meteor onto Les. The rotation's already coming through for Vitality. This is taking a long time to set up for T1.
Crash out. Pain Shell try to force them back around the pillar. Swing coming through. Another player really being able to see the Buzz. Able to spot out the leg there below the smoke. Drop down from Kicks. Steadies the spray. Finding Meteor, but less. Kicks now both dead. Two players left alive, Durka and Trex. One with just a stinger. One with no health.
It's a
fake! One flash into the corner. As Buzz comes up with 3. T1 up to match point.
Unbelievable, that clone got so much value. He wasn't sure. T1 just explodes onto the site. Buzz there sees the foot of Safe, is able to spray him down. Great readjustment from Sylvan after clearing the haunt. There's just no hope, stuck in that corner. Util being thrown their way. And Vitality on the ropes, clinging to life. Do they have it in them to turn it back? Because T1 is looking to face EDG again.
Everything comes down to this last timeout. From here, the players are sent out to pasture by the coach to fend for themselves, to try to run this back. We have seen miracles on the global stages. We have seen teams overcome immense odds and deficits. But given the way that T1 have been playing this, the way that they've been playing Vitality like a fiddle, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it happen. But it has to start from here. Some critical ultimates nearly there for Vitality. If they can get that ball rolling, if they can get that 6-round win, there's a chance to try to snowball this into another overtime.
Bring them down. Canny full buy. Guardian and a Bulldog. Safe and Trex respectively. Zeus clone gonna be cleared. Stacks one away from a Nightfall.
No charges.
And that sees to buy a little bit of extra space. Izu gets shot at, trying to tap the spike. A return in kind. A little bit of fire. A lot of attention, again, trying to showcase they're going towards B, but TP over, excuse me, move over to the other side, and here we go, T1's chance.
Shell over towards that screen corner, keeps Kicks back, out into the open, and Meteor takes his head clean off. First kill advantage, now the second. As Meteor looks to take over the round. Buzz fighting one, Meteor on for 3. Safe, the IGL, the captain, the only one, and he cannot get it done! 13-5, T1 earn their position in the lower final. A rematch versus EDG tomorrow, as Meteor looks for his second Masters trophy.
These are two teams built to win trophies this year, going head-to-head, and it's going to be Pacific's T1 that bests them in a 3-match series after losing a brutal overtime in Lotus. They smoke Vitality out of Haven and Split, and on to a best-of-5 tomorrow against EDG. What an insane performance, what mental resilience shown here by this veteran Korean team.
Commiserations and well played to Vitality. A hell of a performance here at the tournament. A scary team for sure to look forward to seeing more of at these global events throughout this year. That squad is stacked. That squad is not going to go quietly into the night.
No.
They're gonna look for a bounce back. They're gonna look for revenge. But for T1, we have to acknowledge the expectations put on this team by the community, often rated down towards the bottom of this tournament. But the lineage of T1, of SK Telecom, throughout their history in esports, it's the definition of excellence, of dominance, of bringing home trophies, and my God, they may just be able to do it if they can get through EDG and get a crack at G2 in that grand final.
Think about this, for Buzz and Stax, those two players on your screen right there, a chance to their best performance ever at a global. Third place at Istanbul, and they had a shot now. It's gonna be a tough one going up against EDG, but they have a shot to finally make a global championship, a global grand finals. Can they do it? Can they muster that strength again?
Matching the previous achievements is not going to be enough for these players, especially for Stax, somebody who was absent for so very long from the global stage after his departure from DRX. For T1 not be able to qualify for champions at the end of last year. But this is going to be a very brutal road. Non-stop matches, a best of 5 tomorrow, and if they can win that, another best of 5 the day after.
The endurance you're gonna have as T1 is going to be superhuman if they can get through that. But if there's any team that can, may just well be them. But what they showed here today, there's no give up in this squad. They aren't going down quietly. They're coming in with fire. They're coming in with passion. And it was a team effort today. I really want to say this.
Absolutely.
Everybody stepped up on T1 today. Everybody had their moments.
He absolutely did. Sylvan continuing to look excellent. Meteor, much more comfortable, much more at home.
Yeah.
It would seem on that Viper here on Split.
Buzz and Izu, so good on those duelist roles. Meteor on the ISO. Stax had some huge multi-kill rounds. Just gotta like what you're saying. The thing I like the most, though, is they're making good reads. They're not often over-aggressing. They're playing safely. They're playing for each other. They're not giving up free kills as much as we saw in the early parts of this tournament. They're downloading this information, and they're coming through with the correct answers.
None of that overheat, none of that disjointedness. And I suppose this is what happens. This is what it looks like when T1 play clean and they play together. Because their series, their whole run-up throughout this tournament, they've been contentious, they've been close to taking down those squads, but they have never looked as good as they did here in this series. But he has had a hell of a performance. He's recently back on the squad. We're gonna hear from Sylvan now in a Verizon post-match interview.
And walking away victorious tonight is T1! All right, I'm standing here with Sylvan and it's Sarah to talk about today's T1's win. Now, congratulations, Sylvan. This is your first international tournament, and yet you made it to top 3. What does it mean to you to be able to do this? You know, especially when you stepped in when the team needed you the most. 실반 선수 첫 국제 대회인데 탑3 안에 들었습니다. 개인적으로 어떤 의미인지 궁금해요. 특히나 팀이 필요로 할 때 들어와서 해주고 있거든요.
일단은 탑3까지 들어가 있는데 이게 이제 프로를 해야 되지 않나, 이제 뭐랄까 프로 게임의 이제 계기가 된 프로 게임을 이제 우승을 하고 싶어가지고 한 거라서 탑3는 일단 의미 아직 잘 모르겠고 저는 꼭 무조건 우승을 노리고 있어가지고 탑1이 되겠습니다.
Oh yeah, we made it to top 3, but you know what? Everybody starts their pro player career wanting to be number 1. So yeah, top 3 sounds good, but I'm still aiming to be the top 1, number 1 in the world.
โอ้และสำหรับภาษาไทยนั่นเองนะครับผมยาวมากเลยนะแต่คำถามหลักๆนะครับถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้เป็นท็อป 3 แล้วนะครับของทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้และที่สำคัญที่สุดเลยคือรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้สเต็ปขึ้นมานะครับผมเป็นตัวหนึ่งที่สำคัญมากๆในT1เลยทีเดียวนะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบที่ซิลแวนให้เรานั่นก็คือบอกว่ายังไงท้ายที่สุดแล้วท็อป 3 เนี่ยก็เป็นสิ่งที่ยอดเยี่ยมแล้วแต่โปรเพลเยอร์ทุกคนต้องการเป็นท็อป 1 เท่านั้นครับผมเพราะฉะนั้นก็ต้องรอดูต่อไปว่าเขาจะได้หรือเปล่าครับ
Right, T1 top 1. That makes sense. But let's talk about what happened after Lotus, because it looked like you guys had it in the back, but it slipped away. So how did you guys mentally recover? 로터스 거의 이겼는데 역전당했잖아요. 좀 멘탈이 괜찮을까 걱정도 했었는데 어떤 얘기가 있었고 어떻게 멘탈 관리를 했을까요?
일단은 로터스에서 역전이 당해가지고 저희끼리 이제 멘탈이 좀 나가고 즐거운 분위기가 나오지 않았거든요. 그걸 이제 조금 즐거운 분위기를 좀 더 올리고 헤이븐에서 좀 이겨가지고 그런 부분들이 더 올라갔던 것 같아요.
Yeah, to be honest, we weren't in a good headspace after dropping Lotus, but we tried to keep the vibes up on purpose. We were very conscious of the energy around us, and winning Haven helped us a lot too.
สำหรับคำถามที่2นะครับนั่นก็คือเกี่ยวกับแมปโลตัสของเขานั่นเองนะครับที่อาจจะโดนพลิกกลับมาชนะแล้วมันแน่นอนแหละมันเกี่ยวข้องกับ mental นะครับหรือว่าความคิดแน่นอนนะซึ่งคำถามก็ถามว่ากลับคืนมาได้ไงนั่นก็คือการบอกว่าเฮ้ยท้ายที่สุดแล้วเนี่ยมันจบไปแล้วเราต้องค่อยๆทำให้ vibe ในทีมนะความรู้สึกในทีมเนี่ยมันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะครับแล้วการที่ชนะ Haven ได้เนี่ยช่วยพวกเราได้เยอะมากๆเลยทีเดียวครับ
Well, speaking of Haven, what were the reactions from the team when you saw Jet Yoru instead of Aso Yoru from Vitality? Vitality가 Haven 조합 바꿔왔잖아요. 팀원들 반응은 어땠는지도 궁금합니다.
솔직히 왜 바꿨지? 좀 솔직히 의문이 들고요. 그냥 진짜 그냥 왜 갑자기 바꿔왔지? 그래 그냥 좀 쉽게 플레이했던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, we were just like question mark, and the question mark still remains. Why did they change it? And it was easy for us, to be honest.
สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับก็เป็นคำถามที่เกี่ยวกับแมปเฮเว่นต่อเลยนั่นก็คือการเจอเจคกับโยรุรู้สึกยังไงคืออยากรู้รีแอคชั่นนะครับหรือว่าปฏิกิริยาในการเจอคอมนี้เพราะมันไม่มีใครคาดถึงคำตอบก็คือนะครับเครื่องหมายคำถามครับไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะฮะจนตอนนี้ก็ยังไม่รู้นะครับผมแต่ก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นเกมที่ง่ายครับ
Lastly, fighting from you before facing EDG. 파이팅 한번 해주시죠. EDG 전 앞두고.
일단 말해도 돼요?
네.
EDG 꼭 복수하겠습니다. 파이팅!
We're here for revenge, EDG!
แล้วแมปต่อไปเจอกับ EDG นะครับคำตอบของซิลแวนง่ายๆนะฮะถึง EDG นะครับนั่นก็คือเดี๋ยวเราเจอกันครับ
Alright, that was Sylvan. Everybody give it up one more time for EDG! I mean T1!
EDG fighting!
I love Jen. You just, you're the best. Best in the industry. Best in the industry. But yes, T1 gets themselves the win, and I can't believe that is a sentence I said out loud because I genuinely felt like Vitality coming into this series were stronger, had this one in the bag, but it goes to show you that in this sport, in this game, you cannot count anyone out, Cuckoo.
Surely, and especially before the tournament, if you were to look at this head-to-head, something that we had already seen at the beginning of the tournament, you would pick up Vitality as the favorites. But T1 have proved that they can grow, that they can overcome, and that they can pull out the matches as the one.
Well, a big part of that was Izu's sideshow. I mean, this guy was just on another level.
We were talking about the duelists all day, and I think Izu and Buzz turned up at the exact right time. Izu is turning up
as the dawn of this duelist?
It really felt like it, didn't it? But it was the dusk of the duelist for Vitality. The sun is setting on Vitality's time here in Bangkok. They ran into Isu's op over and over again, and they didn't have the super tight spacing to be able to deal with it. They really, you see the gaps in it. Even when Les was able to get the punish here, Buzz just picks up the operator, runs forward, grabs it, and he's able to get a 3K after this, 2 with the op and 1 with his ult. There were so many moments where they walked one by one into these angles without using good util to clear them off the line, without being able to scale off the util aggressively, without being able to do some like one-person jump peeks, the other swings onto the angle. There's a lot of stuff that G2, for example, are fantastic at that Vitality haven't really got because they're a new roster, I think. There's still going to be growth for this team. I think they're going to be sad at the way that they've disappeared, but an incredible game from T1.
I think the momentum also is very important, and I'm going to pick up something that Sylvan said in the interview after they were able to close out Haven, after they were playing in there and rounds were going their way time and time again. It seemed like Vitality had nothing to do against them. It's normal that when you get into this third map, you have all this confidence. We're seeing the reacts here, everything, and everybody is just vibing on the stage.
It might have seemed like a bit of a close game because we started with an overtime. Every single map, T1 had a 10-4 lead.
Yes.
And then, you know, the first one, they kind of choke it away, and Vitality had a bit of a comeback. And then they stomped the next two. By the way, Buzz went 11 for 4 in first kills across the ladder 2 maps. Yeah. So he was just smoking Vitality in those early round fights.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to come back from that.
If you're getting that kind of output from Buzz now, I would definitely want to see that from him tomorrow, because that will really change how this series will play out against EDG. But that being said, we do have to say goodbye to one of EMEA's finest squads in Vitality, who unfortunately won't be moving forward in this competition, but this squad purpose-built for these types of events to make it to the global stage. They accomplished that task, and you know that they wanted to go even further without a doubt, but I have no question in my mind, Kakuka, that this Vitality team, this is not the last time we're going to see too much talent on that roster.
Yeah, absolutely not. And they've gotten a lot of experience that I think is also very valuable for them. We've talked about how important it is to learn from their losses. And I think that today could be a before and after for them. They've seen how they feel. They've seen the changes, the small changes, you know, that they made throughout this tournament and how that affected them. And we'll see how they do when stage 1 starts.
They're going to view this as a stepping stone to go forwards onto Toronto, onto Paris, but I think they need to maybe speed up a bit of their macro and work on their micro, learn from teams like G2 and EDG to tighten it up.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot that a lot that Vitality can continue to grow with, and we should most definitely see that in stage 1. But for now, though, as we take a look at the bracket and where we are down to our final 3. G2 is awaiting the winner of EDG versus T1, a game that we have seen, a match we've seen quite a bit. But hey, maybe history could change a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe they could come from this.
Absolutely, absolutely. T1 is already making history. EDG has had their first loss since they globally since they won that trophy. It was again since like the last one against G2. So probably we're going to see the best quality that we can get. It's so good. So we have seed 1 from America, seed 1 from China, seed 2 from Pacific. I'm happy with this. I feel like that we've had enough upsets, and I'm still happy with the results.
Sideshow. But I know you're not.
What do you mean? You know I'm not.
I know you're not.
There goes the Vitality Copium. Give it one last sniff.
No, huffing.
Okay, there was no one there.
Sideshow, are you looking forward to seeing T1 going up against EDG tomorrow?
The last time they played, it was a barn burner. It felt like it shouldn't have been. We were all expecting EDG to handle them with ease, and yet it wasn't. It was sloppy. There were thrifties all over the place. EDG really struggled with what T1 were throwing out there, and also the maps tended to favor them. Now, this is going to be a BO5. It's going to really test map pool depth. That, I think, is one of my biggest questions for T1, but they've shown that they have the quality to be able to at least bring it close to a team as good as EDG.
They're playing so much, and they know what it is to lose. They know what it is to bounce back. Tomorrow, they're going to be in the same situation as they were today. You're against a team that was winning, then lost, and let's see how they're feeling.
Yeah, T1. They've ran through the gamut. There's so much more to come, though, folks, as we have plenty more Valorant action right here from Bangkok, Thailand. Don't forget, same time, same place, as we will see who makes it to the grand finals here in Thailand. We'll see you then, folks. You got a G2 that is hungry for that grand finals, and EDG that wants to make history. The pressure is on for both of these teams. It's going to be awesome.
Stop it. It won't happen again, right? Not like this. Kangkang already going to show some dominance towards CT. Sides on in. Yeah, they're not taking any chances this time. Kangkang! It's the name up in lights. It's a scrap through and through. This is a bloody battle from start to end, down to the 2v2.
There's a late flank coming in from G2 as well. Who's one in main?
There's no way. They've thought about it, Leaf thought about it, but Jor on the other side! He's got it! A safe pair of hands for G2 today. Get no chances. They want to bulldoze forward. Oh, I told you about these stingers, and maybe it's true. Smoggy has to pull this off himself, and the time is ticking. G2! The stinger in hand, more than enough to close out map 1.
I can't believe it's going down like that.
The gap is closing, the vice is coming, G2. They're right behind you! Leaf tears them apart. They've got TP on Smoggy, but does Leaf let him leave? He doesn't! Keeps them tethered, he keeps them down! G2 smothering EDG. He'd need help from someone else, but maybe Simon can do it all on his own. Jor's gonna take away nobody. You can see the damage, but G2, punch for punch, blow for blow. Smoggy takes the TP, now knows. G2, the Ascension Dreamers, reaching new heights, locking in the grand finals.
Do or die for both of these teams. The Pacific squad, the only #2 seed in the top 4. And here comes the juggernauts known as Vitality.
Showstopper. They're trying to flush him out. It doesn't get the kill, but Stacks is there. They keep him covered. The fight about to fly. The swing in. Stacks manages to find the blow. Another 4K from the IGL. Spotted over towards A. Stacks just going to be dead. No assistant util. It's similarly just going to be absolutely torn to pieces. Wanting to take absolutely everything from them, everything out of their hands, and they shall. Vitality 1 round away from tying us up. Will not be able to find it. Hawk going to be cleared. Izu able to find kicks. Taps the spike. Trek's going to be eliminated. Their captain with 2 health remaining. Gets a solid read, but Izu to defuse and gets T1 up to map point. Field race here for Meteor. Pusher in the back of the cage. Izu on the floor. Durka takes over the round. A Showstopper about to be in his face. And he'll just hit him from the back. No clue. A 1-7 scoreline to Vitality's disadvantage. They run back this Lotus and they steal it away from T1. Meteor going for the reset. Now the last one standing in a 1v2. You know exactly where he is. Only a wall for his util. The shield gone. Regains it. Kicks. Sweeps into the crosshair. And it's another Ripple clutch. Look to upset them here in their eco round, but Sylvan fighting 2, fighting 3. Push out of the smoke. And Buzz bails him out. My God. A flawless second half from T1. 13-4. They say you opted into this. You chose this. They come roaring back into the series. Bit of an opener now. Izu tucking back. Paranoia hits, but he still has the shot. Showstopper out. They're confining 1. But Izu continues to massacre one after the other. He beats them back. The TP can't be completed. Save picked off the dimensional drift now in play of 3v3 as he notes him in the corner. And Meteor tears him asunder. Both over towards elbow. Meteor on for the ace. Sprays away. Cannot get it. Izu steals it. But T1 stolen the round. Keeps ticks back out into the open. And Meteor takes his head clean off. First kill advantage. Now the second as Meteor looks to take over the round. Buzz find 1. Meteor on for 3. Safe. The IGL, the captain, the only one. And he cannot get it done. 13-5. T1 earn their position in the lower final. A rematch versus EDG tomorrow.